Garcia? Garcia?
Here.
Hurst?
Here.
Montesino?
Here.
Quiroz Carter? And Parker. We have quorum.
Okay. Good. Okay. So we have new business, the appointment of, okay, before I get in trouble. We're not doing the pledge? Okay. We have new business, appointment of Renee Mendez as city manager and approval of the contract for employment. Our staff report will be given to us by Deputy City Manager Manning. Welcome.
Good afternoon, Mayor and City Council members. I'm Natalie Manning, the Deputy City Manager, here to talk to you tonight about the appointment of the new city manager and the approval of his contract. Just to give you a little bit of background, as you know, Matt Huffaker resigned from the city in December of 2021 to take the city manager position for the city of Santa Cruz. In the meantime, our assistant city manager has served in the pro tem role. And the city council during that time selected Peckham and McKinney to do an executive search for a city manager after going through an RFP process. So their recruitment included conducting a community survey, a community forum, and gathering input from both the city council and the executive team to shape their desired candidate profile. So the consultant received 27 applications, and the consultant conducted initial interviews of 17 candidates. Of those, I believe about 8 were referred to the city council for consideration, and 5 of those were invited to interview with the city council and the executive team. And the person selected is Renee Mendez, who, as you know, has an extensive public sector career, and he is currently the city manager for the city of Gonzales. So the contract that you are considering tonight includes an annual salary of $240,000, a deferred compensation contribution of $10,000 per year, a housing allowance of $2,000 per month for 6 months, provided that he moves within the city limits within a year. And then he'll also receive benefits, including administrative leave of 108 hours, vacation of 20 days, 14 holidays, 15 days of sick leave, health, life, and disability insurance, and he will be in the CalPERS formula of 2% at 60. His term will begin on July the 1st, and it's for 5 years, and this may be terminated by either party with a 60-day notice. So with that, the council is recommended to consider a resolution appointing Renee Mendez as city manager and approving a contract between the city of Watsonville and Renee Mendez for employment as city manager.
Okay, City Council, do you have any clarifying questions? Councilwoman Garcia.
Okay, after we approve the contract today, what is the expectation of how soon he'll sign the contract?
That contract will, well, I'll defer to our city clerk.
Councilmember Garcia, Erwin Ortiz, Assistant, I'm sorry, City Clerk. It's new. The contract has already been signed by Mr. Mendez, and it's actually part of the agenda packet. So,
So it's already been signed?
it's been signed by him.
Oh.
Once the council takes action tonight, we can send it through the rest of the workflow to get signed by staff.
Very good. Okay, thank you.
Any other council members? Okay. Then I will look to the public. Is there anyone who wants to approach and speak on this particular issue? Oh, former Councilwoman Trina Kaufman Gomez. Nice to have you here.
I just wanted to let you know that I have worked with Renee Mendez in the past on other boards and commissions that I've been on as representing the city of Watsonville, and he will be an excellent candidate to be coming on board here with this community, and I will be looking forward to seeing him in our chambers here. Thank you.
Good, thank you. Do we have any other comment from the public? Seeing none, I'm going to go back to our council for
Approval?
Mayor Pro Tem
This is,
Montesino.
Wanted to move approval.
Okay, we have a second. Ms. Garcia? We have
Could I have
a motion and a second?
I'd like to make a comment. Renee was my immediate number one choice, particularly because he was the only candidate to address experience with climate change and health and all policy, which are important issues to Watsonville. However, my first impression of him came 3 years ago when the council had its annual retreat, and Matt hired him as our facilitator for the day. I observed a man who followed the agenda in a timely manner. He kept us in line when some of the council members would go off topic, and he spoke to us individually with such respect. And at that time, I thought he must be a great manager for the city of Gonzales. So I am so pleased the council recommended him for city manager, and I do welcome Renee to Watsonville.
Any other comments? Mayor Pro Tem?
Yeah, I just want to thank everyone involved. We chose a good firm to help us through this process, and we got a lot of good applicants. But we ended up with, what hopefully would be our next city manager. And want to thank also council members. We all participated. We were all here. Endless meetings and gathering information, interviewing. So I just want to thank everyone involved. Thank you.
Very good. Councilman Hurst?
Thank you, Mayor. I too want to say thank you to the council for the unanimous approval. This is the sixth, I believe, city manager that I've had the pleasure to work with and serve with. Fortunately, I've known him for quite some time, and since he came to Gonzales, I believe, through the League of Cities and other task force in the region, and I believe he is a superior candidate, and certainly my hope that he'll do well here and inspire staff and feel loved by the public, and there'll be a great spirit of cooperation fall over the city, and we'll all be on the same page with many, many things. So I want to congratulate him ahead of time, but I also want to congratulate the council for a wise decision, a wise choice, and the public can rest assured that we looked high and low and far and interviewed and had a wide range of applicants. So congratulations, Renee.
Councilman Estrada?
Thank you, Mayor. Just to echo what some of my colleagues mentioned, big thank you to council for putting in the time and effort to find hopefully the right candidate, to staff for all the work. I know it wasn't easy and it was a lot. The community for participating in the meeting, to give input. And to say that, as an adjunct instructor, I've had the opportunity to teach at Gonzales and to be in the community of Gonzales, to meet with students and families in Gonzales. And, Gonzales in many ways is a smaller version of Watsonville. And, I've had the opportunity to see Rene in action. His Health and All Policies initiative for the city of Gonzales is remarkable. It won an award by the Robert Woods Johnson Foundation for health and equity. And so, we have a lot of expectations for Rene, and, we're very confident with our decision, and just thank everyone for their participation and contributions to this process. Thank you all.
Manjutra?
Thank you, Mayor. I just want to say also thank you to everybody who on the council, and to our Maria and everybody that put a lot of time and effort into finding, Renee for us. We are excited about our new chapter in the city, and I feel like Renee is going to be a great asset, as many of us have worked with him in the past. He's very active in the region, and he's able to have that knowledge, and he's going to be able to start. He's going to be running from day one. The learning of our region is not going to be something that he's going to have to do, because he's already been part of it for many years. So I'm looking forward to casting my vote in support of Renee Mendez. Thank you.
All right, any other comments from? Okay, in saying that, I want to express my appreciation to the entire council for first time I've ever been through this process. Not 7, but that's pretty good, Councilman Hurst. And as mayor, had to move it along, and you guys were just wonderful. He asked wonderful questions, great conversation, good deliberations. We contracted with someone who brought us a lot of good candidates. And what was interesting about it is how well they articulated the needs of Watsonville to these candidates. So they truly understood what we were about when they came to interview. Everybody had a different perspective, which allowed us to have our deliberations at the same time. And I think we by far got a great candidate for us to vote on tonight. Renee Mendez came, and I want to echo that Gonzales is like a small Watsonville, like it used to be. My parents were married in Gonzales, so many moons ago. And the wonderful aspect of diversity and collaboration and listening and participation in the city and in the city events and with the people, all these things came to the fore with Renee. And I'm just very excited about what the upcoming year is going to look like. So in saying that, let us move to a roll call.
Dutra,
Absolutely, yes.
Estrada,
Aye.
Garcia,
Yes.
Hurst,
Aye.
Montesino,
Yes.
Quiroz Carter,
Aye.
and Parker.
Yes.
The motion carries unanimously.
Yay. Renee couldn't be here today. He had a conference in Portland already scheduled, so he's traveling at this time. But we will have him back at a city council meeting before he is actually on the job to see everybody. So now I'm going to move on to 2B. The Community Risk Assessment and Standards of Coverage and Service for the Watsonville Fire Department by Fitch and Associates. This was recommended by Fire Chief Lopez, and I'm going to start with you, Chief. The staff report will be given by Dr. Knight, and he'll be introduced in a moment by the chief. Thank you, Chief Lopez. It's over to you.
Of our wonderful community of Watsonville. Fire Chief Reed Lopez with you this afternoon, along with Dr. Stephen Knight of Fitch and Associates. Dr. Knight will be presenting a report on the standards of cover shortly. But let me give you start with a little background. So in 2006, a gap analysis was conducted of our fire department's fire and emergency service deployment. We got to go back here. I'm sorry. Apologize. Oh, there we are. Sorry. The gap analysis was not a comprehensive report, but rather a basic look at deployment and not a definitive study. In 2019, Measure Y was adopted. The measure requires that every 10 years, the city commission an independent third-party community risk assessment. The community risk assessment examines current risks to the community and the effectiveness of our response force for fire suppression, emergency medical services, and other types of responses. On April 14, 2021, an RFP was released requesting the services shown on this current slide. And on July 14, 2021, the city contracted with Fitch and Associates. With the support of the city manager's office, our administration, command staff, CDGIS, and Santa Cruz Regional 911, the community risk assessment was completed by Fitch and Associates, and actually that was like this month. Which brings us to today. Fitch and Associates has a 35-year history and has provided similar planning and analysis services for over 1,000 clients worldwide and in all 50 states, U.S. states that is. Assigned consultants have over 2 decades of experience with Center for Public Safety Excellence and the Commission of Fire Accreditation International as well. I know time is of the essence, so at this point, it is my pleasure to introduce to you Dr. Stephen Knight of Fitch & Associates, who will present the Standards of Cover Report. Dr. Knight?
Thank you. Do it here. Good afternoon. So that's what I would if I didn't have my mask on. So, and I see you have a pretty robust agenda, so I'll try to keep it high level. We put together about a 30-minute presentation, but I'll try to keep it on task. However you normally proceed, Mayor, as far as questions, that's fine with me, whether you want to interrupt or save them for the end. We can adjust to however it works best for you. So thank you for the introduction, Chief. So let's just jump right into it. We'll talk a little bit about, and Chief mentioned this in the introduction about the accreditation group. We know that the department and the city hasn't taken a formal stance on whether or not they want the fire department to be an accredited agency. But when we built this, part of the structure of it was to follow the rigor of the accreditation process so that if the department or the city elected to move forward in that direction in the future, they would at least have the structure and process in place to where, you know, the heavy lifting has already been done if they wanted to move in that direction. The general format, it's a rather lengthy document. The standard of cover is intended to be a public-facing document, so it's very descriptive and brings in a lot of information so that the layperson could consume it and understand why the fire department provides the services it does, the types of risks that are in the community, and your investment in protective services associated with the fire department. So it's kind of lengthy for content experts like yourselves, but for a public document, it does a nice job of explaining how and why you're here and what you do. So the general format has an executive summary, has sections A through I that are built out that follows that accreditation process. And then there's some additional resource reports that we provided for the department for reference materials, such as a quantitative data report, a GIS report that talks about station locations, things like that, and then the actual risk assessment document in the supporting material. So we didn't include that in the standard of cover directly, we just reference them as appendices. So a little bit about the process. I won't read all of this to you, but the general sense of the standard of cover is to have an objective, data-driven manner to measure risk so that as a city, as a policy group, that you adopt the standards of cover and you adopt a general consistent way of measuring risk and addressing risk. So as changes in the environment happen in the future, whether it's growth, aging populations, density, call volume goes up, whatever those triggers are, that you've got an adopted manner in order to objectively address how you adapt to the changing environment. So the real essence of that is so that the fire chief or subsequent administrations in the future don't have to start the conversation at zero every time there's something that changes in the environment. You've got a structure in place to address how to adapt to that environment. So let's talk a little bit about the data. So as a high-level data review, we use 3 years of data that we got out of the county 911 provider that talks about all of the responses that the city has that occur within the jurisdiction. We looked at the data in multiple different manners in the actual report, but just keep it high level here. There's a number of calls in that second column there that really looks at the number of calls that occur. And then there's the number of responses in the next column over. So if I just used, if I go down to 2021 on the bottom and just use that as an example, there's 4,636 unique incidences that occur. So if someone calls 911, it creates a unique call record in the CAD. The responses are all the vehicle movements. So a structure fire is a good example. You may have one unique incident for a structure fire, but there may be a totality of 6 or 7 resources that respond to that structure fire. So that's the difference between the number of calls and the number of responses. Overall, the growth over this 3-year period, and it's only 3 years, so be cautious about how you want to address that growth, but the growth is in line with what we see nationally. The growth typically is between 3 and 7%, and you guys are right, just under 5%. So that's very typical, and most of the growth occurs in the emergency medical services, and that's true in any fire department and community across the country. Average calls per day over the 3-year period really varied between 11.6 and 12.7 calls. So overall, at a high level, a pretty stable environment, which is interesting because communities had a pretty disparate experience with COVID. Some places doubled their call volume, some places dropped down by 50% of their historic call volume, and it seems like here in the city you stayed pretty consistent. We also looked at the data temporally to look at what time of day do the calls occur, and are there opportunities to maybe address the risk in your resource allocation in any different manner. So if you look at this figure here, it starts at 0, which is midnight, using a military clock, and goes all the way over to 11. And you can see that the general busiest period of time is between about 9 a.m. and 9 p.m., which is pretty typical across the country. But the volume, so the overnight volume is usually about half to a quarter of what it is during the peak of the day. But overall, the call volume was very reasonable for you as an agency with the resources that you have. So on average, there's usually about 1.2 calls per hour throughout that peak period of the day. So if you think about the number of units you have, you really only have 3 main resources that are deployed each day. And on average, every hour, you're going to have at least 1 to 2 of those committed. So it kind of lines up pretty well with a pretty lean resource allocation in the fire department. So if we look at the response times, this one particularly just looks at your Watsonville Fire Department units by each station area. And you can see the table data up there for Station 1 and Station 2. And it shows the dispatch time, which is the time that the call is received at the dispatch center until the units are sent out and dispatched to respond to the call. The turnout time is the time that the crews, your fire department crews, receive the information, and then until they say that they're en route and responding to the call. And that's, it's a turnout time, as some places call it muster. And then the travel time is the actual driving time on your road network, and the total response time is the calculation of all that. We do measure these at the 90th percentile, which means that it's a high validity measure. So you can say that 9 out of 10 or 90 out of 100 times, this is a level of service that we'll receive or better. And you can't forget the better part, but it's a much better measure to use than, say, an average, where you tell the community half the time we're going to meet our goal and half the time we aren't. So that's why the industry uses the 90th percentile. So a couple takeaways here is, and I will mention, I had a call this afternoon from the county 911 provider that recognized in the data that they provided that there were some idiosyncrasies in how the units were aligned in the data. So one of our recommendations, which I'll come back to later, was to have the department work with the county to try to see if there's any opportunities for improvement. But the first step is for both sides to meet in the middle on that data and make sure that the data is accurately telling the story and representative of what's occurring, and then they can move forward with that. But so I won't discuss the dispatch interval at the moment. The turnout time, though, is something that we wanted to address for the department. And the turnout time, again, is the crew's window where they muster up once they're alerted to the call until they're actually responding to the call. So to give you some reference, the best practice national standard for an EMS call would be 60 seconds or 1 minute. And for fire-related activity, depending on which standard you look at, it's either 80 seconds or 90 seconds. So let's just call it 1.5 minutes. So there's an opportunity for the fire department on the turnout time to trim that down a little bit and get a little closer to best practice. But much like the dispatch comment that I shared from the dispatch center that saw the report today, is that the chief and the department are looking into some technology issues that may be inflating the turnout time. And it's very common in a lot of fire departments across the country when the connectivity changes from the station to the cellular road network, that draw, sometimes there's a little bit of a gap in the data point that comes across. So much like the dispatch discussion, the department's well aware of this, but the first step they need to do is to walk through the technology issue and make sure that the data they have is accurate, and then before they provide the treatment. So there is an opportunity there. Let's just go with the theory that there is an opportunity for improvement on the turnout time. The reason we really emphasize that for agencies and cities is because that's a no-cost option to have the citizens' experience improve quite a bit. So if you were to purchase, let's just say theoretically the department could get out of the station 1 minute faster. That would probably require you to have a third or fourth station in order to improve the citizen's experience by a whole minute. So the return on investment for addressing that at that no or little cost is pretty powerful when you compare it to investment on the response side of things. So we do want to emphasize the value there. The other thing last thing I wanted to just address and draw to your attention here, which is excellent for you as a community, is that if you look at your travel time or your total response time between the two stations, they're really very close to each other, which is an excellent validation from a planning perspective. Some communities are challenged as they grow organically over time, that you might have some areas that have longer response times than other areas. And if socioeconomic or other demographic underpinnings influence or contribute to that dialogue about why there's a difference in the response time, as a city, you're sitting really well because both areas are nearly synonymous in their performance, which is excellent. So another one of the measures, we call this system reliability, but we want to know how robust is your allocation for the department? How well is it performing? One of the things that we look at is called station reliability. In essence, we want to know how often when a call comes in for a station, is the units or are the units that are assigned to that station available and actually can go to the call. So on that, what we found and we broke it out by the program area, but overall, you're in the high 80 percentiles for your stations to say that when a call comes in, 88% of the time, one of the units are available and able to respond to the call in the zone that they were supposed to go to. So that's a very good thing. There's some issues that the department needs to continue to monitor because of the relationship with your ambulance provider and how the data is captured, or whether you were supposed to go on the call, whether they send another agency to go to some of those calls. So there is some nuance in the data perspective, but we talked to the department about that. But one of the things that the county dispatch and the department is using is called automatic vehicle location dispatching, and that's really a great best practice. So what that really does is look at the CAD system will do a quick check on the GIS part of it and make sure that the closest appropriate unit is sent to the call, where right now, looking at it from just a reliability standpoint, it's assumed that the station is the closest unit to that call. In an AVL environment, the way they're dispatching today, if a unit is passing by, coming back from training or a physical or some other, management-related activity, and they're the closer, most appropriate unit, then the citizen's assured that they get the best resource in the timeliest manner. So we just wanted to highlight that you're really following one of the best practices. We also look at simultaneous events or call concurrency. So we want to know how often do you go out on a call and then a second or third or fourth call occurs. And what we see here is if you look at your two areas, Station 1 and Station 2, Station 1 has the highest call volume and the highest call concurrency, but the call concurrency is only about 15%. So if the reciprocal of that is about 85% of the time, they can go out, run a call, bring it to closure, and come back before a second call comes in their territory. So from that perspective, again, you have high reliability and low call concurrency, both good signs for a robust availability for the department. Unit hour utilization is a measure of workload. So this, the other measures are more about the capability and the investment that you have. The unit hour utilization really is more of a people issue. You want to make sure that the workload is not too high on the individuals because the actual performance looks like it's going well. In the industry, we use the unit hour utilization, and it's a time on task measure from the time that they're dispatched to a call until they're available. So it's all their 911 related activity, and it's only restricted to 911 activity. It's not management directed activity. It's not sleeping, eating, training, public education, fire inspections, all the other things that the department does. It's only 911 related activity. But because of that, the upper threshold for the workload on a 24-hour shift is 30%, that 0.30, which is that line up near the top. And the department right now is right around 8 and 10% on the two busiest units. So what that tells us is, two things. The fire department doesn't create their own work when it's related to 911 activity, right? It's a community demand that we encourage them not to create their own work. So from that perspective, there's no value statement associated with it. Like they're not supposed to be at 30% or they're inefficient. That's not what this measure says. But what this measure does tell us is the gap between 10% and 30% means that you can absorb more work as you grow by that 5% for years before you have to reinvest specifically because the workload is too high. Does that make sense? Okay. So then we talk about the risk a little bit on your risk assessment. So these are called heat maps if you're not familiar with them. It's really just a call density concentration of calls. The one on the left is fire-related activity, and the one on the right is EMS-related activity. And what we check for is to make sure that you don't have disparate risk profiles. So, Station 2 isn't really, really heavy in fire, no EMS, and Station 1 doesn't have a lot of EMS and no fire, things like that. What we found is if you look at these, they follow the general same footprint, because as we see nationally, there's an underpinning that drives call volume, and it's usually things like the types of buildings, age, socioeconomic, and other demographic factors that draw those call volumes. So what I do point out, though, is that you'll have to pay attention to the scale if you are looking at this at a later time, because it breaks it up into quintiles. So the red is not a universal understanding. If you look on the left, for it to get that dark red concentration at the highest, it's 92 incidents on the fire side, and on the EMS side, it's 268. So it's not a universal understanding of red, but it does visually draw your attention to where the call volume is. And in both of these scenarios, the higher proportion of call volume is associated in Station 1. So on the geographic side, we come back and we measured risk, and we wanted to look at your risk in each station area as a planning zone, and look at the risk and say, at X risk, what kind of allocation do you have associated with that risk? Because the intent of the standard of cover is to have a commensurate risk model, right? Where a like risk gets a like response regardless of where it occurs in the community. So in looking at this, we built out, and I'll show you in the next slide, we built out a risk matrix that built and measured the risk in each of the station areas. And if you're paying attention to the legend, Station 1 came out as a high-risk station out of the options of low, moderate, high, and extreme. And then Station 2 came out as a moderate risk station. Well, what this really does is we may have put some mathematical models to the conversation, but the fire department has intuitively done a really good job because their resource allocation is right in line with the risk modeling. From that standpoint, the higher risk station has a higher concentration of units and personnel, and then the moderate to low risk station has only a single resource and less personnel. So intuitively, they've done a good job of planning and building out this scenario. This may be a little small to see, but the risk assessment model is the table on the upper left for you, but it breaks it out and it looks at your community demand, which is your call volume. It looks at the call concurrency. And then that third one that's called homogenized risk is what I've listed over on the right. We look at different census data, and the research supports using different these variables for different reasons that contribute to the risk. But we looked at the population density in each station area, the median household income, unemployment rate, the square mileage of the zones, median age, percentage of homes that were greater than 50 years old. And I would combine those and call those prospective risks. So you're really measuring what the potentiality is, but the community demand and the call concurrency. So 2/3 of the measures really are anchored in what your historical experience is. And the reason we do that is it controls you getting out over your skis, if you will, because if you overstated your prospective risk or overemphasized your prospective risk, then you would have a lot of expenditure for something that happened extremely infrequently in your community. So it's the policy question of finding the right balance between how much risk you're willing to assume and how much protection or desire you have to fund that. So overall, it really worked out quite well, and it justifies what the department's doing. Now we're going to switch and we're going to look at both the performance and the station locations. So when we plotted out your calls, we use a study that we've been using for years that came out of Canada, but it really looks at what the urban level, and this isn't population density, this is call density, what an urban level of service would be and what a rural level of service would be. So the red area is urban and the green areas are more rural in call volume, not necessarily population or development. But the big takeaway that we have from this is to show you that your stations are well plotted in the urban realm, which is just a second way of us validating what we saw in an earlier graph. So now we'll look at the travel time. So the GIS analyses really focused on travel time because, the turnout time can't be calculated. That's something that's variable. The dispatch time is something separate. But we're talking about the road network and your ability to get from point A to point B within your road impedance and your road infrastructure. So we look at your travel time and we measure those. And what it shows here is at a 6-minute travel time, and this is called a margin utility analysis. So the way to read that is if you go down to the table, the first ranked station would be station 1, and they could capture, if you go all the way over to the right, they could capture 60% of all the calls from station 1. And then the second station at 6 minutes will tip it up to 94.44%. Now, you can see it's not another 60% because there's a diminishing return. And if you went to, say, 6 stations in your community, you would see the same thing where the last stations, would only provide maybe a percentage improvement or a 0.5% improvement. So this shows you that you have a good station allocation for maintaining a 6-minute travel time. And on the left, you can see the mapping that's just associated with that. Any of these successively darker shades of green in any of these next graphics on the next slides that I show are areas where both stations can serve that within the 6 minutes. So it's duplicative coverage area. Again, some communities have a lot of duplication in their station areas, and you don't. You really have that duplication in the middle, and you would want to have that, right, for both. That's where they meet. You don't want to have gaps. So overall, very good coverage. So if you look at, say, that maybe upper right, if you will, that isn't covered in that 6 minutes, that's just going to be falling into that 5.5% that's outside of the 6 minutes. It doesn't mean that they get really, really long coverage. It just might be 6.5 minutes, might be 7, might be 8 minutes in order to get there. So if we look at it from a 5-minute standpoint, your 2-station model can only get you to 82.5%. So the goal is to get you to 90% of all the calls within your desired time frame. So if you wanted to move towards from a 6-minute current performance to a 5-minute, the 2-station model is a little shy of you being able to get there, and you can see the coverage gap between the 6-minute and the 5-minute there. And then one of the national standards is a 4-minute travel time. It's a NFPA 1710. We're not recommending that you go to that, but it typically comes up because it's one of the guideposts in the industry. So we just wanted to model it and show you where you were. So you're about 65% coverage within that 4 minutes, if that's something from a policy perspective that the city wanted to explore in the future. So understanding kind of the base where you're at today, if I keep it high level, your two-station model is very well situated to continue to maintain your current performance at 6 minutes. Now we looked at the feasibility for a third station. So we used a pilot location that the city used several years ago. We worked with the fire department and staff and walked through that. So the green areas are the first two stations, the one that you have, and then that yellow area is what the third station would provide. So using the pilot location, you can see that you went from 94.44% to 99.54% in the 6 minute window of travel time. So that's about a 5% improvement. I can't answer that for you. That's a policy choice, right? But from our perspective, once you pass the 90th percentile, you're not going to continue to get the same return on investment for that third station. So there might be other non-operational considerations for why you may want to explore that. But operationally, it's just not required to maintain your 6 minutes because you're doing a really good job with your first two stations. However, like I alluded to last time, if you wanted to improve from 6 minutes to 5 minutes, then there is some merit because it jumps from the 82% up to 92, almost 93%. So if you wanted to have incremental improvement, then there is a justification for exploring a third station. But to maintain your current performance, it's not operationally required. And then even at the 4 minutes, we just wanted to test would a third station get you there, and the answer is no. You're still going to land somewhere around 77% trying to get there in 4 minutes. So that standard, I couldn't name on one hand any agencies that actually meet it. It's extremely aggressive to get there in 4 minutes 90% of the time. It'd be about a 2.5 minute average travel time. So most communities would struggle to get there. So now we'll talk about continuous improvement a little bit. We did build out part of the continuous improvement model with a standard of cover, kind of hands the baton from here back to the fire department to manage moving forward. So we did build out some general descriptive manner on how the department can continue to annually assess and keep up to date the standard of cover as your guiding document. Much like our intro when we talked about the value of the standard of cover, it needs to continue to remain a living document in order to have that value. Now, the table on the right, we try not to be overly prescriptive so the department can change that as they need to, but what we call it a system of triggers. But really what it looks at is all the performance elements that the department could look at and the reporting periods of those different elements so that they can monitor the environment and make adjustments along the way if they need to. And things like call volume, the reliability, call concurrency, all those kinds of elements are in there for consideration. So let's get through the high-level summary. So one of the things that the previous manager asked us to look at was a consideration of a cross-staffed quick response vehicle. So it's not uncommon for communities to be sensitive to, I called EMS, I needed an EMS call, but you sent a $1 million ladder truck to the EMS call. So that's one of the things that we wanted to look at is there a better way to address the resource allocation to the type of severity of the call? So when we did that, the essence of it is that, yes, you could cross-staff your ladder truck with a smaller response vehicle to go to EMS calls. So that's really a policy choice. The hesitation that we have is that you're just not going to get much operational or fiscal benefit because the call volume is sufficiently low that the savings on travel time, fuel, all that kind of thing just isn't going to add up to a substantive value. So it really just comes down to is there an optics issue from a policy perspective that you're trying to address. But operationally, we don't think it's really necessary because you're not going to get the fiscal benefit because every now and then, even though it's going to be a low probability, but once in a while, the crews would be on a a Suburban or a quick response vehicle when they needed a ladder truck and vice versa in that scenario. So we tested it. We think it's very viable for the city to consider if they wanted to do that. But again, the hesitancy is that there's just not a great solution that's going to come of it. When we looked at the third station, and we talked about this pretty much, so I won't go in depth with it again, but the real takeaway about the third station is that there's no real necessity for it unless you wanted to have incremental improvement or there were some non-operational motivations in your community engagement or something along those lines that would push you in the direction to do that. But operationally, we don't think it's necessary, and you may not get the same return on investment that you did with your first two stations. Long-term sustainability and cost avoidance, we think you're really well aligned right now with the risk and your community demands. We think that your resource allocation is actually quite appropriate for the types of risks that you have and the call volume. And when we look at things like how robust your resiliency is, your call concurrency is low, your reliability is high, and your workload is pretty moderate. So from that perspective, you'll be able to absorb work and changes in your community. So let's just say that you had a significant shift in your median age that drove a higher call volume. You could still weather probably a 15% or more increase in workload before you had to specifically reinvest. So there's a lot of lane there for you as a policy group to monitor those changes in your environment before you have to jump at making a short-term investment. And then the recommendations and observations really are just a cumulativization of that. And it's really looking at the opportunities to improve the total response time, and that's working with the dispatch center where appropriate, turnout time where appropriate, and then maintaining your current capacities that you have in place. We talked about the 3 stations. The quick response vehicle we covered. And then the last real piece is that the department is encouraged to look at maybe building a strategic plan internally for themselves that would help the department tackle some of the issues that they may see on their horizon, as well as make sure that that strategic plan is well aligned with the city's strategic plan and make sure that those are working in concert with each other. So with that, I'll be happy to take any questions if you have any. I appreciate your time.
Thank you very much. I appreciate a lot of the detail, and I know I was looking at a lot of detail. Do we have any questions from council for clarification? Councilman Dutra.
Thank you, Mayor. Quick question. Can you go back to the slide where the 6 minutes coverage, please?
Sure.
So,
With the third station or the 2 stations? I'm
Two
sorry.
station.
Okay, yes, sir.
First of all, Dr. Bilasich would have been loving this, or not so loving this presentation, because I think the biggest issue is the section that is not covered within that 6 minutes is our senior village, or our adult village, if I'm correct. So has that been an issue for us as a department? First of all, thank you, and thank you to the fire department for all that you guys have done in our community. But has that been an issue for that district, or
I'm sorry.
response time? Because it says it's outside of the 6 minute response time.
I'm sorry, in terms of issue,
Like, do you see it necessary or not necessary to maybe have a third station that would actually benefit and include that area and make it, maybe more better for the community, since that is not being covered within a 6 minute radius?
yeah, it is covered, but not necessarily in those 6 minutes. And I couldn't say specifically, at what point, in terms of time, 6 minutes, 6:10, 6:30. I'm not sure, but for us, we treat every call, with the highest level of urgency and maintain a high level of operational readiness. So no matter where our calls are generated.
No doubt, I'm sure you do.
Yeah.
But from what this presentation's telling me is that outside of that limit is more than 6 minutes.
Correct.
So I am just going off the data that's being presented to me right now. I do not question your service at all.
Right.
I know you guys and women work very hard to, give the best service. I'm just going off the data being presented to me today.
Sure.
And my question is, the area that is outside of this coverage of 6 minutes happens to be our adult village. Do you feel that it would be, it would be a good idea to consider one day putting in a third station that would make sure that the entire city is within the 6 minutes, which is what I'm understanding from this presentation, that we are striving to be within 6 minutes, right? And, or do you feel that the services we provide now are sufficient?
Yeah, based on the data, I think that we're in a really good place. I know just looking at some of the data that's been provided us that most of the growth is going to be infill and moving forward, right? I would say that, of course, I would love to get to every residence within the quickest time we can get to, but that becomes a policy matter as to how much are we willing to invest to get to any specific time frame.
Right, and that's my question. So is that something that you want to invest in or no?
Not currently, no, not currently. But I think, I think in the long term, it's something we will look at long term when we do develop these strategic plans, at looking at the potential for something down the road.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so I'm going to follow up really quickly. I think we had discussed this in previous years about maybe not a full-on station, but a medical response station. That may be, and I know it's an infrastructure cost, to have a housing, a place, and then in a neighborhood, it's going to be interactive, loud sounds, and I know we had talked about the East Lake Shopping Center and that east side, and I'm looking, could you pull up that 6-minute travel time with 3? Yeah, that one. Mm-hmm. What is the medical response recommendation for if someone's having a heart attack? How long do you need to get, how quickly do you need to get to them?
Right. So the long-held biological death is in 4 to 6 minutes
Okay.
for brain death. Probably in the last 10 years, there's been a pretty robust evidence-based medical research that's come out. And what they found is that if you can get to and this is from the onset of the incident, not just your travel time, but if you can get there in 4 to 5 minutes, then you can have a significant impact on high risk of mortality and morbidity. But that is usually, depending on the study, anywhere between 7 and 15% of your calls. So again, it comes back to a policy choice about how robust that effort is going to be from a pricing standpoint of your protective services. So you're an interesting community from the perspective that you're at 6 minutes. So there's an argument to be made for incremental improvement from your 6 minutes towards 5, which a 3-station model would get you, right? But a community, let's just say a community was at 9 minutes, they probably wouldn't have the same investment for another station, the same return investment for another station going from 9 minutes to 8 minutes because it's outside of that window. That same research found that anything from 6 minutes to 12 minutes, the risk of mortality and morbidity was flat. So the time really isn't as important to the lion's share of the EMS calls as they are to that, say 8 to 15% of the calls that are not breathing, drowning, sudden cardiac arrest, things like that.
Okay. So you're saying that our community is in a position where that investment might be a good investment versus something,
Right,
That's how
it's
I'm
a-
interpreting it.
No.
Yeah, well,
Thank you.
Again, yeah. It's
Yeah.
a
Yes, thank
policy
you.
choice, right.
Yes, I understand. Okay, Councilwoman Garcia, you had your hand up?
Thank you. Yes, I do. I only have 3 questions. Oh my gosh. And okay, here they are. In the report, I saw that Santa Cruz County has thousands of homes that were built on expensive soil, which could be dangerous. So my question is, how does an individual homeowner in Wattsville learn if their home is built on expansive soil?
Councilwoman Garcia, I don't have an answer for that right now, but we could find that out for you.
Yeah, I didn't even know about expansive soil until I
Sure.
read it in the report. And so, yeah, I'd like to know, is my house on expansive soil or not? Okay. I counted 7 areas that were high risk. And my question is what are your plans to address these high risk areas?
Want me to answer that, or?
I'm sorry, I was writing down.
Sure. So was that intended for me or the chief? I'm sorry.
The chief.
Okay.
I'm sorry, Council.
Oh, yeah.
Member
The
Garcia, can you repeat the question?
What I said was that I counted 7 areas that were identified as high risk in the report. And so my question to you is, what are your plans to address these high risk areas?
Yes, so how we address those high-risk areas is exactly what we're doing today, is in our preparation, in our training, in our equipment. So we maintain a very high level of operational readiness, and that is how we address those higher risk areas. And I think the high risk you're referring to are areas that are pointed out in this
Yeah,
report, right? Yes.
what came in the report, there was
Correct.
identified high risk, moderate, and everything. And so I counted 7 high risk areas.
Right.
And so wondering how you were going to address it. My final question is, one of the recommendations, and I do want to thank Fitch and Associates for your assessment, 142 pages with lots of details. But one of the recommendations that was made was that a community to strategic planning process be implemented. And so my question is, how soon will you start that process?
Well, I'm in a biased position to answer that, but as an agency, I would suggest that, put that on your next year's to-do list, for sure. I don't think it's anything that has to be done yesterday, but it would be good timing on the heels of a standard of cover, and if you all have any follow-up policy discourse about things in the report, then that would be good timing to help address those.
Okay. And so, Chief, would you inform us at some point when you're going to start that process?
Absolutely. In fact, I will be working closely with the city manager's office so that we can, at some point, start that process for sure.
Very good. Okay, thank you. That concludes my questions.
Mayor Pro Tem?
So we talked about, a lot of the reports on the third station, but was there given any consideration to merging with another district or CAL FIRE or an Aptos fire to be able to, encompass, some duplicate services or personnel?
Well, not directly, because that can take on a life of its own as far as a study scope. But one of the things that we did evaluate in the report is the effective response force, your capability of assembling the other agencies. So from that perspective, and you have to put it this way. So the value of your regional capabilities is tremendous for you, because while we think you're appropriately resourced, you also don't have 70 people on duty, right? So it's a pretty lean operation. So there's great value in that regional response of helping each other out on the infrequent events that require a lot of people to handle. What you've done from a policy perspective is what most cities have done, and that's address what your average experience is. So you're covering your average risk well, and then you lean on partners for those outside events. What's interesting about the question is those agencies aren't sufficiently close to contribute to your 6 minutes, right? So they're great for bringing the cavalry and additional resources, but they're not so close that you could share services within your 6 minutes. So as you contemplate, is 6 the right number? Do I want to move incrementally quicker to 5 minutes or 4 minutes or some other option? That takes those chess pieces off of the table.
But on the cost factor?
Right. Well, so how would I answer this? So if, for example, If,
Now,
for example,
I understand the service level is the same,
Right.
but as a cost factor, you have more an array of employees. So I think because we deal with a lot of overtime issue, so I think that could help in that endeavor. That's where I'm thinking.
well, I think let me answer it this way the best I can. First and foremost, it has to be a local policy choice on whether you want to go down that road. That would require some specific study to test those theories, models, the fiscal implications, all those kinds of things. So is there merit to consolidation? Sometimes. The answer is sometimes, just like marriages. There's good marriages and there's marriages that didn't work out as well as planned. But from an operational standpoint, if you were to merge with any of the outside agencies, if I were to say it differently, is you would have to degrade your service, not because of professionalism or anything like that, but you may have to move to 10 minutes or 12 minutes or 15 minutes in order to serve the same community that you're serving today once you diffuse a little bit. So, but there's a lot of nuances to that. There's contractual relationships and things like that. But if that's something that you wanted to look at, it's certainly worthwhile to do, but that wasn't within the specific scope that we addressed.
And on the question of you said, I think QRV is the smaller vehicle. You stated it that it didn't bring us enough, because most are, especially in the senior community, they're medical.
Right.
So why wouldn't it be?
Sure.
I would think, from just a layman point of view.
Yeah, so let me just kind of walk through how that station is deployed today, right? And correct me if I mess anything up, Chief. But right now today, there's an engine and a ladder truck. I'll discard the chief for the moment. But the engine goes out on the first call nearly universally, right? And with your reliability, the engine's doing the lion's share of the work, right? And then they're coming back and they're available before another call comes in. So the ladder truck was only first on scene 534 times last year. So it's not a lot of call volume. And strategically, they're going out second rather than the first unit, right? So now they're already only providing that in relief. So if you switch them, let's just say hypothetically you buy a $45,000 SUV or pickup truck or something. It's the same staffing, so all your recurring costs are the same. You'll save on the miles in maintenance on that, but it won't be significant enough because of the call volume at 500 calls or so. It's not like you won't have to replace it at the same time. You're going to get a lot longer longevity out of the resource. So all the depreciation, the cost allocation, all of those things are going to remain largely. So it really is more of just a pure optical policy choice if you wanted to respond in a different vehicle. So we think it's credible for you to do so. It's just there's no panacea on the other side of it is probably a better way to say it.
Do you have to have 3 people in that vehicle?
You wouldn't have to, but you have the people. But a one-person ladder truck isn't going to be beneficial for you. So you'll have to consider how to.
I'm trying to see the van because right now the service vehicle you're sending out 3 people, but in a van, I would think
Yeah, that's going to be a policy choice for the chief on how what he wants to do with any excess personnel as they switch. But generally, the crews stay together for continuity so that they can move to the next call seamlessly. So,
thank you.
Yes, sir.
And if I can add to that, council member, once the truck, minimum staffing is 3 on it. Is in order for us, if they say they do run a medical emergency and they clear, and then we break a structure fire. We're going to need the 3. That's the essence of the minimum amount of people we have on that crew. That's why we run at that number.
Councilman Hurst?
Thank you, Mayor. Dr. Knight, thank you very much for your extensive report, 142 pages of well thought out and researched issues. Tell us that in regards to response time at least, is there anything that we can do engineering-wise to improve that with our street network or signaling or maybe even educational with our residents so that the path is cleared in a more expeditious manner? Was there
Yes.
details in your report that focused on that?
No, not specifically, but you just went down a best practice list, so I could echo your question. But the reason we didn't specifically address that is because in our national experience, you're right in the lane of the response time of a community like yours. So we felt like you were doing a really good job. You were well aligned with the national experience, so we didn't look for anything, because those are all typically pretty heavy on the, addressing your road network is a major capital investment, things like that. Education for the public is always good, but that is out there already. I mean, it's state laws on how they do it. One of the things that you could consider is for traffic preemption. So I'll try not to mention any specific vendors, but they have traffic preemption devices now that you can put on your signals that when the trucks go by, it'll change the lights in their favor in order for them to travel a little faster. The research will show that there's some marginal improvement along the way. What's kind of interesting about all of that, though, is there's also a body of research that shows that red lights and sirens versus just driving non-emergency usually only has a minute or two difference in impact because your geographic areas are smaller in your station zones. So, you'll have to decide how robust your investment and strategy would be for the return. Yeah.
May I add to that, Councilmember Hurst?
Please.
We do currently use preemption. It's part of the technology that helps us get to the calls, but we also place a high emphasis on safe driving practices, of course, slowing down at intersections or stopping at where we maybe have a blind intersection. But that technology, we already own that. There are some challenges with it, of course. One other area that we'll definitely look at is, and it's pointed out in the report, is the turnout times, and we're having some technical challenges with that in terms of connectivity that we really believe has affected the times. But we are already in communication with our dispatch center, and we'll do whatever it takes to ensure that we find corrections for that, or be able to provide data that shows that our times are actually where they need to be. That is part of our commitment moving forward as well.
And Chief, do you feel like the public has been educated adequately to pay attention to emergency services? I know some people sometimes have their headphones on, they're in their phone, they're maybe got their hoodie on and maybe not listening or seeing or paying as close attention to their environment as they could. Is there any educational issue or any ideas on, or is that actually an issue?
I think education is always a good decision in terms of educating the public. This community there's a lot of challenge with driving on our roads, as is evident with a lot of the collisions that we have in Watsonville. But definitely, the more education, the better, I think. But I think most people they do follow the laws when we come when we're driving Code 3. But they don't always pull to the right. They'll stop right where they're at. But I would say anytime we can invest in educating the public, then we should do so.
We have loudspeakers on our vehicles. We can direct traffic to the right.
Yeah, they pretty much see us coming. We're like a Christmas tree. You can't miss us for sure. We use the latest technology on our units for sure. We moved to LED lights that are just amazing. But we do also practice good driving techniques. Our members go through quite extensive driver training, and we do perform the best practices for our profession for sure.
We have seen you on Main Street in rush hour traffic.
Yep.
My last question is regarding prevention. Is there anything that we can do to promote more prevention of cleaning up hazards around homes or commercial businesses or industrial installations? Is there anything that we can do to help better equip the public in alarms or other prevention devices that the municipality might be able to promote?
Sure. So as you may know, we do perform annual fire and life safety inspections of all of our state mandated buildings. And even with those that are not state mandated, we will perform an audit every 3 years just to ensure that we're able to identify any hazards, any violations, and we do a good job of educating the public once those violations are identified. But and then we also work really well with CDD, with their code enforcement as well. Could there be improvement? Of course, yes, but sometimes that requires additional staffing as well.
Thank you very much, Chief, and
Sure.
thank you, Dr. Knight, for your thorough report and your assessment.
Thank you.
Councilman Estrada?
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you both for your presentation. I just had a question, and I think it's sort of associated or related. Wasn't on the report, but just I know that we're not at full staff. Is that correct, Chief?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir, Councilman Estrada. We're near full staffing. I don't mean to interrupt you. Go ahead and let you finish your question.
Oh, go for it. Go for it.
Okay, so we're with the 2 members that we have in our academy, that'll bring us 2 shy of full staffing, and we're anticipating being at full staffing by this time next year.
Okay. Thank you for that information. And really, my question was burnout. I mean, I can sort of feel that staff maybe feel burned out. That could affect performance at times. Is there any issues with burnout and our staff right now?
We try to how would you say, monitor our members, you know, how long they're working, you know, the degree of work that they're performing. You know, we're invested in our health and wellness of our membership, and that's demonstrated by some of the investments we've made with them. But you know, I think burnout it varies, you know, from person to person. But we do a really good job of communicating with our membership and again, identifying when somebody may be having, you know, a little bit of, as you call it, burnout, right? But we do, like, again, you know, to me, it's big, health and wellness in our department. So I wouldn't say that we have burnout right now. Our staffing has incrementally increased, and I'm excited about, by this time next year, be at full staffing.
Thank you, Chief.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Yeah, forgot one of my main burning issues. Speed bumps. You know, there seems to be. I always hear when I ask a question of speed bumps, because that's what a lot of the community wants, and because we have a lot of uneducated drivers, right? Yeah. Is there a friction, you know, between, speed bumps and the reliability, or getting to service?
Yeah, I can answer that question. So the safety of our citizens is important to us, as it is to council. And we have made some accommodations when it comes to when there are road humps. There's a little difference between a speed hump and road humps. We've allowed or signed off on some road humps that allow our units to be able to maneuver through those humps, in hopes that it does reduce those type of incidents, for sure. But the speed humps we just cannot support, because it would slow us down, and it will eventually extend that travel time for us.
So you're supportive of those ones that have, the spaces where the fire.
Correct, and as seen around town, some of them have already been installed. Yeah.
Thank you.
Sure.
Okay, just a couple other questions then. And Dr. Knight, maybe did we look how moving one of our two stations, whether that would increase our time? Was that a part of the study?
Yeah, I didn't include it in the summary, but yes, in the GIS report, we looked at, we call them optimized locations, but we let the computer decide where the locations would be. If that has any merit and interest, the department would have to pick that up moving forward, because things like availability of the land where the computer
No,
shows and things
understandably,
like that.
yes.
Right.
I'd like to see that. I don't know if rest of council would. I just like to be able to understand that. And then another question in regards to, we have what we have now, but downtown's going to change in the next few years. We have a downtown plan that's going to restrict our 2 lanes down to 1 lane, and then that is also going to move people onto the ancillary roads near that. Had this been figured into any of this drive time?
Yes, under the current configuration
The
of
current
your
one,
road
as
network.
we are now.
But we did meet with community development and talk about what your future development and the occupancy changes that are on the horizon, and those were included. But as the chief mentioned, from a planning perspective, it's mostly infill. So unless your road network materially changes significantly, it's more about, say your call volume goes up with development, you may need another crew and another unit at a station, but you don't necessarily need another station. So as the infill grows, it's more about managing the workload and availability than it is getting from point A to point B.
Okay, maybe a misunderstanding, because you're talking about infill with population. I was also talking about our downtown plan with streets, which is considerably different, in my understanding, going from 2 lanes each way to 1 lane each way. And then, of course, once again, and so I don't know the routes, so maybe Chief, you could delve into that. I don't know how much you use Main Street or the areas around that for your response time to those farthest response areas.
Sure. So Main Street is one of our main arteries, of course. And even and it does, as it is right now, it can be quite congested. And so knowing time of day of certain calls or calls in general, our units will avoid, certain roads to avoid that traffic. Riverside's another one, Freedom Boulevard, as examples of that. And so, so with some of this development, it may pose some challenges for us for sure. But, we kind of look at it as, will it impede our ability, to respond in a reasonable time? That we have not determined yet. But we are always keeping in mind of the greater good of the city of Watsonville, what's best for Watsonville, without compromising our response.
Okay, so today, and I wanted some clarification, we're looking at a motion and to provide direction. Is that correct?
Yes, today is the first opportunity to dive into this information, and there's a lot to absorb, and it's an opportunity to establish a baseline, in how we're serving our community, which is a big thank you to all Watsonville voters in considering this as part of the renewal of Measure Y, right? This is, our commitment is to do this study periodically, to always kind of allow us to plan for future years as we see our population changing and our community reshaping, right?
Okay.
So this is accepting the report, and then, like Chief Lopez said, we will come back to the council with ideas as to how do we embark into a strategic plan for the fire department, and then continue to have discussions around policy.
Okay.
In how the council and the community, how we're meeting their needs.
All right, you gave me more information than I needed, because
I
I was
know.
really looking at provide direction to staff regarding any changes. So when it comes to that, maybe we might have some direction for future, and I'm going to tell you right now, the downtown plan and the implementation of that needs to be number one, because if we don't have a complete response time, past 6 minutes to this area, and we're going all the way across town with less of Main Street available to that and a higher density of people down there, then that changes. That's going to change your times. It has to change the times. So I think we need to maybe make that a definite part of the next study that should occur. And so I'd like to make that a part of the motion. So if anybody would like to make a motion at this time, let's go to the public. Never forget our public. Is there anyone in the public who would like to approach and make comments or ask a question? I'm not sure that we can give you the answer, but.
The audience for a few things going on this evening. Interesting report. Yes, it was an emphasis when we did bring up this to the public for the voters. We still have the concerns about the east side and some of the logistics of how the plan was put together. The concern we do have of 26,000 vehicles going down Main Street and where they're going. I think also the scalability or the research of this of, for example, the Friday and the traffic times on Friday will be significantly different than other days of the week and the kind of timing, because even then we're not closing Main Street, we are closing ancillary streets. And to close those streets ancillary and do a reduction of Main Street lanes and getting the response time when we have also the Riverside that's pretty impact on the Friday. Those are all things that we really need to be very cognizant of when it comes to the East Side services and those turn times. I know that that's been brought up about this community. So those are my comments when it comes to this report and what we need to continue to monitor and the impact of those decisions that we're making here for our community in the near future. So thanks again for the report, and we will be clocking this every 10 years to make sure that we get it revised and revisit. Thank you.
Thank you, former Councilwoman Trina Kaufman Gomez, for your information and education on this. I'm going to bring it back if there's no other comments from the public. I'm going to bring it back to council. And do we have a motion to accept the report and provide direction to staff regarding any changes or policies that may be necessary to implement the recommendations in the report?
I'll move the staff recommendation and your
Amendment to it?
Your amendment to it.
The direction to focus on how the downtown plan will affect that as we implement it. Okay, do we have a second?
I'll second.
Okay, thank you. We have a second. Any other discussion from council at this time? All right, roll call, please.
Dutra,
Aye.
Estrada,
Aye.
Garcia,
Yes.
Hurst,
Aye.
Montesino,
Yes.
Quiroz Carter,
Aye.
and Parker.
Aye.
The motion carries.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Knight. Thank you, Chief Lopez, for all of your efforts. And we look forward to how Watsonville's going to grow.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, we're going to be moving on to 2C, study session on proposed modifications to Watsonville Municipal Code, chapters 8 through 6, signs, recommended by Community Development Director Miriam, who I will be... And then we continue after. All right. I hate to you give rise to your expectations, Community Development Director Miriam, but we're going to move to closed session at this time. And then we'll find you when we come back from closed session. So, thank you. Is there any comment on the closed session agenda from anyone in the public?
Hi, my name is Judy Stabile, and I'm here to speak to the purchase bid or the purchase offer that Pajaro Valley Arts is before you tonight. I think you know that I speak from my heart, and this is truly a business decision that you'll be making, as was ours in coming into this process. I'm committed to this community. I'm committed to the project, and my commitment will stay through the period of time when we're generating revenue and passing our knowledge, skills, and abilities on to the next generations, because that's what this is. It's a legacy project. So you've got a lot of decisions to make tonight between our purchase bid and the Percent for Arts program that's coming before you. You really are deciding on the future of the arts in this community, and we know how seriously you take it. We're prepared for this project. We're totally prepared. And we started this thing in 2019 with a vision and a dream, and talked to Matt about the possibility of taking this project on. By the time the bid went through, we had a vision and a dream and $1 million donor. And now we have a vision, a dream, $1 million donor, and a $540,000 grant from the Hewlett Foundation through the Community Leadership Project. Through Community Visions. And, oh, sorry, didn't mean to snort. Hate these mics. So we were selected out of 45 applicants and deemed to be project ready by professionals who do nothing but review the financial and business capabilities to fulfill a project. And we were selected. So they think we're project ready. We ask that you have that same faith and belief in Pajaro Valley Arts. Thank you.
I had to give you extra time just for that snort. Very good, Judy. All right, are there any other comments from the public?
Yes, Trina Kaufman Gomez. I as well have been involved in this project since I was on council. So I've been engaged with the arts here for the past decade, and still want to continue to see this project come to fruition, because I believe it's also goes in alignment with what you're doing on your downtown development, and it will only complement what we can do in terms of this community and bringing the community forward in the arts across all people, in terms of the group of the ethnicities, the cultures, and everything else that we have here in this community that makes Watsonville what this community is about. And I know that I'm very grateful also to have spoken with many of you, so that you have an understanding of where we're coming from, that this has been very, very a thought out process in what we're wanting to do here. And we do have a time crunch, and I know that when you're going back and having your meal, that you'll have some more discussion about this. If there's any other questions on that, I hope that we were able to engage in that, and that you have the materials on this one, and look forward to working as a partnership. That's what this will take for the community and the city working on this collectively, and coming back full circle to where the arts started in this community nearly 40 years ago. So again, thank you for all of your time, and look forward to seeing the support and working together in this new relationship downtown. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any other comments from the public? Seeing no other comments from the public, we are going to be moving into closed session at this time. Thank you very much. We'll be back at 6:30. Good evening. My name is Ari Parker, and this is our city council meeting. We were in closed session. We're reopening in open session for April the 12th, 2022. And if our city clerk would take roll call.
Dutra. Estrada. Garcia. Hurst.
Here.
Montesino. Quiroz Carter.
Here.
Parker.
Here.
We have quorum.
All right. So if you would please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance. Salute. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. You may be seated. So I hope council has had the time to, for the informational items of reviewing the report of disbursements and any written reports by council members regarding actions taken on their regional commissions or boards that may affect the city of Watsonville, if any. We will now move to presentations and oral communications. This time is set aside for members of the general public to address the council on any item not on the council agenda, which is within the subject matter jurisdiction of the city council. No action or discussion shall be taken on any item presented, except that any council member may respond to the statements made or questions asked, or may ask questions for clarifications. All matters of an administrative nature will be referred to staff. All matters relating to council will be noted in the minutes and may be scheduled for discussion at a future meeting or referred to staff for clarification and report. All speakers are asked to fill out a speaker card and leave it at the podium. Speakers are asked to announce their name and district in which they live in order to obtain an accurate record. So, looks like we have a member of the public wishing to address us. Welcome.
Trujillo, member of the Cabrillo Board of Trustees. I would like to, for those who don't watch KSBW, about an hour ago they announced they have arrested 2 suspects in the murder of Feliciano Martinez. For those of you who aren't aware of this horrific crime, this young man came to us apparently about a year ago from Oaxaca seeking a better life. 2 men decided to jump out of the car in the 100 block of 129 Riverside Drive and beat the crap out of him. And he resisted and they shot him. Fortunately, it was on surveillance video in the area. And many, according to KSBW, many people came forward to identify the suspects. One's from Watsonville and one is from Morgan Hill. The reason I discuss this is our first murder of the year. And for those of you, also, if you weren't aware of this, Joe Biden, our beloved president, just signed into law, or just announced new regulations to be rid of ghost guns, to get them registered and off the streets. I'm asking that all of you support the campaign to get rid of ghost guns. We don't know what kind of weapon or where it came from in this horrific murder, but if there's any possible way that could have been removed as a source of a gun, as a ghost gun, perhaps it might have prevented this unbelievably horrific and tragic murder. There were 200 people at the vigil. It's in the newspaper today if you haven't seen the Pajaronian. We're not Sacramento. We didn't suffer 6 dead people like they did last week, or the horrific subway attack in New York City, which there are 20 some odd victims, apparently only 5 in critical condition. Even though it's just one person, that one person's life is gone. And all this man wanted to do was to find a better life here in beautiful Watsonville.
Thank you, Steve. Do I have any other members of the public that would like to address the council? As that I see Mr. Nunez moving towards the front.
Hi, my name is Tony Nunez. I live in District 6. Jimmy Dutra is my representative, and I am the managing editor of the Pajaronian newspaper. I do want to say the exact same thing that Steve said. You know, an 18-year-old killed by 2 18-year-olds it's babies killing babies, and it's something that we as a city have to address, and something that we really hope to also address, the outcomes of our young people here in Watsonville through the Pajaro Valley Healthcare District, and that's one of the main reasons that I volunteered to be on that board, and I was appointed to that board last month. And I just came up here today as a member of the Pajaro Valley Healthcare District Board of Directors to remind everyone that the fundraising efforts to save Watsonville Community Hospital are not over. We are still about $15 million short. We hope to reach $20 million overall to be able to not only purchase Watsonville Community Hospital, but to also fund the first 2 years of operation for the hospital. All of you up there have already made the decision to donate to the hospital, and we're extremely grateful for that. But the next 3 months are also really critical to get this hospital back into public ownership and really just to keep it open. So anything that you can do to help us at the healthcare district, please reach out to us. Please help us with fundraising in the next couple of months, because this is a huge community asset that we cannot afford for it to go and to close down. So thank you so much. And you can find more information about us at, let's see if I can remember, pvhcd.org. Tamara is nodding, saying yes. And you could obviously reach out to me as well too for any other information and to work together to help us save the hospital. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Tony. Is there anyone else from the public that would like to address the council? Welcome. You want to pull the microphone down so they can, there you go.
My name is Daniel Hernandez from District 5. And last session I came in and I was showing this to the police officer, the chief of police. And this, I don't know if anybody can see it, but it's a shopping cart strewn over in front of Jalisco's restaurant. This has been seen all around Watsonville, and it's sickening. But anyway, I was just wondering if anybody has any input on how to resolve that issue. But I also have some other pictures for Adolfo, which something that I wanted to talk to him about, but it's for safety, such as the plaza, avert an issue like that. Stop signs, yield signs. Anyway, thank you very much.
If you want us to see those pictures and you're willing to, you can give it over here and she will make sure we get to. Thank you so much. All right. Are there any other members of the public that would like to address the council at this time? Okay, seeing none, I'll move on to council. And Councilwoman Quiroz Carter.
Thank you, Mayor. I had a lot going on in the end of March and early April, but I think the most important thing is to talk about violence in our community. I'm going to get a little bit choked up because this is something that happened in my district, and violence is not acceptable. And I was very upset about this act of violence against this young person. And I have said it before, and I'll continue to say it. Acts of violence will not be tolerated in my district, and they will not be tolerated in Watsonville. I was very glad to see the community come together on Sunday, which would have been Feliciano's 19th birthday. And I want to extend my thanks to those of you who came out. And I want to extend my thanks to CAB and Alcance staff who worked so hard with the family. I want to extend my thanks to Watsonville PD for apprehending those suspects. I want to extend my thanks to city staff who worked with me to get that permit to allow the family to grieve. And I spent some time with the family, and it was very difficult to see that young life taken. And I don't want to see more lives taken from senseless acts of violence. And we need to invest ways for our young people to have outlets and to have opportunity so that this never happens again. The rest of my time, I would like silence for Feliciano. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilman Hurst?
Thank you, Member Kivas Carter. As a parent and a grandparent and a teacher, someone who's spent his entire life with young folks, his whole professional life, we should be celebrating spring rather than grieving in our community. We've had several events that have been positive since our last meeting, and I'll briefly touch on those. But before I do that, I want to echo your sentiments and those of our public as well, that violence should not and will not be tolerated in our community, and we need to do more prevention throughout the system. That's why I was at the Luna del Isol that CAB is sponsoring a couple of weeks ago. The activities that took place at the anniversary of the Staff of Life. Girls Inc. also had a recent fundraiser and celebration. I was lucky enough to be briefed by the police, which we'll hear more about AB 481. And I spent 5 or 6 hours with the RTC in another torturous meeting by Zoom. PV Arts reception was a glorious occasion, and I want to thank all our friends that attended that. And I also was at Judy G's studio on Main Street, and the revival of Main Street is part of our renaissance that we need. So dozens of meetings, texts, phone calls, grocery store and parking lot conversations where people actually do stop me. So let's shop local, improve our property, be nice to our neighbors, and thank you for paying your taxes.
Thank you. Councilwoman Garcia.
Thank you, Councilwoman Vanessa, in your words. Good evening and welcome to tonight's council meeting. I attended 7 meetings, both virtual and in person. I don't know how many of you know that beginning with Matt, each council member meets with the city manager as often as they like. Consequently, I've been meeting with Tamara once a month since December. In March, I requested that she investigate the possibility of youth having a seat on our commissions. When I met with her this month, last week, she provided good news, and that was that she begun talking to and working with Nick from Parks and Recs and Alicia from the library to begin the process to make this happen. Each commission will first have to change their bylaws to allow a youth commissioner on their commission, but both Nick and Alicia are already working with youth groups that they have and they may be interested in becoming commissioners. They are hoping that the process will be completed by the start of the new school year. And this is just another example of the city wanting the involvement of our youth in our governance. And finally, I want to wish Tamara a very, very happy birthday, even though she's having to spend it with us for many hours, but happy birthday.
Thank you. Councilman Estrada?
I have nothing to report, Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilman Dutra?
Thank you. I also want to say thank you, Councilmember Quiroz Carter, for those words. I've been hearing from a lot of people. They're seeing the violence rising in our community, especially among young people. So I think this is something that we need to continue to address and find alternatives for our youth to be participating in. Another issue is speeding in our community. There was a loss on Green Valley Road, and another issue that I hear constantly throughout our communities, that they feel that our roads are racetracks. And so this is something that we need to work on as well, and hopefully we can find some solutions. I know we're putting up speed bumps throughout our city. Currently, I'm working with 5 different streets in my district on trying to get these speed bumps in. This is a big worry, especially with people who have kids who play in their front yard and are afraid that one day their child is going to run into traffic and in front of a speeding car. So we need to address that as well. I also attended a few events, the Luna y Sol Familia Center as well. It was really nice to see that new center open up for the youth of our community. So we're moving in the right direction, and thank you, CAB, and everybody who is part of that. Also, Staff of Life, thank you for making it here a year, and it was really nice to celebrate with everybody that their 1-year celebration. And so, people can, work Staff of Life into their shopping needs when possible. And that's basically it for me now. So thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem.
I'd just like to thank Councilmember Quiroz Carter for nice words and ditto those sentiment. Violence is there's no place for it in our community.
Yes, thank you, Councilwoman Quiroz Carter, for the statement. Violence has no place in our community, and I think the entire council supports you in that. As a 35-year veteran teacher and youth, and coming back from a pandemic, it's been a struggle for so many kids, and clearly a struggle for their parents as well. And so as a community, we need to do our best to be kind to each other, but there are other actions, and maybe council will be bringing those forward soon. I have attended so many meetings. I don't know what it's like not to attend a meeting at this point, and they were all very informative and fabulous. There's already been pointed out that the Luna y Sol Familia Center was a great grand opening. I got to see some former students who are now officially adults working and doing a great job for our community. Staff of Life was fabulous. Had our RTC, I don't know if it was excruciating, but it could be. Yeah, for a little bit. But it was a lot of good information, and we are there on the RTC, really looking forward to and consistently representing South County. The PV Chamber of Commerce Business Expo and Job Fair. And for the future, the Saco Spring Lamb Barbecue is April 30th, so if you want to get your tickets, they're going to do it as a drive-through. I want to wish happy birthday to our amazing City Manager Pro Tem, Damaravides. 28 was a great year for me, so I hope it's as good for you. And I second, third, and fourth Councilman Dutra's comment on speeding. It is the bane of everyone's existence in Watsonville. We have a lot of cars, we have a lot of people driving cars, and we have a lot of young people driving cars. And now I'll cut myself off. Okay, thank you very much. We're going to be moving on to reports to council. No action is required. Implementation of new mandatory organics. Let me look really quickly. A report out of closed session, is that later? Okay, that's later. I'll go back to you. Implementation of new mandatory organics collection program, an oral report from Public Works and Utilities Director, Mr. Dorenzo.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor, City Council, and members of the community. I'm ecstatic to be here this evening and talking trash to you. I had to put that pun out. I couldn't help myself. Before I start, I'm only going to spend 3 to 5 minutes with you, sort of a prequel to our ordinance conversation that we'll invariably have later in the evening. But before I start, I want to give a shout out. We have a fellow celebrity, not a thespian. His name is Will Smith, nonetheless. Oh. And he is our new solid waste division manager, who's been here for roughly a couple of months now. So he's in charge of rolling out the new organics operation for us. So We have a lot to say, or probably generate tons of questions, which you'll have to bite your tongue and wait till Tammy and I are back later this evening. But I did want to take a moment and just showcase our public service announcement that has gone live, and it's being broadcast through September on Telemundo and KION. So, Alejandro, if you would please show that.
They rot and produce methane gas, which when food leftovers go to the landfill, they rot and produce methane gas, which causes climate change. Make a difference by using your Green Organics cart to collect food and yard waste to turn them into compost. Keep a container in your kitchen to collect food scraps. Empty it frequently. Add yard waste and take the green cart out to the curb every week, even if it's not full. Remember, no bags or plastic of any kind are accepted. Only food and yard waste. Thank you for rescuing food from the landfill and helping reduce global warming. Learn more at cityofwatsonville.org.
Okay, so we have obviously an English and a Spanish version that is live as we speak. You may recall seeing articles and a lot of press releases at the beginning of the year that the state's organics law, short-lived climate pollution reduction strategy, aka SB 1383, went live. We have embarked on that operation, and we are in receipt right now of about 6,000 carts, 35-gallon carts, one of which is standing next to me to the right. These are being delivered as we speak. So we began the delivery throughout the community on Monday, at which time we delivered approximately 500 carts in a single day. So the rollout sequence is before you right now. We have 3 residential routes, RS 1, 2, and 3. They are not really sequentially located in town. They're a little bit peppered here and there, so it wouldn't make much sense to show the map, but we thought we would just show the dates when we will do the routes, and I'll in a moment I'll show you which neighborhoods those cover. We have sent out a mailer a week in advance to the neighborhood that is expecting to receive the cart. So the carts are being delivered to those homes that do not currently have greenway service. So that may be some of you, it may not be some of you. We have more or less 50% split around town. So half homes, residential homes already have a cart, probably a much larger cart. They probably have a 95-gallon, some 68s, but most likely a 95-gallon. This is a 35-gallon cart. The 35-gallon cart will allow you to commingle food scraps and green yard waste at the same time. So the week after that you receive the new cart is the week that your food scrap service goes live into operation. Okay, so if you haven't received the cart, then the week after you receive the letter and you already currently subscribe to Greenway Service, that is also the same week that you go live with your program. So this week we are finishing rolling out approximately 1,812 carts to single families in RS1. And then those, as I mentioned, those members of that community will be able to have the organic service collection beginning April 18th. And then we'll follow on to RS2. The following week is when that route has their food waste service going live. And then subsequently, we have the last residential route at the end of the month. And then on May 2nd, they go live with that collection. So it's a big lift for us, 6,000 carts in roughly 3 weeks' time. And at that point, we will, over the next few months, pivot to investigating our multifamily community. We have about 127 units, so that's actually the hardest part of this rollout. We will have to determine what kind of physical constraints they have, whether we can do carts there, whether we'll have to do containers, 1 or 2 yard containers. So that'll be really a challenging, this will be a cakewalk for us in respect. And then afterwards, we'll finish engaging our commercial sector who has already been doing food waste, organic recycling per SB 1826. 26. So the next slide, please. As I mentioned, this will we expect to roll this out 3 weeks. Every week incrementally is when that route has current yardway service. So by May 2nd, the entire town will be doing residential. Will be participating in the organics collection program. So, next slide, as I mentioned, RS1 covers these general areas of town. I'll just pause for a second so you can see and make sure if it affects you or not. Okay, next slide. RS2 has the following neighborhoods. And finally, RS3, the last week of April. Okay, that's it. I believe that's it. So just a few minutes to give you. I will have to take the question afterwards, Councilmember.
Could you flip through those again?
Yes, please. RS1, starting with RS1?
Yes.
Okay. Somewhat helpful, Mayor?
Yeah.
Yes?
I'm a fast reader, but that was fast.
We can
Time to
certainly
get to the
bring
bottom.
those back up as part of our ordinance conversation.
Great,
And
thank
at that point, Councilmember Garcia, I know you're chomping at the bits to ask me some questions. So if you'll hold off, we'll see you again in about an hour's time.
Yeah, I was going to say that because there's maybe some people here who are not going to be here in an hour's time. They want to see
Yeah.
us. So thank you.
Okay.
All right. Well, that was a teaser, huh? So we get a little trailer kind of going on. That's interesting. Let's move on to the consent agenda. All items appearing on the consent agenda are recommended actions which are considered to be routine and will be acted upon in one consensus motion. Any items removed will be considered immediately after the consensus motion. The mayor, me, will allow public input prior to the approval of the consent agenda. And I will move to the public now. Is there anyone here who would like to address anything on the consent agenda? Seeing no members of the public moving forward, I will come to council and ask for a motion.
I'll move the consent agenda forward.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
Thank you. We have, and any comments on the consent agenda that anyone would like to make? Seeing no comments, roll call, please.
Dutra?
Aye.
Estrada?
Aye.
Garcia?
Yes.
Hurst?
Aye.
Montesino?
Yes.
Quiroz Carter?
Aye.
And Parker?
Yes.
The motion carries.
Thank you. Okay. We do not have any items removed from the consent agenda, so we will be moving on to number 12, public hearings, ordinances, and appeals. 12A is the new public art requirements recommended by Parks and Community Services Director Kalubaquip. I'm going to get it.
You are.
I actually played it on the internet a couple times that last time, so I'm going to do it. And I'll turn it over to you.
All right. Good evening, Mayor and members of the City Council. Nick Kalubakib, Parks and Community Services Director, and I am here tonight with. Go ahead, Adriana.
Hi, I'm Adriana Flores, Senior Administrative Analyst for the Parks and Community Services Department.
Welcome.
And we are very excited to be here this evening after about a year-and-a-half journey to tonight's presentation on our new proposed Watsonville Public Art Program, also known as Percent for the Arts. So the recommendation before you tonight is, sorry, it says commission, but it should be that the council adopts a new ordinance amending the Watsonville Municipal Code by adding Chapter 20 entitled Public Art Program to Title 8. So why public art? On the screen here right now is a quote from Americans for Arts. And I think it really kind of speaks to the value that public art brings to a city and a community. And it says here, cities gain value through public art, cultural, social, and economic value. Public art is a distinguishing part of our public history and our evolving culture. It reflects and reveals our society, adds meaning to our cities, and uniqueness to our communities. Public art humanizes the built environment and invigorates public spaces. It provides an intersection between past, present, and future, between disciplines, and between ideas. We've got another quote here as well, and I feel like this really helps to articulate kind of how public art really ties into creating a community that we want to see here in Watsonville. And this comes from Metris Arts Consulting through a study that was funded through the University of Florida. And it says that healthy, equitable communities are places that create the condition for all people to reach their optimal well-being, such as access to safe neighborhoods, good jobs, homes, and schools. Healthy, equitable communities are places with strong social cohesion. Place-based arts and cultural strategies can uniquely contribute to the formation of this social cohesion. So the purpose of this new kind of strategy and public arts program are really to create kind of 4 systems and cultural shifts here in the city of Watsonville. The first is kind of moving from a place of kind of thinking about art for art's sake, as art as really a vehicle to create, again, kind of community unity, engagement, and overall community well-being. It's moving from a place as kind of art, again, for art's sake, as art as a driver for economic development. From city government view of art as something that's kind of nice to have to something that is a must-have for all. And then finally, moving from a place where access to art is just is a privilege for some to access to art as a right for all of our community members. So to provide a little of background on how we got to where we are today, back in 2004, and this kind of goes back to our most kind of recent history in terms of what we were able to dig up in terms of art-related kind of ordinances or actions that were taken by the city council in at least the past 20 years or so. So in 2004, the city council adopted a mural policy that really just dictated the types of murals and a process for murals to be installed in the public view within the city of Watsonville. In 2010, back then when the redevelopment agency was still around, the council and the RDA approved public art guidelines that kind of just furthered the mural policy that was developed in 2004, and then appropriated $50,000 from the RDA to support public art. That following year in 2011, the council and the RDA approved a 2-year public art plan that really kind of spelled out how that $50,000 would be spent. But then, as we all know, in 2012, all RDAs in California were dissolved, and with that, the public art funding that was put into place, along with the plan that was developed just the year previously. So really, just as public art was starting to gain traction through the money that was set aside through the RDA, that the plan kind of fell apart. So fast forward to 2019, we in the Parks and Community Services Department were tasked with reviving the city's public art program, and we've really kind of taken that approach in 2 steps. So if the council recalls, back in 2019, we implemented what we are calling kind of phase 1 of our public art program. And phase 1 involved and really focused on community-initiated public art projects. So art projects that were initiated and funded not by the city, but by members of our community or businesses or organizations within our community. So funding examples of those types of art could include private investment, donations, or grant funding. Again, kind of primarily focused on art that was not funded by the city. We put into place also a process to approve and really just move forward art that was placed on especially locations that weren't owned by the city. And so that process included a fee for art that was placed on privately owned commercial spaces only. So there is no fee, or there was no fee, and there currently is no fee for applications that come through for art that's placed on public spaces, city buildings, and rights of way. Again, that fee currently only applies to privately owned commercial spaces that are visible from public spaces or rights of way. So the process that was implemented by the council and kind of enacted by the Parks and Recreation Commission back in 2019, really just outlines that when there's a piece of public art that is proposed by anyone in the community, there's an application that's filled out, and then it's forwarded to Parks and Community Services staff for initial review, and then it's brought to the Parks and Recreation Commission for approval. So tonight brings us to phase 2, and this is where I think Adriana and I and many of the folks here in the room tonight are definitely very excited about. And this is where we get to city-initiated public art projects. So this phase really focuses on art that's either fully or at least partially city-funded, that are placed in public spaces, city buildings, and rights-of-ways, and also includes kind of a process for procuring funds to be able to pay for art that the city funds. And with that said, I'm going to pass it to Adriana.
Once again, good evening, Mayor and City Council members. Adriana Flores. So like Nick said, we're very excited to bring this phase 2, our Percent for the Arts proposed ordinance of the public art program. It establishes the guidelines for how the city will procure and implement public art. It will also create a funding mechanism to support the arts in the city. We are proposing to establish a city ordinance for the Watsonville Public Art Program that will establish a cultural fund, create a development fee that will go directly to this cultural fund, and that the ordinance will define how the funds in the cultural fund are spent. Art programs exist all over the country, including 48 cities in California alone. And locally, there are similar programs already in place in neighboring jurisdictions. For example, the County of Santa Cruz, as you can see on the chart on your screen, has a 2% cost of total eligible county construction costs. For public projects, there is no fee for private development. City of Capitola has 2% total building valuation or 1% in lieu for construction over $250,000 for private development, and just a 2% for total eligible city construction costs for public projects. City of Santa Cruz and City of Salinas, just like the County of Santa Cruz, has no fee for private development, but City of Santa Cruz does have a 2% total eligible city construction costs. And City of Salinas has a 0.5% of total eligible city construction costs with a maximum of $50,000 per project, annual maximum of $100,000 total. And here in the city, we're proposing a 0.25% total building valuation for construction over $500,000 and remodels over $250,000, and no fee for public projects. The proposed fee will be 0.25% of the total building permit construction valuation, not including the cost to acquire the land, and would have a cap of $75,000 per project. It will apply to the following: for residential projects, any new residential development project of 5 or more units. For all other, for example, commercial, industrial, and public building development projects with a building valuation of $500,000 or more, and for remodels that have a valuation of $250,000 or more. Program allocation, or the fee, would not apply to nonprofit performing arts and museum spaces or remodels for earthquake rehabilitation. If the allocation for development project is less than $75,000, then the applicant pays the public art program allocation directly into the cultural fund. If the allocation for a project is $75,000 or more, the applicant, or excuse me, $75,000, the applicant can choose one of the following 4 options. They can choose to pay directly into the public art program cultural fund. They can choose to commission original artwork for the applicant's development project. They can choose to donate artwork to the city, or they can choose to incorporate a cultural facility in their development project. This could be a space for performing arts or a space to display visual art within their project. The proposed ordinance says that the cultural fund could be used in the following ways. It can be used to acquire, commission, design, or install artwork by the city. It can be used to care and maintain the artwork, to support or sponsor performing arts. It can be used to acquire and improve property that will display artwork or conduct performing arts activities. It can also be used for any cost of administering the program or for any other city-produced cultural program. The process for use of the funds would be collected, would be to develop a public arts master plan. To do this, we would use a community engagement process to identify the community's needs and funding for each possible use of funds. The approval for projects would be set by a community advisory committee or an artist selection panel. Then it would go to the Parks and Recreation Commission for approval. If an appeal would be necessary, those would come to the City Council. And the implementation of the Arts Master Plan would be overseen by the Parks and Recreation Commission. This slide shows what impacts the 0.25% fee would have. It equates to similar developer fees already in place, such as fire, water, and sewer impact fees. The yearly revenue would depend on how much development happens within the city that year. As an example, we've taken the revenue the fee would have brought in if it was in place in 2021. And as you can tell, there's 341,500 payments that would have directly been made to the cultural fund from projects for which this the art program allocation would have been less than 75,000. And then 75,000 is estimated as what the public art potentially on private property for a total value of investment in the arts of 416,500. This is just an example of if this fee would have been implemented in 2021 of the revenue that would have come in. Staff has worked closely with both Watsonville artist community and developers to discuss these trends to draft the proposed ordinance. Parks and Community Services staff held a stakeholder meeting on September 13th, 2021 with local artists and developers for an initial review of the draft and to set the stage for future community meetings. This stakeholder meeting was attended by 11 artists and developers. Following that stakeholder meeting, a community meeting was held on September 30th, 2021 to inform the public about these efforts and solicit additional feedback. There were 25 community members in attendance. Staff also reached out to a list of local developers with an invitation to meet with city staff to discuss the proposed ordinance and answer questions. Staff met with 2 developers. And staff from the Arts Council of Santa Cruz County provided technical support and consultation for the planning and implementation of these engagement efforts. Throughout these meetings, staff received generally positive feedback with a large support from the effort of developing sustainable funding for both visual and performing arts, with an emphasis on uplifting historically underrepresented voices in our community and increasing the presence and funding for art and forms created and led by underrepresented artists. Staff has made this presentation and brought this item before the Planning Commission for a public hearing on March 1st, and it was unanimously recommended. Staff's recommendation of a 0.25%. We also brought this item before the Parks and Recreation Commission on March 7th, and there was a unanimous recommendation of staff's recommendation with the recommendation of a 1.5% fee. And our recommendation tonight is that the council adopt a new ordinance amending the Watsonville Municipal Code by adding Chapter 20 entitled Public Art Program to Title 8. And if you have any questions, we'd love to answer them.
Put my mic on. Councilwoman Garcia.
Yes. Okay, the Parks and Recs recommended 1.5, but you're recommending how much?
We're recommending 0.25%.
0.25.
Correct. So it's 0.25%.
So they recommended more.
Yes. Yep.
Okay. My first question, affordable housing developments will also going to have to pay a fee. My question is, will that fee be the same rate as commercial development or less?
The way that the ordinance is currently written, affordable housing units would pay the same as anyone else. So commercial developments and all regular market rate residential development as well would also be 0.25%.
Okay, okay. Who would staff the Wattsville Public Arts Program?
That would be our department. But so as Adriana mentioned, also funds from the fees that are collected can also be used for administration. So the hope is that as funds come in and as the need arises, we'd be able to hire additional teammates to assist with the administrative pieces
That's
of
what I
the program.
suspected. You'd need more staff. Okay. That concludes my questions.
Thank you. Do we have any other clarifying questions from Councilman Dutra?
Thank you. Thank you for the presentation. How will you determine who would get the funding? Like, there are a lot of different art programs throughout the community, and I'm sure a lot of them would want to have the funding. And since it's $340,000, it seems like, how would you determine who gets what?
Yeah, I think that's a great question. So what we've talked about with our local artists throughout this entire conversation is that our first kind of action would be, once there's money in the account from this fee, would be to create a public arts master plan that we'd work with the community on creating, that would help us determine how to split up the pie. It would help us, I think, one, determine potential locations for physical public art to be placed throughout the community, and what types of art could be placed in those locations. It will also, I think, help us determine, what percentage will be spent on performing arts, whether that's, kind of one-time performances in the plaza or for rehearsals and that sort of thing. I think, there's been a lot of discussion also about using some of this funding to help support an ongoing kind of art center. So this funding, I think has a lot of kind of leeway in that it can be used for capital dollars. So it could be used for the building or the renovation of an art center. It could also be used for the staffing of a facility like that. And I think how that money gets distributed and by what proportions would really kind of stem from kind of an overall public input process through the development of a public arts master plan.
Okay, thank you. And that comes from the city making that decision?
Well, from the city with a conversation with the community.
Okay.
I mean, we would bring that master plan to the council for final approval. So yes, I mean, I think in technicality, yeah, like the city would
the voice
put the final stamp on.
Good.
Yeah.
And my final question is: it sounds like you can bypass this cultural fund by implementing art into your projects. Do you see many developers just maybe putting a piece of art up to avoid the fund, and then the fund not actually getting the amount of money that we're forecasting it to have?
Yeah, I think that could be a possibility. The way that the ordinance is written is that you only have that option if your fee is $75,000 or more. So for smaller developments, that's not even an option for developers to consider. So yes, I think there's definitely a possibility that some of those larger developments may make that decision to incorporate art instead. But when they do that, the art that they install has to be of the same value that their fee would be.
Well, I mean, if you're an artist, I'd be like, it's worth more, right?
Sure.
Thank you.
All right, Mayor Pro Tem Montesino?
And just to piggyback on that, is there going to be some guidance in a private developer putting some already is, something that they want to put down versus what the community wants to see? Is there guidance?
Yeah, so there is some language in the proposed ordinance that speaks to that in terms of access. If a developer is going to install art on their location, it needs to be accessible to the public and there's, I can't remember the exact parameters that the ordinance sets, but it has to be a certain number of hours per day. And then all of those proposed art projects would still go through the same approval process as any other public art piece that currently comes in for approval. So developers would still need to submit what they're proposing to the Parks and Community Services Department, and then we bring that to the Parks and Recreation Commission for approval.
Thank you.
Quick question. How long do you think it's going to take to have the public input on the Public Arts Master Plan?
I think we haven't quite thought that far ahead yet.
Because I'm just thinking, the money sits there until the plan is formatted and brought to us, right? Is that correct?
That's correct.
And then we approve, and then you can start moving on the money that's accruing.
Correct. Although it'll cost some money to create the plan also.
Right. So how long do you think it might take?
I'd say, probably a good 6 months or so to get through kind of a thorough process and conversation with
Start planning.
holders.
That's good. Okay, any other, Councilman Estrada?
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you both for your presentation. 0.25 and 1.5 is quite a gap. And I guess my question is just if it'd be part of the master plan or some sort of like mechanism, but can we revisit the 0.25? Like if it's in a couple of years, we feel like we can ask for more, will there be the flexibility to do that?
Definitely. I think we can always come back to the council with a new proposal for a new fee.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Seeing no other questions from council at this time, we're going to go out to the public. Do we have anybody from the public who would like to address this issue?
I most certainly would.
Thank you.
Steve Trujillo from District 7, your district, Ari.
Sure.
Well, Nick, I think it's a wonderful plan, but here's what I want you to consider. As far as subject of art, the Audubon Society recognized 203 types of birds in December. Whether it's two-dimensional on a wall, or whether it's three-dimensional in metal or some other form of sculpture, we need to consider that we are a place for the birds. We are. This is Pajaro Valley. We need to, in preparation for what I hope is going to become a city aviary, and yes, I've dropped this to you more than once, and I'm going to go back to it repeatedly until you do it. We need to prepare the public to accept the fact that birds are an important part of the community, even though they can't vote and they can't talk necessarily. Well, few can, but not many. They are what brings people to experience the beautiful Pajaro Valley, so well named. And I do believe that I'd like Nick, if you would bring this to the rest of your staff, as part of preparation for a potential city aviary, to have bird art along with the other forms of art, because they are beautiful and they are a part of our community. And if there are 203 species found in this community by the Audubon Society, by golly, we need to recognize them and get the public to understand they're an important part of our ecology. They're an important part of our environment. They need to be protected. They need to be celebrated. They need to be preserved. They need to be public so that the students, the young people, Mommy, what's that on the wall? Can find out and learn why they're important and why they matter. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mayor, may I interrupt?
Yes, our clerk has something to say to us.
I'm going to make an announcement for those that are in need of interpretation services. Para todas las personas que están aquí que necesiten ayuda para interpretar en español, tenemos un intérprete en la caseta. Por favor, vayan para allá, hay una caja y ahí pueden agarrar un aparato para utilizar el servicio de interpretación. Si obtiene uno, lo ponen en el canal 0 para tener interpretación en español. Y si ocupa nomás ayuda para oír un poco más recio, lo ponen en el canal 1. Está la caseta ahí con Carlos, que está aquí en la puerta, y los aparatos están ahí disponibles si los gusta usar. Gracias.
Thank you very much. All right, if you'd please state your name and the district that you're from.
Sure. Good evening, council members and staff and artists. My name is Mireya Gomez Contreras. I happily live in District 2 in Councilmember Quiroz Carter's district. I'm actually going to just, if I may say, I'm going to speak a little slowly so that our interpreter can actually catch everything for our folks listening in Spanish. I get paid to do administrative work for the arts through Arts Council Santa Cruz County. I'm the deputy director there. I have deep roots in Watsonville. I was born here, raised in Mexico from when I was 1 to 7 years old. I'm raising my 2 babies here now, Camila and Sergio. My daughter's learning to play the ukulele at a brand new class down the street. She's learning to sing, and I'm so glad that at her age I can put her in those classes. I am here to not only support, of course, the ordinance, but to encourage you to consider something a little higher than 0.25. And I want to share a very quick story about why I believe that and I want to encourage you strongly to consider that. And I'm glad to see that there's already interest on the part of some of you to look at something a little higher than the 0.25% fee. So art has gotten me through good times and bad times and better times. And I'll start with the better times, which is today. My hands are sweaty because I really care about this issue, and I always get nervous when I'm speaking about something I feel really passionate about. Those are the better times. The bad time is when my father died. I was in high school, and my entry point to the arts was literary art. So I brought half of the journals that I wrote in when I was in high school. The day after my dad died, I started walking home, and halfway home, I realized I didn't live there anymore. So I started writing, and that's what got me through. Now I'm a great grant writer. I can bring in $400,000 grants, federal grants. I think I'm a good public speaker. I dance in public, like at the 16th of September activities, and I support the arts and I purchase art. And so that all for me came through beginning with my love for literary art. So those are a little bit of the reasons why I'm encouraging you to not only support the ordinance, but also hopefully vote for a little bit higher fee. Thank you so much for your support of the arts in general.
Thank you. So I just want to remind everybody, because we have a big, long line of people, we have a 2-minute, 2 minutos, and that little bell will go off. Please state your name and the district you're from. Thank you.
Veronica Leon, District 3. Buenas noches, good evening. As a resident of Watsonville, as a dancer, and as a board member of the Arts Council of Santa Cruz County, I'm here to ask for your support for this ordinance. My formation as an artist, as a dancer of Mexican folk traditional music and dance, started more than 30 years ago, thanks to some great artists and educators in the community, many of them are here tonight, who shared their knowledge with myself and other children with very little resources and oftentimes with no institutional support. And 30, 40 years later, the same thing stands across our community. So as a city, we cannot rely only on organizations to fully fund the arts in our community. I think one thing that has resulted out of this pandemic that has led us to this virtual world that we live in has been the wide visibility of these great, talented artists, individual artists, and arts organizations and arts efforts. But as a city, we need to promote and keep supporting that effort and that development. So as we slowly transition back to some sort of normalcy in our world, we need to find ways to keep supporting this effort. And we also need to send a message to our community that we care for the arts, we care about the impact that the arts has in individuals, in the residents of Watsonville in this case, and in the community at large. So supporting this effort, this Percent for the Arts, will provide and will secure this funding that our community needs. So I urge you to support this. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome.
Putting a timer here. Good evening. I am Graciela Vega. Thank you, Council and
and the wonderful presentation tonight. I am in District 7, but I grew up in District 2, so I feel affinity with both. I'm the niece of mariachi musicians from Purépero, Michoacán. My uncle, when he was a campesino here in Watsonville, he also played the saxophone. He was a mariachi. He played here in Watsonville, and he took first place in the Amateo, and he would recall, I remember I was in the plaza, and I took first place, and that was over 50 years ago. And he spoke that with such beautiful memory. I'm also the niece of a ballet folklórico dancer in Michoacán. She does traditional dancing, so my family's in Purépero, Michoacán, dance traditionally. So I am supportive of the arts because in Purépero, and even in my family, doing cultural artesanías, doing dance and singing in the church is something that we live in our family. Dancing is something that happens in my family. And I think that I see Watsonville as a family, and I think that bringing the arts will bring us all together even more, especially with the tragedy that happened last week. Whether we make bird sculptures, whether we do dances in the plaza or at the Mello Center or at our future location for the arts building. I think that it's going to bring unity, and it's going to create a beautiful space. Watsonville will bring even more beauty to the natural beauty that we have here and the beauty that is in our hearts of each and every one of you. Because when you're making policy, you are making black and white art. And I want to thank you. And I want to thank you with making a yes to even raising the fee more than what's being recommended. So thank you for your time.
Welcome.
Hello, my name is Monica Galvan, and I am from District 4 and 3, in between. So I am a local artist and the founder and director of a nonprofit, Arte de Corazón. As someone with dyslexia and memory delays due to my years of having epilepsy as a child, art has always been the subject that makes the most sense to me. It has given me the drive to become my best self and to communicate with the world in ways I never felt possible. I, like many adult artists here in Watsonville, went off to university and returned home after because this is where my heart is. Up to this point in time, the artist community here in Watsonville has yet to have the support it's needed to thrive. I started Arte de Corazón because I saw we as artists needed to come together and build a community. And since then, I, along with a team of local creatives, have worked to bring the arts to our community with very little funding. My experience with Arte de Corazón has been the most enriching to my soul. As I have gotten to know many local talented artists and community members in all the different areas that we've had our markets in. I ask that you approve this public arts program so that our community can experience the value of the arts in abundance and grow to see their own artistic potential. And I too would recommend a higher percentage going towards this. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Welcome.
Good evening. My name is Valeria Miranda, and I'm wearing two hats. I'm the executive director of Pajaro Valley Arts in District 2, and I'm also, my other hat that I'm wearing tonight is as a board member of the Arts Council Santa Cruz County. And I'm here to recommend also a higher percentage. What I feel very passionate about comes from, it's about sustainability for the arts. I grew up in a Latin American country that was very blessed to have art supported by the government. I come from a poor family and would not have had the access that I had, and to become a dancer if it wasn't for that. So I feel deeply about the importance of support, for the arts that comes from, from public sources. And what really makes me very, very passionate right now is the sustainability that funding for the arts can bring for local community, not only from the perspective of having various opportunities such as public art, performances, etc., but it's the difference that it makes in the arts of those folks that are receiving services that are being employed. So it's a big factor in economic development when local artists and artisans are employed, when tickets are sold for performances. So the more that the fund can bring to make those, to guarantee livelihood for local artists, I think it's a really important aspect to support. So thank you.
Thank you. Welcome.
Thank you. Buenas tardes todos. My name is Cristal Gonzalez Avila, born and raised in Watsonville. I grew up first generation Chicana among the berries and apple fields of the Pajaro Valley. So much of who I am in my practice as a storyteller is rooted in this community. My inspiration comes from the stories told in the back of my mom's Ford Taurus by recent arrived paisanos we picked up outside the Esperanza Meat Market on the ride home to share a bowl of frijoles and taco de queso. My creative practice has been turning my mom's walker, the one she used to drag her feet throughout my childhood, into my weapon in my writing and use it as a prop in my plays to elevate her story. I am privileged to continue to serve Watsonville as a teaching artist, interfacing and collaborating with our children. While working with YCP, I've come to witness hilarious, joyful, painful, spooky, and heartbreaking stories from our children. They too are seeking additional tools to express themselves and explain the world around them. One example I would like to share is of a second grader who was hesitant during my acting workshop to fully engage in the exercises. The workshop ended with a simple exercise, storytelling with an object. Time was limited and I only had enough for one more story. She leaped into the opportunity and grabbed a tortillera. She held it in her lap and stared at it for a few minutes. Her peers began to encourage her. Tú puedes, just say something. We all sat in silence, witnessing her breath and feeling the waves of emotions that had taken over the room. She slowly lifted the object to her chest y comenzó a llorar. We all recognized that cry. She let out a big sigh. I asked her if she wanted to say anything. She placed the object back in the circle and whispered, I already did. And she had, in her way, she told her story. Her silence said more than words could. We all recognized her vibrations because we could reflect our own experiences. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome.
Welcome. Thank you. The power of the arts. Good evening, Mayor Parker and members of the council. My name is Jim Brown, and I serve as the Executive Director of Arts Council, Santa Cruz County. I just want to start by thanking the staff of the Parks and Rec Department for their dedication to this work and for the time and energy and thoughtfulness that they put into it, and to all the people who've showed up to speak on behalf of the arts tonight. Just a brief hit of my story. There was a time in my life when I was much smaller, when I would never have even considered standing up at a podium like this in a public forum. And it was the arts that really created an opportunity to me, an opening to step into a larger part of myself. Through that door, I walked into community and ultimately into leadership and into the position that I'm in today. That's why I work in the arts, because I want to make sure that other people have that transformative moment, that transformative opportunity to step into a larger version of themselves. Watsonville is a culturally rich and in many ways historically neglected community, especially in the arts. The Arts Council has been a part of that neglect over its 43-year history, but I'm proud to say that in the past 4 years, we've really shifted things and began directing more grant resources and more of our program opportunities to Watsonville and the Latino community. And I would like to ask the council today to join the Arts Council in investing more resources in the arts in this community. It will pay off. It'll pay off in a more beautiful community, a more connected and vibrant community. It'll pay off in lives like mine that were changed. And it'll pay off economically because the arts can be a huge economic driver in a community. I also would like to recommend that you vote in support of the staff recommendation or higher, whatever, at a number that you feel like is possible within the political context. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome.
Hi, my name is Maximiana Barraza. I live in District 1 and I dance with Los Cocuyos.
Hi, my name is Ishel Barraza and I also dance.
Folklorico is important to us because it connects us to our culture. It makes us feel confident and it boosts our self-esteem. It makes me feel proud to be part of this community and it makes me proud of my culture. It kind of makes me feel alive.
It was very difficult to find a place to dance that was affordable, especially after COVID.
We would like the board to support the Public Arts Program Ordinance because we currently need a place to practice. We don't have a place to practice right now.
Couldn't use our shoes and it made performances difficult because we weren't used to using our shoes. And because of COVID, we lost the only place we had to practice.
We haven't been able to practice in 2 years, and I haven't been able to get the clothes I need to practice. That's why I'm only wearing a hat today. I hope you please pass this ordinance. Thank you.
Thank you both. Welcome.
Good evening. My name is Gabriel Barraza. I'm the proud parent of these 2 children, and I live in District 1. Art is the expression of the human spirit. It's something that any human being can do, whether it's singing, dancing, drawing, painting, storytelling, acting. You know, we see art in our architecture. We see it all over the community. It's a part of everyone's life, whether they know it or not. I happen to have a degree in public administration, and so during my classes, it was drilled in to us that the budget is a reflection of the community's values, of the values of the government and the people in the city. Supporting the arts is crucial to so many people because it's a way that they can express themselves. Nick had said that we don't want art for art's sake, and there has been historically the concentration of art into the hands of people who can afford to do it. Because to a lot of people, art is a commodity. But it is not a commodity. It is, like I said, the expression of the human spirit. And in the place of, private donors and people who maybe wish to share their art, we need to publicly fund arts programs so that it is accessible to everyone, rich and poor, and so that it, is able to affect the community at large. And so I am hoping that you guys support this ordinance, and as other people have said, engage the fee that you guys see most appropriate that will get the maximum amount of dollars to people who need to do that to express themselves.
Thank you very much. Welcome.
Good evening. My name is Lourdes Barraza, and I'm the proud mother of these two kids. And I grew up in Watsonville. I wasn't born in Watsonville, but I grew up in Watsonville, and, I was a dancer all my life, and it was really hard to find a place to dance. That's the one thing. Like, there's sports you could find anywhere, other things you could find, but there wasn't a place. And I wanted my kids to be part of that, and luckily they were interested in it. And so when I was part of a previous group, just trying to find a place where we could dance was really difficult. And we didn't have the funds. The families that were part of the group could barely afford, the costumes, because the costumes are very expensive, and the group didn't provide them. And so each family had to buy their own. And, as was said previously, I don't think the art should be just for people who can afford it. There's a lot of people in Watsonville who want to be part of this. Anytime anybody knows that my kids dance, they ask me where. So it's something the community wants. It's just we don't have a place for it. And the places that we have them, like I asked schools for the cafeteria, to use their cafeterias. I was asking everywhere. And even those places are not suitable because, as my daughter said, if you can't see yourself, what you're doing, then you don't know if you're doing it right. You can't correct mistakes. If you can't wear the shoes, and when you perform, it's uncomfortable. And so we really need a place like what's being proposed tonight, because the kids, especially kids, really need that. And as a psychologist, there's so many studies that show how much the arts, any kind of art, whether it's painting, drawing, singing, dancing, how much it really heals the soul. And in fact, they did studies with people who lived over 100 years old. And the thing that they had in common is they all did something they loved. Most of them had to do with the arts. So I really hope that you pass this ordinance just for the good of the community. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome.
Hi, thank you, Mayor and City Council, and I want to also thank Nick and his staff at the Parks and Rec for their work. My name is Janet Johns. I came to Watsonville in 1978 as a brand new teacher, and I feel blessed that I came here because a couple years later, I wrote my first grant for Esperanza del Valle, which I am the artistic director for our folklorico dance company in 1980 with the Arts Council, and we've been going strong since then. When I think about this time period in Watsonville, this is such an exciting time because for so many years we've been looking for a home. And I feel like this is the time, this is the catalyst. And you as the City Council can really make that difference for all of the artists in Watsonville. This is a rich community, rich in artists. I can't even tell you how many people have come through Esperanza del Valle, either as dancers or students or audience members, but we are coming back to the Mello Center, and I want to thank Nick's department and the City of Watsonville because we're coming back to the Mello in June, mid-June, for the first time in a long time because of finances. So we're back, and we're never going to leave. We're still, a lot of the roots of our company are in this room, and I really appreciate your support for the arts, and this is the time. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Welcome.
So, my name is Ruby Vasquez, and I am in District 3. And I also want to thank Nick and his staff for bringing this forth. Also want to just show my support for the higher percentage and not have to hassle with coming back in the future for a larger amount. I also want to express a little bit of concerns with some of the questions that were asked about, if the development doesn't want to pay the tax and wants to put up their own artwork. I have a little concern with that too. So I would have loved to have seen that taken out. And I voiced that at one of the meetings, but it's still in there. But anyhow, I just, I brought something because I look at this every night in my hallway. And it's a picture. You probably can't see it that well, but it's a picture of two 5-year-old kids who had the fortune of being born and raised in Watsonville when we were here as younger people, and we had the fortune of participating in the Penny Club. And the Penny Club was the place where I was able to express myself as an artist, and I grew to become a folklorico dancer, assistant director now to our adult group Esperanza del Valle, and instructor to Estrellas de Esperanza, our children and youth group, over 15 years in our community. But, you know, the Penny Club, many of us who went through the Penny Club and had that opportunity to learn music and dance, went on to become public servants. Many of us became educators and other professions that truly serve our community. Again, we need a space like that, so knowing that some of these funds could go towards an art center is exciting to hear. So please support it, and we'll see those artists come back to our community and other professions.
Thank you very much. Welcome.
Good evening, Council. My name is Alex Santana. I'm not in a district. I'm outside of city limits, but I've been born and raised and lived my entire life in Watsonville. The last time I had the opportunity to stand at the podium in support of the arts, I shared that my exposure to visual and performing arts as youth enriched my life in outstanding ways. I participated in 2 Baile Folklorico youth dance groups from the ages of 11 all the way to 17. Who can you say as a teenager can dedicate that much time to one thing? Dedicating over 4 hours a week to traditions and forms of expression were seldomly taught in schools. Today, in support of the percentage of the arts, I'd like to share a second benefit that I received from my arts exposure, which I realized later on in life, and that was marketing, branding, budgeting, and project management. Supporting the arts goes beyond just passive evenings with friends and family. It's an opportunity for business development. For youth, seeing that they can monetize their creativity opens an entirely new career path that they're probably not taught in schools. We all need a way to express ourselves, whether it's visual or performance art. It's all an investment, and I support the higher percentage. We've, as performing arts organizations, as individual artists, we've all kind of had to fight for the same pot of money and had to scrape the barrel as much as possible in order to survive. And so we have very limited funding, very limited opportunities for resources. And so I encourage you all to support the percentage for the arts and also aim a little bit higher. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome.
Thank you, Mayor Parker and council members. Adam Bolaño Scout here tonight as a musician and music teacher, violinist with the symphony, mariachi, and a music teacher of students here in Watsonville. I think the students and the people of Watsonville deserve at least 1% of this fee, and that we should aim higher. I have a feeling there's a lot of money that wants to come to Watsonville, whether it's on the periphery or downtown. So I think as my encouragement would be that the council raise the bar and understand everything that the speakers have said about the benefits of the arts, whether it's to a path to something else or to celebrate our culture and humanity. It deserves at least 1%. So thank you for hearing us and look forward to it.
Thank you very much. Welcome.
Thank you. Thank you for having us today, Ms. Parker, Mayor Parker, and council. Thank you, Nick, for your presentation too, and your staff. I just wanted to...
you want to tell us your name, even though I know
my
it?
name is Providence Martinez Alanis, and I'm in District 3. And I just wanted to tell you many things that everybody already said, so I don't want to repeat myself, and I don't want to sound like a broken record, so I just, I want you to support this arts ordinance because I have danced folklorico before, and with Graciela Vega, and it was a therapy for me, and it really helped me get out of my depression. And it's a really, any kind of art, even drawing or writing, everything that has to do with art is really therapeutical. So if you support this, it will only be a positive thing for the city. And we need more positive things happening around here. We need more spaces for art, especially for folklorico dancers. Because sometimes there's there's issues we can't find a spot to be able to practice. So I hope that that also becomes available. So please support it.
Thank you. Welcome.
Hello, good evening, council members, mayor, staff. My name is Consuelo Alba Spire. I live in District 5. I was born and raised in Mexico City, and my chosen home is Watsonville. Literally, half of my life has been in Mexico City and half of my life in Watsonville. And I love this community because it's a community of artists. As you can see, many of us are here. And this is what compelled me to move here and to start working. I'm the co-founder and executive director of the Watsonville Film Festival. We just celebrated our 10th anniversary last month. And it has been a labor of love for many of us. And I just have to say that the inspiration to do this work comes from groups like Esperanza del Valle, White Hawk, Taiko, Watsonville Taiko, many artists, dancers, musicians, muralists like El Maestro Guillermo Aranda, who have made this city beautiful despite all the odds. Despite, I get emotional because there has been so little support from the city to do this incredible work for generations. And despite of that, here we are celebrating this beautiful community and all these wonderful contributions. This is a very exciting opportunity. I'm very grateful to Nick and her staff for presenting this opportunity for the city to show the support for the arts. It's the best investment the city can make in the community, the artists, because we all know the benefits. We all know that when we talk about economic development, the arts are there. When we talk about mental health and social cohesion, the arts are there. So it's really important that that we have dedicated funds for the arts. One more thing I want to say also is I'm very proud to be also a member of the Arts Council Santa Cruz County, and I'm very proud of the work we have been doing to support Watsonville more, and I invite you, City Council, to do the same. And please say yes to this art ordinance.
Thank you very much. Welcome.
My name is Alan Hicks. Well, I don't live in Watsonville. I've been very involved in the community in the last 15 years or so. One of the things is founding board member of the Watsonville Film Festival and a significant contributor each year. Also to Watsonville Brillante, Kathleen Quacchetti in the back. Is doing an incredible job over on the parking structure. Really high quality stuff. Also a big contributor to that. Also was involved in the Peace and Unity March. I was chair from 2014 to 2016. I might want to talk to Vanessa about that, possibly reviving it. But I think the time has come to substantially support the arts in the community. Like Consuelo said, it's been like a labor of love for most of the people involved in the arts in Watsonville, but a tremendous contribution. And you can see it gaining momentum from the Santa Cruz Arts Council to the Pajaro Valley Arts developing the Porter Building. And from another angle, that nobody from the developer community has been here, but so I also have a background from my family has been involved in land development in Santa Clara Valley. And so that's come to an inheritance partially to me. So I've been working with the George Ao and his family to possibly look for investments, commercial investments in Watsonville. We'd like to support the arts. And I don't think the 0.25% is very much of a burden for developers. So I think you could raise it, I don't know to what, but nobody from the developer community has been here. But anyway, thank you.
Thank you very much, Alan. Welcome.
Buenas noches,
Bienvenidos.
distinguidos miembros del Concilio de la ciudad de Watsonville. Mi nombre es Alicia de Trinidad. Vivo en el Distrito 7, 611 Tarot Avenue, apartamento 30, Watsonville, California.
Thank you.
Vengo a hablar de cultura y también de las fiestas patrias de Watsonville. Tenemos 2 largos años de gran estrés, casi todo. No me van a decir de que solo yo o solo usted, no. Todos, niños, ancianos, jóvenes, de todo. Hemos sufrido muchísimo y necesitamos actividades en la comunidad de que desarrollen la cultura, el arte, la cerámica, la música, el baile, los vestidos bordados bonitos, todo lo que es cultura. Watsonville es una ciudad agrícola, pero también necesitamos distracción. Necesitamos que los niños se alegren, que coman fuera de la casa y qué actividades hace la comunidad cuando tiene fiestas patrias. Pues tener comida, bailes, música, todo eso alegra a la comunidad, a los ancianos. He visto ancianos como yo ahí bailando con la anciana. Es alegrísimo, los niños gozan. Entonces, si somos maestros, lo que seamos en la comunidad, debemos de fomentar el arte, la cultura y todo lo que es distracción. La comunidad necesita mucha distracción. Gracias.
Gracias.
Honorable members of the City Council of the City of Watsonville, I am Alicia de Trinidad. I live on District 7, 611 Tuttle Avenue, apartment 30, here in Watsonville, California. I came to talk to you about culture and also to talk about Fiestas Patrias of Watsonville. It's been 2 long years, and we've been through a lot of stress, all of us. No one can tell me that it's just a few, that I'm the only one or you may be the only one under stress. All of us, children, senior citizens, everyone, we have suffered a lot, and we need to have more activities in our city, activities that will develop culture, art, ceramics, music, dance, fabrics, everything that refers to culture. Watsonville, it's a farm working community, but we also need distractions. We need that our children be happy, that they do something, that they go outside the house and eat something. And what do they do in the community when we have Fiestas Patrias here? When we have those celebrations, we have food, we have dances, music. And all of that makes people happy. It makes our senior citizens happy. I've seen old people like me, and she's dancing with another senior citizen. It's nice to see couples like that. Our children have fun. And if we are teachers, or whatever we do in our community, we need to encourage art, culture, and everything that refers to distractions. Our community needs a lot of distractions. Thank you very much.
Bravo, Carlos. That was very good. Thank you. You got all the details. Welcome.
Good evening, City Council, Mayor. I live in 663 Bronte Avenue, and then I don't know who's representing me. Oh, nice to meet you. Okay.
Oh, we've met a couple times, but
Okay.
good to see you again.
Okay, the only thing I've been in Watsonville for 55 years. I come for vacations because my father he's come in tandem braceros, and then they fix the paper for us, and then came for vacations, and then I stayed here when I was 14 years old. I went to the Penny Club, and then I went to dances with Florencia Chaboya. He passed away. And then that community is not only Hispanics, Japanese, Portuguese, Chinese. It's like a rainbow. Okay, myself, I'm former a striker during the strike here. I survived, okay? And then I support her from pass the resolution to approve the arts. My brother, he's an artist. I see Watsonville for so many changes. First of all, county workers, it was capital of the frozen food. When the free trade came, thanks to Ronald Reagan, made a free trade and take the jobs out of the country. Like I said, I support her to encourage, approve the arts. I say thank you very much, and don't forget Fiestas Patrias, because I was member for the Fiestas Patrias, and nice to meet you, that you represent me.
You betcha.
Muito obrigado. Parabéns.
Thank you. Bienvenidos.
Buenas noches, mi nombre es Sandy Méndez y bueno, yo viví en México durante 28 años, me casé, mi esposo es nacido aquí en Watsonville, entonces vinimos aquí a vivir, tuvimos nuestros 3 hijos y pues en un principio decidimos que yo iba a cuidar de ellos en mi casa. Sabemos que es muy difícil sobrellevar una familia cuando solamente una persona trabaja fuera para traer el ingreso, y nosotros lo platicamos en su momento y consideramos que era muy buena inversión que nuestros hijos tuvieran la educación y atención de su madre en casa, y él pues tenía que ir a trabajar. Entonces, Elizabeth, mi hija de 11 años ahora, desde muy pequeña empezó a desarrollar una cualidad que es tocar el piano, el ukulele, tocar el ukulele y cantar. Ella compone sus propias canciones. Entonces, al descubrir que ella tiene ese talento, nosotros pues hicimos lo que pudimos para darle clases particulares, y pues pues sí son costosas las clases, son algo costosas, nos ha costado algo de trabajo sobrellevarla. Ella ha avanzado mucho y pues también ha sido vista por algunos de sus maestros y la han apoyado a cambiarla a una escuela donde pueda desarrollar un poquito más su habilidad. Se ha desempeñado muy bien, y pues nosotros desconocíamos de que existen estas ayudas que ustedes están dando al promover ellos estos programas. Nosotros apoyamos porque vemos que en los niños es muy productivo el arte. Incluso yo tuve una guardería por 3 años y tratamos de inculcarles algo de música ahí en la guardería a los niños, y vemos que sí influye mucho lo que es la música y todo lo que sea arte, porque es un lenguaje en el que sobre todo los niños pueden comunicarse muy bien, más que nosotros, creo, los adultos.
Gracias.
Entonces, pues promuevo esto y apoyo mucho el arte. Muchas gracias.
Thank you.
Buenas noches.
Good evening. My name is Sandy Mendez. I lived in Mexico for about 28 years. My husband was born and raised in Watsonville, and so I got married, and so I moved this way. Our children were born here. My 11-year-old daughter was born here. And since my kids were born, we talked about family, how to raise a family, and we made the decision that I would stay home so I could help raise them. And so at that time, we talked about it, and we thought that it would be a great inversion, a great investment to raise our kids, to educate them at home, and that they would have their full-time mom at home to help them. And so my daughter, since she was very little, she started developing a special skill. She plays the piano, she plays the ukulele, she likes to sing, she writes her own music, her own songs. And so when we saw that talent, we did everything we could so we could support that effort. We started paying for private lessons. And it's been tough. Financially, it's hard. But we do it. And now at her school, some of the teachers have noticed her talent, and we're talking about maybe sending her to a special school where she can develop her skills, those abilities. And so throughout this time, we didn't know that you have all of these programs, that there is a lot of help in this city. And that's why we support these programs. And that's why I support art. I had a child care center, and in my child care center, I had that for 3 years. And during those 3 years, we used art and music because we know that it helps children develop their social emotional skills. And they can communicate better. And I think the children do that better than us adults. And so with all of that, I support this recommendation, and I support art. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Welcome.
Buenas tardes. Good evening. My name is Guillermo Aranda, and you left your notes here, somebody. I'm here just to go on record, support the percent for art. I would love to see it go up higher, and I would love to sit on that community input committee, so I'd like to volunteer for that. I'm a founder of the White Hawk Dancers. I'm a muralist. I've been in this community for going on 50 years. Came here in '83, right after the floods. Came across this area, the landslides in Santa Cruz Mountains, and I remember that storm real well. Earthquake of '89. I had my first exhibit of youth right here in La Manzana, and I was able to rent a space. I rented it myself and reached out, and I had that place packed with artwork from young people. All my work, all my efforts have been for the young. When I think of art, whether it's music, dance, painting, I think of the young because I know the impact that it has on their lives. And that's what has motivated me to continue. I feel overwhelmed of the community that has come forward and has spoken here. And I think back to '83, '84, late '80s, early '90s, when I first started doing murals in this community, when we were getting the White Hawk Dancers organized and pulling out all these kids that were hungry. They loved the art. They loved the painting. I couldn't keep them back. Freedom Elementary, one of the first elementary schools that I did, I had over 300 kids. Over 300 kids by myself. And we're at a point And I think about Chicano Park because I was there for those murals. It took 50 years to be recognized as a federal historical site. And it's also been acknowledged as the world's largest outdoor museum. I was a part of that. I saw that coming back in the early 70s. And
Thank you so
just
much for your
grateful.
comments.
Thank you.
All right, just a quick check-in with the audience. Is this everyone who is going to speak? All right. Thank you. Go ahead.
Good evening. I'm Kathleen Crocetti. Hello, Mayor Parker and council members. Thank you, staff, for bringing this forward. It's really an important thing. Arts, culture, and community are two sides of the same coin. And everyone before me has spoken about their personal connections to the arts. I want to talk about the coin. In 2013, the Santa Cruz County Arts Council did an economic impact study, how the arts impact the economy. And at that time, which we know is like 9 years ago now, the arts brought $38 million to the county. That's their impact, $38 million at that time, 9 years ago. One of the other things that study said was that when people go to arts events, they're spending their discretionary dollars not only on the event, but on the community in which the event takes place. They show up and they buy food. They walk around town, they go into stores, and they buy other things, a Mother's Day present or a birthday present. They spend their discretionary money when they're out enjoying themselves. When our folklorico dancers, when our White Hawk dancers, when our taiko drummers go to Santa Cruz to perform up there, and their families follow them up there to perform in Santa Cruz, our families are spending their discretionary money in Santa Cruz. When our performers perform in our town, the money will come here. 4 of you were on the city council when you made the bold move to support community arts and empowerment and Watsonville Brillante. I want to thank you for that bold move. Please do not take a baby step today. Make another bold move and give us 1% for the arts. Thank you.
Thank you, Kathleen. Welcome.
Hi, good evening. My name is Marta Victoria Vega. I live and work here in the city of Watsonville, District 2. I want to recognize Mayor, City Mayor
Parker, that's okay.
And city council members, all of you, as well as Nick and Adriana, that you have put a lot of labor of love, and I could only imagine the hours of extensive research, and thank you for creating this ordinance. I can only imagine and hope that you all vote yes for it and obtain the funding. I thank everybody that came forward to speak on the issue today, and I could just imagine how beautiful it is going to be able to create a space where the youth and from different stages of life to be able to gather and have the passion for the arts, whether it be music or painting or dance. Attending the Pajaro Valley Unified School District, I was able to benefit from playing the saxophone, being in baile folklorico, and having my mentor here of Yermo being a muralist and painting the Watsonville High School mural in the cafeteria. And ironically, on this evening today, we were able to have the open house, and current students, were able to participate in that mural and having it repainted. I wanted to thank the Superintendent Rodriguez that's here today that made that possible, as well as all the community members that spoke on behalf of the mural. Even this space that we have here, the Civic Plaza, when I was on the library board under Oscar Rios, he was my District 2 representative, and I wanted to thank him. He's here. I was able to sit on the library board, and we were able to create the Freedom Library and Civic Plaza. And so it's beautiful to be able to be here now and have that space. And I could imagine the Art Center is going to have that for our community as
Thank you,
well.
Martha.
Thank you.
Welcome.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. My name is Yesenia Camacho Bautista. I was born and grew up here in Watsonville, down on Front Street. I'm not sure which district that is, but currently reside outside of the city of Watsonville, but I still consider myself a community member. And I want to thank Adriana and Nick for the very clear and thorough presentation. When I think of Watsonville, I think of, community, cultura, arte. Throughout my childhood, I grew up walking the streets in Watsonville, walking past beautiful cultural murals. That's one of the vivid images that come to mind when I think of Watsonville. And now, as an adult, I've returned to Watsonville as part of the Arts Council, where I'm able to support the artists and community members here. The arts have always just managed to thrive and survive on their own or with very few and little resources. So I'm here to support an increase in the percentage of the arts ordinance. And I hope for sustainable funding to uplift and continue to carry the arts and our community members here in Watsonville. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome.
Good evening, Mayor Parker, City Council members. My name is Jennifer Shocker. I reside in Francisco Estrada's district, and I'm here to speak as a community member supporting the arts. We all know we're trying to revitalize downtown, and a great way to do that is to revitalize arts downtown also. We also know from coming out of the pandemic how important activities are for youth, and the arts fulfills one of those requirements for youth. When youth have something to do that's worthwhile, that they love, that they're going to put their energy in, that's where you're going to find them, that's where they're going to be. So I would like all of you to please support this art ordinance. Thank you.
Thank you, Jennifer. Welcome.
Hello, good evening. Mayor and City Council, Nick, Adriana, thank you for being here. And my name is Eduardo Rojas. I'm born and raised in Watsonville. I currently live in Santa Cruz, where I pursue what it is that I do, which is event producing and a production event type of, I'm a musician as well. I want to give a shout out to my music teachers, Mr. Eaton, Humberto Camacho, and Javier Vargas, who pretty much put in some time and effort in taking me along their sides and helping me with, being more exposed to the art. And art is very important. It has kept me busy, it has kept me always on a positive path. I don't have a profession, but I mean, music has been what I do in the form of skill, and this is what I have developed. So I'm here in support of the art ordinance. I'm here to, make you aware that art is very important and that the 0.25 is pretty much changed and that we need to revisit that that number. And right now is the time to do so. You don't want to waste more time. You don't want to waste more cost and energy in just meeting and going over this. So right now you're in the perfect position to make that change and support the art in our community, as we know is beneficial and we need it. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, this is our last speaker from the public tonight for this item.
Muy buenas noches, Council Member and Mayor. It's a pleasure to be this evening. My name is Oscar Rios. I live in District 5, and I also have some letters here that I'd like to give you from some businesses and some community organizations and individuals. Oscar Rios, I'm president of Fiestas Patrias, and we're totally in support of the public art program. and also encourage that we should bring up the percentage up. I want to thank everyone that has made this possible. It's taken an effort. It's long time due, but I think that it has shown, and I think that all the speakers already have said a lot of what I wanted to say. But one thing that I want to leave you with is really talking to folks and expressing their views about what is art, what is culture. How do they feel about feeling of a town that represents them, that they can see themselves when you see a kid walking around the street and feel so proud of themselves? One of the things that sometimes we lack is the courage. Sometimes we lack el orgullo. And what culture does to you, it does brings us that. I think that we saw it tonight. People came forward here and spoke about what is culture and what is a city. A city is part of a culture. Why do we live in cities? Because cities brings us together, provides a space. That's what we have done for 30 years, provide a space for all the arts to come together. And when we see what's going on today, with all the anti-culture, with all the racism, with all the ugliness of what is happening now in our society, we have to turn this around. And this is a beginning. I encourage the council to make this and make this city be what it is. Watsonville has been approved for many, many years of the long history of different cultures. So let's move forward, let's build this, and let's vote and approve. And also, I recommend that we should have a oversight committee. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, having finished public comment, I'm going to bring it back to our city council and recognize Councilwoman Garcia.
Thank you. In the chart that was provided to us, it appears that Santa Cruz County, the city of Capitola, and the city of Santa Cruz have a 2% fee for the arts in their jurisdiction. And so I'd like to make a motion to accept the recommendation for the public art program, but would like to add that I'd like to increase the fee recommended by the Parks and Recs Commission to 1.5%. That's my motion.
That's, okay, so I was a little confused because you were going at 2%, but you're talking about the increase from 0.25 to 1.5%.
Yeah, that's recommended by the Parks and Arts.
Right, but the rest of the rest of it will stay the same?
Yes.
Yes, okay. Do we have a second?
I'll second that, and I'd like to add, I like the idea of the oversight committee, and I'd like to, can I amend with having an oversight committee? Can I do that?
Well, I thought, okay, yes, you could amend, if she would amend it, you could add that to it. What are we doing? Oh, hang on one second. Let me ask this. Adding a new Chapter 20 entitled Public Art Program Requirements, which imposes a new public art requirement for private development projects.
Right.
So I want to ask, may I ask Nick a real quick question? Didn't you mention that you were talking about having a public committee?
Yes, already on there,
that
then
is
I will
definitely
just
our.
have a second. If that's already in there, then I just will.
Yeah,
second.
that's why I wanted
Okay.
to clarify if, and
It's definitely
to
in our
develop the
intents.
master plan, how things were going to be spent.
Correct. And then if you look at page 18 of the ordinance, it does speak to the development of a public art advisory committee.
Right.
Excellent. Then I will
Okay.
go ahead and second Rebecca's motion. Thank
Okay.
you for clarifying, Mayor.
Thank you. No, that's fine. Yes.
Ordinance that comprises staff recommendation, with the exception of increasing the fee to 1.5%.
That is correct.
Thank you.
All right, so we have a motion and we have a second. Do I have any other comments from the council? Councilman Hurst.
Well, first of all, I'm very impressed with all the speakers this evening. I want to thank them for being here.
Thank you for coming.
My question, and perhaps Nick has the answer, on page 3 of 6 in our report, the these other jurisdictions, are these for public projects and private projects, or both, or one or the other?
So to clarify, and we tried to create a chart that's on the screen right now. The County of Santa Cruz, their fee applies only to county-funded public projects and not to private development. The City of Capitola's fee applies to both public projects along with private projects. City of Santa Cruz, their fee only applies to private projects and not public projects. Same with Salinas, their fee applies to public projects only and not private projects.
Do we have any idea of the impact in those communities of what has occurred, as well as, what's the feedback?
I don't know if I can speak too intelligently on the response to that question. I mean, I think I can say that anecdotally, if you walk the streets of Santa Cruz, you see a lot more art that has been installed by the city and funded by the city over the years. But again, that their fee only applies to public construction, so construction that's performed by the city.
Could I impose upon our community development director, Ms. Miriam, could you comment on Councilman Hurst? Because I think it's not just that, it's also the...
I just want to make sure that we're lined up with other municipalities and we're not making Watsonville too expensive or too cheap to build anything here.
Okay.
Thank you for that question. As we worked on trying to find an appropriate fee for this program, we went through from 2%, 1%, 1.5%, 0.5%, and looking at all of the development fees that our developers are paying currently. With the what we landed on was the 0.25% tax of the actual building permit fee. When we looked at 1% or 1.5%, that was significant for large projects like Navigator School, 558 Main Street, the Terrace at 445 Main Street, or even any of our nonprofit developments. The fee for them would be in the $250,000 to $500,000 range, if I can remember correctly, if we're looking at 1% and above. We felt that, number one, wow, that's a lot of money to take in, and what are we going to do with it? But number two, we felt that was much too large of a burden for our development community to bear for this. That would be by far and away, one of the biggest impact fees that we would have for development. And so that's kind of the balance that we were trying to make, is like, okay, let's bring in money to support the arts community in a really meaningful way. I mean, $300,000 to $400,000 a year is nothing to sniff at. But looking at bringing in, $2 million a year or more is really overburdensome on development and possibly a little bit too advantageous at this stage. Hopefully that helps answer.
Yeah, that does
question.
Help. Councilwoman Garcia, would you consider amending it to 0.75%?
0.75?
Rather than at 2% based on what we just heard?
I'll accept that.
Councilwoman Quiroz Carter?
I'll second.
Okay. Councilman Dutra?
Thank you. I just want to say thank you, everybody, for coming here this evening. This is really great to see. I feel like I got on the board in about 2014, and I've really seen the art district evolve. I was proud in 2019 to support Watsonville Brillante when it came in here. So, and also when I was as Metro would help get the funding for Guillermo to restore the painting or the mural that is now that's on the Metro wall. So. And it's exciting to see all the new artwork coming in, as well as the dancing, and I really appreciate that. I do still have a concern. I think Ruby brought it up earlier. I think the opt-out is just I think a lot of people are going to be opting out of it, and I don't know if the fund will be growing as we think. So I don't know if we can readdress that, or if we can just take it out. But I think that might. I just feel that some developers will be like, we'll try to get around that, and I think it will really kind of defeat the purpose of what we're trying to establish here this evening. So I don't know if that would be a friendly amendment that you would be willing to do.
Oh, there's no such thing as a friendly amendment.
Or, right, if I could add it to your.
Well, no, you make a motion to make.
I'll make a motion to remove that clause. I know you guys are probably freaking out right now, but I think it just really, this way that the funds will actually grow, and that we'll be able to use. When I go to other cities, their medians are beautiful with artwork, and I think it'd be nice to see that here in Watsonville. You go to West Hollywood, you go to Palm Springs, they're always displaying just different types of artwork from their community members, and I just would like to make sure that we actually are building a fund where that our intention is here for her this evening. So, and I make that motion.
You need a second.
I'm sorry, could you please
no,
clarify
let's-
which portion of the ordinance you're proposing to strike?
The portion about if they
Opting out
opting
portion.
out of the option of paying and putting in art.
So are you, I think, and perhaps Nick can help, I think that you're suggesting that instead of people having an option to provide their own art, they would be required to pay the fee?
Yes.
Yes.
Is that the suggestion?
Yes. That's how I understand the suggestion.
So
Second that.
I have some concerns about that. If you want to do this tonight, I may need some time to research that. My concern, and perhaps Nick or Susie may know if other communities have similar ordinances, but my concern would be that it could require a nexus study and be perceived as an exaction. So something more akin to an impact fee than something that the city is able to do using its police power. And that's a very legalese definite explanation, but have you seen any such provisions in other communities?
In the limited number of cities that we researched and kind of compared against, we didn't come across any other cities that didn't have that option. I can't pinpoint the reason why that is. I mean, it may be because of what you're citing, but.
I suspect that's why, that if we're just simply, what we would be doing if we didn't have this option for developers to provide their own way to satisfy this requirement, we're essentially just requiring that they pay a fee.
But we are doing that for under $75,000.
Yeah.
So that we're requiring at a certain point. So there is an option only for fees over a certain amount of money. Anything under, it's a requirement. So I don't understand.
Yeah, so I would probably want to look at the enabling statutes to see if perhaps there's a cutoff for $75,000. But as it is, that's a significant change to the statute tonight, or to the proposed ordinance tonight. So if you wanted to do this tonight, one option would be that the motion could be that if that provision is consistent, if the alteration that you're suggesting, if the council votes to move forward with the ordinance with that alteration, that we could determine if it's lawful, and if so, we could proceed in that way. Otherwise, we could keep that option in.
Right, and I understand your argument. I'm just saying that, there is an amount of money that they are required to pay it. So that I don't understand why they can't be required to pay it over that amount as well.
Yeah, I completely understand that. I don't intend to argue. I'm just saying that this is a significant change to the ordinance.
So we have a remedy, if
Right.
you'd like to agree to that.
Okay, I'll agree to that remedy. I mean,
Which is if then.
if then,
Right? Or if not, and was this an addition to, because they'd have to both agree to this?
Well, it's,
No,
he's
no,
right here.
they
No.
have to, they have.
So we're going to vote on this, we need a second?
we-
And did you
And then
second?
you
I
come
second
back.
that.
Very good. So that was from Dutra and Mayor Pro Tem.
We'll use your language,
Okay.
Counselor.
Okay, and so the motion, so
I
we're voting
disagree
on
with
their
it.
motion on the floor first, Madam Mayor?
Yes.
Okay, so I think, let me just make sure I have it. I think the motion is to adopt the ordinance.
There is no opt-out for anyone.
Adopt the ordinance for first reading only, waiving full reading of the, introduce the ordinance for first reading only, waiving full reading of the text, with the exception if it is determined by the city attorney to be lawful and by Director Kalabakib to be feasible, to remove the provision that allows developers to provide their own art to satisfy this requirement and instead require them all to pay the fee. If that is lawful, we will remove that provision. If it is not lawful, we will proceed with the ordinance as written.
Yeah, I don't know if I agree with the whole, sorry, Nick, allow the feasible portion of it, because I think that it should just be whether it's legal or it's
Okay.
not legal.
Yes.
Fine.
Fine. You know, sorry.
Okay,
black and white was
so
art, right?
if we're going to
So
have a
written on paper.
discussion, okay, if we're going to have a discussion on it, I think feasible is a good word, because feasible means, is it going to be so onerous and burdensome that we chase people out of here because they don't want to, develop? So feasible seems to be good, because there are legal things that can be massively burdensome.
So it
You
could
know?
be, Madam Mayor, that if we have concerns about feasibility, we could come back to the council. This
Thank
will come
you.
back to the council for a second reading anyway. So
Yes.
if it's lawful,
But maybe not feasible.
if it's lawful but not feasible, we can discuss it on second
Okay,
reading.
that sounds
that
fair.
sounds fair.
And
That
to,
sounds fair.
just, I'm sorry, one more to clarify, Councilmember Dutra, you are suggesting that the fee remain at 0.25?
No, he's just amending my motion.
Yes.
It's an amendment to my motion.
Yes, and her motion
Okay.
is at 0.75.
Okay, 0.75, thank you.
Okay, so we vote on Councilman Dutra's motion. First, are there any other comments or discussion on that motion? Okay, then roll call, please.
Dutra?
Aye.
Estrada?
Aye.
Garcia?
Yes.
Hurst?
Aye.
Montesino?
Yes.
Quiroz Carter?
Aye.
Parker?
Yes.
The motion carries.
Okay, now we have a second motion, which was our
the-
first motion that we're going to vote on. And that motion was to accept as is, other than what Councilman Dutra had proposed, except for to raise to 0.75
Yes.
versus that. Okay. And we had a first and a second on that one. Roll call, please.
I'm confused of what we're voting on.
Oh, okay. That's why
Yeah,
I
I'm
said
the
it.
only one.
We're voting on the original motion with the change of a 0.25% to a 0.75%.
0.75?
Yes. From the initial thought of 2% after listening to expert testimony.
Are these motions conflicting with each other?
Nope, not at all.
Mayor, may I?
No, I think we're good.
I would like to.
They're not conflicting at all.
If you say so.
Yeah.
I would like to just have the council consider some of the implications that, with the fee, when Director Miriam referenced the fact that we looked at the fees side by side. Every time that there's a development project, whether it's a commercial project or a housing project, the developer has to pay those fees, right? And it is a cost of, just developing in the city, period, right? And the higher this percentage, perhaps 0.75, just voting without being able to see the chart, you might be establishing a fee that will be perhaps more onerous than any of our other permit fees that you need to pay in order to develop in Watsonville. So it is, to me, important that the council has that information in front of you. I appreciate the spirit in terms of being able to develop a fund that can support the arts, but I think it's also important that you have that data in front of you to make an informed decision as to what this fee will do to development and perhaps halting development in the city just because of the high.
Okay, thank you,
So
Mayor Pro Tem.
there-
Mayor Pro Tem, that's you.
that will be the person on the
Thank
other
you,
side.
yeah, thank you very much, City Manager Pro Tem. I think you're right, it would have been nice to have a list of all the percentages, and we don't have that here. But we have a motion We need to vote on it. It's the first reading. If you bring back information, and we'd like to request that shows all those percentages, at that second reading, it could become a first reading again, and we can change that and recognize it. And we'd like to be so informed, but we'd like to move on this at this time.
We do have a couple example projects that we could look at that shows what the fee would be at 0.25% versus at least 1.5%, and in comparison to other fees that were charged to these particular projects. If you'd like to take a look at that now, or
I think we'd be interested in 0.75%. I can let council and take a quick, but I think we'd like to look at each 0.25, 0.5, 0.75, 1, and so we can really get a comparison and understand the burden we may be placing, and then in black and white, we can see that. So if I'm to understand this, Madam City Attorney, we can vote on this, and in the second reading, it becomes a first reading if we change something, if we don't want that.
That's correct.
And it becomes a first reading again.
That is
And then we
correct.
come back for a second reading. Are we under any duress on a time frame?
we're not under duress in terms of time frame, but I think to your question earlier about how soon will we get to that planning process and input process, once the second reading takes place, there's another 60 days before the city starts to collect fees, so it just pushes the timeline further down the road.
Okay. City Council, are you comfortable
Yes.
with what I proposed?
Yeah, I think it makes sense.
Okay. I think we're good. So let's take roll call, please.
Dutra?
Aye.
Estrada?
Aye.
Garcia?
Yes.
Hurst?
Aye.
Montesino?
Yes.
Quiroz Carter?
Aye.
And Parker?
Yes.
The motion carries.
Thank you all for your attendance. We're going to be moving on to 12B. You may want to stick around. We're going to talk about organics, waste disposal requirements, per Senate Bill 1383. You think the arts are exciting?
Thank you, everyone, for coming and spending a few minutes with us tonight. Thank you.
While we're changing of the guard here, we're going to take a quick bathroom break for 5 minutes.
She had asked him to bring the information, but I mean, like you said, like if you
12B, we are discussing organic waste disposal requirements per Senate Bill 1383, and I will turn this over to Director Dorenzo.
Trash Talk version 2.0 coming up. So I'm joined by Tammy, who will make the presentation, and then the two of us will be available for Q&A. I just want to, before I yield the floor to her, I just want to just have a really brief moment and paraphrase a conversation I had with a community member recently that called me, asking me if the regulation and the cart was something that they could opt out of, as well as if there were any fee implications with the service. So these may be questions you may invariably have of us after the meeting, so I thought I would just put those out on the floor right now. So the regulation does not allow agencies, and this is what I've told her, is a regulation does not allow agencies to opt out of this program. So cities and counties are mandated to roll out this food waste disposal program. There are some caveats to that. If you're an agency that is 7,500 employee residents or less, you can ask for a waiver and opt out. If you happen to live at an altitude that is greater than 4,500 feet, you could also ask to be exempted from this obligation. Or if you had a disposal tonnage of 5,000 tons or less in 2014, you can also ask to opt out. So everybody else is on the hook to invoke this regulation. The program is the biggest program that the state has launched in the last 3 decades, since AB 939 that dates in 1989. At that point, the requirement was to divert 50% of waste stream out of landfills by the year 2000. And subsequently, there has been some incremental regulations, AB 341, 2012, that required recycling for commercial and multifamily complexes with 5 or more units. 2016, we saw AB 1826, which mandated organic recycling for the same cohorts. And now we have this food waste program. So you may recall the discussion. This was a significant cost driver in our discussions last year regarding the utility rate increases, and in particular solid waste rate increases. The carts, which are over there, again, were a $300,000 capital expense for the utility. There are a host of ongoing operational administrative expenditures that also yielded some modest rate adjustments. And we have yet to determine what some of the buyback provisions would result from a financial standpoint. So that is something that we'll have to evaluate as we go forward and develop our budget. So that being said, I will yield the floor to Tammy, and she'll walk you through our presentation for the evening.
Thanks, Mr. Dorenzo, for the introduction. So yes, tonight's presentation is on the City of Watsonville's ordinance to address the California state mandate, which is entitled the Short-Lived Climate Pollution Reduction Strategy. This organics waste reduction ordinance is required of all California jurisdictions, such as our City of Watsonville, as mentioned by Mr. Dorenzo. This ordinance is a very important step in meeting the guidelines of Senate Bill 1383, which aims to significantly reduce landfilled organic waste and therefore reduce the methane gas that is a leading contributor to climate change. So here's an overview of the state requirements of SB 1383. SB 1383 establishes aggressive organic waste reduction targets. So it requires Californians to reduce organic waste by 50% by 2020 and 75% by 2025. So these California disposal reductions will reduce at least 4 million metric tons of greenhouse gas emissions annually by 2030. And additionally, as a part of the disposal reduction targets, California will increase edible food recovery by 20% by 2025. So in Watsonville here, locally, we expect to be able to compost 6,500 tons of organic waste annually. So these organics in the landfill would have contributed 8% of our annual Watsonville greenhouse gas emissions. And so by composting these organics, we're reducing a total of 12,300 metric tons of carbon dioxide equivalent each year. So now for an overview of the responsibilities of jurisdictions such as Watsonville. Number one, we must provide organics collection services to all residents and businesses. Two, establishing an edible food recovery program, which is food donations from our large supermarkets. Conducting education outreach to the community in multiple languages. Procuring recyclable and recovered organic products, which closes the loop on the organics collection within the city. Securing access to recycling and edible food recovery capacity. Lastly, monitoring compliance and conducting enforcement. So tonight is a very important step in initiating SB 1383, as in 2022, where we need to adopt an ordinance that is consistent with these regulations. So the state expects cities to have key programs enacted now in 2022. So as you know, we have already provided organics collection services to all of our businesses, and we're adding on our residents in this month of April 2022. This year, we're also responsible to establish the Edible Food Recovery Program for Tier 1 generators. The perfect example is our large supermarkets, over 10,000 square feet in size. Conducting education and outreach within the community to get participation and knowledge about the programs. Procurement, which is about returning the compost resource back into our agriculture and community. And capacity planning. So assuring that there's enough capacity for stores to donate more and to plan for organics for the future. And then by 2024, we must take action against non-compliant entities and establish edible food recovery program for Tier 2 generators. So in Watsonville, that would be our schools and our restaurants. So here's more on our edible food recovery program. Tier 1 generators are businesses that typically have more produce, fresh grocery, and shelf-stable foods to donate. So in Watsonville, those are the very large supermarkets, and it's also the wholesale vendors. Tier 2 are required to donate by 2024, and these businesses typically have more prepared foods to donate, which often requires more careful handling and food safety requirements. So our examples would be all of our schools in Watsonville and our larger restaurants. The city is making significant progress in achieving these SB 1383 goals. As you know, solid waste is rolling out our residential organic waste service to 12,000 customers this month in April. And we're already out in the community doing a lot of education and providing educational materials in print. You got to see the TV ad that's in Spanish and English now on KSBW. So this includes expansive education in both Spanish and English. We're going to be following by setting up our multifamily apartment complexes with the organic service and updating our commercial businesses. In terms of edible food recovery, we already have a donation education program happening in collaboration with our large supermarkets and a very strong partnership with the Second Harvest Food Bank. With compost procurement, we're evaluating options for our procurement target. And small-scale compost distribution is already happening at a few of our community gardens, and we're going to be expanding our public pickup program for compost. So now a bit more about the procurement requirements. This is really about closing the loop between the organics collection and then the compost that creates. So this is about returning the compost, the mulch, or the equivalent in renewable natural gas and electricity back into the community and into the agriculture. So here is a photo from our Vista Verde community garden. They're utilizing the compost from our local wood products that are processed out at our own landfill property. These components of construction and landscaping are only one paragraph of the entire 135-page ordinance. So what this has to do with is updating our green building standards, called the Cal Green Standards, for a 65% C&D requirement, and also updating our green building codes to create space for organics collection. The other aspect of this is assuring that new construction and landscaping projects meet the water-efficient landscape requirements for compost and mulch application. So getting that compost and mulch back into our developments here in Watsonville. So the city is also responsible for maintaining records and reporting to CalRecycle. So each jurisdiction will have about 3 times the reporting as in previous years. So in solid waste, we maintain records and we report to CalRecycle. So here's a snapshot of all the items and programs that are kept in our records. Inspection and enforcement requirements. So 2022, we're taking this important step tonight of working towards adopting the ordinance that's required, and this serves as the enforceable mechanism to set this in motion. And between 2022 and 2024, the city will conduct inspections to assure that residents and businesses know exactly what goes into their organic service. We have 2 auditors, one, Cecilia is here tonight. They go out into the business and residential sector and they actually audit and leave notices such as this oops tag to inform the participants what they're doing well and what might be contaminating their bin. And with this, it's also part of this education process that we're doing in the community. And then by 2024, we'll be doing more route reviews and inspections of our programs, and we're required to offer a notice of violation and penalties for violators. The Solid Waste Division intends to be mostly educative in our approach to this enforcement. So for example, we provide progressive noticing, which starts with the oops tag and advancing and continuing levels of notification. So once again, CalRecycle is the state enforcement agency on this mandate, and they oversee all of the cities and counties and monitor for compliance. So they are the agency that reviews our reports, our records, they authorize waivers, and they make sure that we're in compliance with the state mandate. So yes, this week you'll begin seeing our citywide collection service changes. It's a live program. Rain or shine, we're out delivering the carts to the community. So as Mr. Dorenzo mentioned, this will be happening throughout the month where people are getting their new organics carts and shifting their yard waste carts to organics commingled service. So that's commingled yard waste and food waste. And we'll see route changes. So we'll have the transition from bi-monthly yard waste pickup to weekly. So everybody's organic service will be a weekly pickup, and that will be on the garbage day each week, so it's easy to remember. Residents are receiving ample notifications. They're receiving letters in the mail, and each new cart or yard waste cart is tagged with this educational cart hanger that explains how to participate, why we should be motivated to participate, and also the kinds of things that are accepted in the bin. So for example, yard waste and most yard waste and food scraps, your apple cores, your old food waste from the fridge can go in there. But we're also educating people that we don't want the plastic in there, we don't want the kitty litter, we don't want plastic bags or liquids in there. So this really helps people with the visual to help do their part. And most residents have been very supportive of the program. We also have 127 multifamily apartment complexes, and we'll be starting their service in May through November, because we'll be doing an assessment where we look at each property and find the containers that work for their site. And we'll also be doing an update for commercial organics. The state allows two types of commercial waivers. One is called the de minimis waiver, and this is for our businesses that make the equivalent of or more than 2 cubic yards of trash a week and less than 20 gallons of organics a week, or less than 2 cubic yards of trash a week and less than or equal to 10 gallons of organics a week. The other commercial waiver is called the physical space waiver, and this is for a proven lack of physical space at a business. No residential waivers are allowed by the state of California in this program. So yes, people do need to use their green waste bin, and they need to have a green waste bin. There is no prohibition on home composting, so residents can continue to participate in our home composting program, but they're still required to have the green cart service. The solid waste and outreach divisions are very active with our organics outreach efforts. You will see us in the community at many outreach events, all of the local farmers markets, our Earth Day coming up in the plaza on April 24th, and many more events in the community. We are publishing colorful newsletters, postcards, and other notices, and we've activated a social media campaign. Additionally, we have this adorable high-demand food scrap kitchen pail. So all of the apartment residents are eligible to receive one of these, since they will be sharing a green container outside the home. And we also have a limited number of these available for our single-family residents if they contact our customer service division. So thank you for listening to our SB 1383 presentation. This concludes our presentation. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Could you give me your whole name and your...
Absolutely. My name is Tammy Stolzenthaler. I'm representing the Solid Waste Division with Public Works and Utilities, and I'm the Senior Environmental Projects Analyst.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay. So, any clarifying questions? Councilman Hurst and then Councilwoman Garcia.
Thank you very much. This is one subject I know a little bit more than art, but it sometimes all blends together for me. What do commercial producers have to do, food manufacturers and the folks in the industrial sector, what do they do with their food waste currently? And what will they have to do in the future?
Mm-hmm. So businesses are required to participate, and it kind of depends on the business, what they'll have going in their container. Most of our businesses in town have a lot of produce going into the bins. For businesses that are under the de minimis waiver, so say an office, they are not required to participate because they are eligible for the waiver for participation. On the other hand, we visited a supermarket in Watsonville, and so we go and talk to them about, first, donate all your edible food, as much as you can, as required, and keep a record of that. and work with the food bank on that. Second, if you do have old produce, old food, unpackage as much as you can and put it into the organic service. Does that answer your question?
Partially. The second question I have is existing restaurants that are already have their food waste containers. They're currently using plastic bags or something to haul their waste product out and then dump it in. The bag goes into. No.
So bags are not allowed into the green bin system because it contaminates the composting process. So what we do is we go to the business and assess the site, and we look at like giving them a cart, or they're responsible for having an indoor container. Usually they have like a Rubbermaid bin and they have it on wheels, and then they dump it into the collection container outside. So for example, at the schools here, they move the food waste from a smaller container inside the kitchen, and then they dump it into the dumpster outside. And that's been working at all of our local schools in that way.
I'm glad to hear that. I have seen restaurateurs take bags of compost out or food waste out and throw the whole thing in the container. There'll be a lot of education required in this department, of course, and some people are already confused, and I've already received calls from little old ladies and some grumpy men. Mr. Ron Hardeke, if he's listening, the notice went out last week, and some people thought it was already a pickup day, and there was some confusion. So my suggestion is whoever's answering the phone will need the utmost of customer care to make sure that these folks, particularly the grumpy ones, are educated in a nice, polite way that they will be less grumpy in the future.
Yes, our customer service staff have been doing a fantastic job this week answering questions, and some people have been calling, and there's definitely the learning curve. And we've also been getting a lot of calls of support. There was a mom who called and said, well, I'm doing this for my kids because all this organic waste, all this food scrap stuff shouldn't be going in the trash. And they're right. There's a lot, 30% of what was in our trash is just food waste and green waste, right? So yeah, there'll be the learning curve for sure. We're available at customer service, and they can also call since we and receive the kitchen pail too.
We'll be sending them to you.
Thank you.
Any council? Oh, I'm sorry. It's Councilwoman Garcia and then Councilman Dutra.
Christian. I understand that there are no residential waivers allowed by the state. So you will have to decide what to do with my situation. I already have a can to do composting of organic foods. Why would I be required to pay for another can when I will use my compost for my gardening soil? And I don't have any yard waste because I have a gardener who takes that yard waste away. So I don't have anything to put into the can. This morning, a green can was left in my front of my house. I left it there because I don't want it. You need to pick it up. If you still charge me for that can, I will be in arrears of my monthly payment because I'm not going to pay for that can. So again, I say you need to pick it up. If you don't pick it up, I'm going to take it to Public Works to trash it. So please respond.
Let me clarify. Is this you talking or are you speaking? Okay. Me. Just wanted to clarify.
That's me.
That was the question she meant to ask me 2 hours ago. Right. That she's just been dying.
She was waiting for this moment.
Had I known, I would have had 2 hours to come up with a suitable response. Instead, I'm just going to vacillate and say, yikes. So first of all, thank you for that. That's a brain teaser. You will not incur additional fees. Okay, I want to be clear about that. The the cost of the program was baked into the rate study that we all took part in last year, okay? So now that doesn't negate the fact that there were July 1st rate adjustments that we already approved on May 25th of last year, but there is not a nexus with here's a cart and then tomorrow there's going to be a $20 fee to your utility bill. So that's the easy response that I have. Now the harder response is, gosh, I don't know how I want to say that in a public forum, but you know the regulations obligate us to provide greenway service to each and every resident that we provide utilities to. So I've read the regulation twice over the weekend. Nowhere did I see anything that even remotely posed a possibility that I could answer that I could address your question where you refute and you refuse to have the can. So now, just among friends, maybe I will just take it from you because I don't want to see you down at Public Works harassing customers.
Christian, just let me remind you, you're being filmed, and this is going out on the internet for posterity.
Yes, I understand.
So,
but
we treat our residents equally.
Yes. No, it was, Councilmember Garcia, the regulation doesn't provide us an opt-out provision. So that's the short answer to it. I hope that in time you'll find some use out of the can. But it is nonetheless no additional cost.
I'm so pleased to hear about no additional cost, but the issue is I have nothing to put into the can. I do my composting. I don't have any green yard material because I have a gardener. So it's going to be an empty can. And so I don't have use for it. Maybe you could give it to somebody else.
Yeah, as long as you have no organics going in your garbage, you are in compliance, and you don't worry, you won't receive an oops tag.
I already have one of those for my compost. Yeah. So because then if I keep, like I said, I left it in front of my house.
No,
it's there because I want you to pick it up. Because if you don't pick it up, then I would have to bring in and take space up in my garage or space someplace else. So I want to give it back to you because I'm not going to use it. And
Okay, and thank you for your comments, because I think you're expressing a lot of the frustration that there is for a lot of people out there. In fact, we've had some inquiries, and I've spoken to Christian about it. Mr. Trujillo's sister didn't want something smaller. She wanted something bigger than what we have for regular garbage, because they do a lot of, then they want to make sure that. So we have a great diversity. At this point, we have to be in compliance. It's mandatory that everyone is served. We don't have an out, is that correct? We don't have an opt-out issue at this point. So there may very well develop an opt-out issue at the state level if certain things can be met, right? Standards can be met, and your composting is in compliance. But at this time, we don't. So I would suggest you find a storage place for it in the backyard. And that's what I'm going to say to the people in the.
What I do want to say, it's a pretty green.
Yes, and it's not big. What it was. It wasn't huge. Councilman Dutra, you had a comment.
Thank you. You thought that question was hard. I'm sorry about the next one.
Oh gosh.
I'm just kidding. So one of the things that I heard from people as well, and myself, I'm going to use a personal experience as well, what I do. I put my things in compostable bags, and then I'd like to just toss it in the bucket, but I heard you can't use compostable bags in there. Is that right? So that's going to be crazy. We have to use this?
Yeah. I think Mayor Parker, you had sent me an email about somebody claiming that they had heard that in San Jose that was allowed. And the jurisdictions are beholden to their material facilities or processing facilities, and they're all somewhat different. So in our case, we are beholden to Monterey Regional, and Monterey Regional has said to us we cannot receive compostable bags in our green waste system, or it'll foul up their process. So the best option is we can provide you on a first come first serve a bin, and we are more than happy to procure more of them if we notice that there's a demand for them. We have a limited amount right now, but we really would like to encourage that we don't contaminate the stream.
Yeah, I think that's something that we need to be clear with people, because this wasn't just me. Other people had also told me the same thing. So I think people, you get, then you're gonna have a dirty bags. What are you're pouring them in there? It's so okay. Thank you.
Councilwoman Quiroz Carter, and then Mayor Pro Tem.
You, Mayor. Apologies if I may have missed the answer to this question. I had a bit of an allergy attack, as you may have heard. But I was wondering if part of the efforts to educate the public on these new bins, if there were going to be like stickers of some sort to differentiate what can go in the bins, because I know that there's been some confusion on things that can and cannot go in the bin. So if that was already answered, my apologies. I just had to step out for a moment.
Is that on the bin itself? It's printed on the bin?
Yeah,
Or is it
it's
a
actually
sticker?
imprinted on the new bins. It's
Okay.
imprinted on there. And we have an organic sticker that's going to be on the carts that were formerly yard waste. So here is the graphic that will go on the converted yard waste carts. So we'll be going out and sticking these on probably the first week of May after we roll out all the carts. But I think this will help people with this visual to see what can go in there, and it's right on the top of the cart. In addition to the cart hanger, this is going to be put on the old yard waste carts as well. And then we're going to be following up with a series to every household with a 2 postcards and 2 newsletters, just over the months, to remind people, how and why are we doing this, how it helps the environment, and how they can participate correctly.
Excellent. Thank you so much, Tammy.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Yeah, mostly, it's one of my comments, when I first came on in council, I was really surprised in our community they didn't have green waste. Because now we're having to deal with this. Because we're the only community, Santa Cruz, Capitola, Scotts Valley, everyone had a green waste. And when I was mayor, Councilmember Lowhurst, Oscar Rios, we're pushing for staff, and passionate staff was against it because it was going to be a cost, and how we got it, how we were able to push it through was, volunteer, now everyone has to get one. Should have done it a long time ago. We would have had these issues. If everyone would have had, because no one is dealing with this except us, because everyone already has a green waste receptacle. You go to the counties, you go to every city, they all have a green receptacle. It's about it. They all have it. So I think we're behind the curve for a lot of years. So now we have to get now we have to get our green receptacles to the curb.
All right, thank you very much. Change is difficult, period. And we only have so much real estate. I know in the area in which I live, in the senior community, it's one more bin to have to put out, and some people can't even put out their garbage at this point. They're at the mercy of their neighbors, who are in the kindness of their neighbors. So it's stressful, and as long as we're not getting our oops tag with a fine, people will find time to change. I just don't like that non-compost, the bags, the fact that you can't put a bag in there because that thing's just going to get. And then I had another question. And no liquids? So if you have soup with a whole bunch of stuff and you're dumping it, you have to drain the liquid out and then just put the solids in there?
It's best if you can keep the liquids out. So yeah, you'd want to, like for grease, you want to filter it out and put it in a container and let it harden and put it in the trash. And then for liquids, if it's just like a soup liquid without a lot of fat, you can drain that in the sink before you put the food waste into the bin.
I could freeze it too, and then it would be a solid when I put it in there. No, I'm just being creative with a thought. All right, so I'm going to go out to the public. Do we have any, Steve, thank you, welcome. We have public
Well,
comments.
Ari, since you brought up my sister and she's at home watching the program, looking at you, I wanted to mention the fact that they don't have this in Long Beach, and she was shocked how advanced Watsonville was, because Long Beach doesn't do this, and she couldn't believe how far advanced Watsonville is in this particular area. And it's one reason why she's so happy to be here, because Long Beach is, well, it's kind of a dump, actually. I got to explain it to you. It's not real pretty. It was once, but it's, anyway, like getting off the subject, organic waste, well, that's going to leave out Fat Boy Burger, that's going to leave out McDonald's, that's going to leave out Burger King. We have so many crap food restaurants that serve inorganic stuff that could become museum exhibits, and you could glue it against the wall and it still look the same in a year. What about all their garbage? What are we doing about all that? Because they don't produce much in the way that's organic. Most of it is covered with chemicals, sprays, and God knows what else. Even though we got rid of Roundup in the city, at least the city stopped doing it. It is very concerning to me, and the more we allow these restaurants to come in, they're going to be selling inorganic slop to our public. So, what about them? Thank you.
Well, we also have, for the environmental ordinances, we have the BPI compostable packaging that's in place, so that is definitely supporting this. And you'd be surprised that most of our restaurants actually have a lot of food waste going into the green container. So I'm really grateful for this program because it's getting all that organic matter out of the landfill and composted as it should be.
All right, seeing no further public comment, I'm going to bring it back, but I'm going to ask our city attorney. We have 3 motions on this. Can we do them all together, or do we have to run them separately?
Since you're amending 3 separate ordinances, you should do 3 separate motions.
Got it. Okay, the first one is by motion introduce the first reading by title only, waiving the full reading of the text and ordinance, amending Title 6 Sanitation and Health of the Watsonville Municipal Code by adding a new Chapter 10 entitled Mandatory Organic Waste Disposal Reduction to comply with state mandated organic waste disposal requirements. Thank you.
I'll move the motion.
Thank
I'll
you.
second it.
So we have a motion and a second. Any other further discussion on that first motion? All right, roll call, please.
Dutra?
Aye.
Estrada?
Aye.
Garcia?
Yes.
Hurst?
Aye.
Montesino?
Aye.
Quiroz Carter?
Aye.
And Parker.
Yes.
The motion carries.
Our second motion, by motion introduced for first reading by title only, waiving the full reading of the text and ordinance amending Article 8, Water Efficient Landscaping Ordinance of Chapter 3, City Utilities of Title 6, Sanitation and Health of the Watsonville Municipal Code by adding Section 6-3.803, Water Efficient Landscaping, to comply with the state mandated organic waste disposal requirement. Looking to council.
Make the motion.
All right.
Second.
Do we have a second? Motion by Mayor Pro Tem, second by Councilwoman Garcia. Any other discussion on this? Oh, I'm sorry. Councilwoman Quiroz Carter. Any other? No? Okay, roll call, please.
Dutra?
Aye.
Estrada?
Aye.
Garcia?
Yes.
Hurst?
Aye.
Montesino?
Yes.
Quiroz Carter?
Aye.
And Parker.
Yes.
The motion carries.
Last motion, by motion introduced for first reading by title only, waiving the full reading of the text and ordinance amending Chapter 15, California Green Building Standards Code of Title 8, Building Regulations of the Watsonville Municipal Code by adding Section 8-15.03, Construction Waste Diversion to comply with the state mandated organic waste disposal requirement.
Make the motion.
I'll second.
Okay, so we have Mayor Pro Tem and a second by Quiroz Carter.
In discussion?
And let's have discussion. So Councilman Dutra and then Councilman Hurst.
Thank you. I just want to say thank you for combining the 2 cans, because I remember the original conversation. Yeah. It was going to be an additional can on top of the green can that I already have. So
4.
It would have been 4 cans. And so I want the public to know that it's still only going to be 3. So I think that saved a lot of us a lot of headaches. So I say, however that happened, whatever happened, whoever made that happen, thank you, thank you. I'm sure the city will be very appreciative of it, and I know I am. So thank you for making that happen.
Councilman Hurst?
I too am glad there's only going to be 3 cans, but let's talk about enclosures for a moment, because some people just park them right out in front of their house, day, night, and weekends. So there is an ordinance that they're supposed to be out of sight off of the street, I believe, but maybe not. So I need some clarification on that. Where do the cans go? Where do they not go? Or not, where do the cans not go? We don't care where they go, it's where they don't go. Where don't they go? Your answer, please?
I will follow up with you, Councilmember Hurst, because I remember seeing something about this in the code, but I don't want to state exactly what it is without it in front of me.
Well, having been tagged by my neighbor, that I left mine out when we were doing work in the back, you have to keep them away from view of the street. And that's basically, so I got tagged. My neighbor has since, though, put hers in front and just put black cloth over them. So it's a code enforcement thing. Martha Vega was here earlier. That would have been something she could probably have addressed. But yeah, just give people time to find a place, because that's 3 of them now. And yes, I'm grateful that they're not 4, but that's still 3 of them. And in a lot of homes, we don't have that kind of real estate along the corner. Are there any other comments? Yes.
Yeah, one of the things I want to thank, because in our streets that we utilize our green cans a lot, we're always trying to figure out, is it this can this week or is it the other one? So it's actually going to make it a lot easier just to put all the 3 out. Because that was always the challenge, because someone would put their blue can and everybody was lining up and do all the blue cans, and oh no, it's the green day.
So it's the green can all the time, garbage all the time, and then the blue every other week.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. All right. And so we have a motion and a second, and no more comment? Good. And roll call, please, on the last motion.
Dutra?
Aye.
Estrada?
Aye.
Garcia?
Yes.
Hurst?
Aye.
Montesino?
Yes.
Quiroz Carter?
Aye.
And Parker?
Yes.
The motion carries.
Thank you both for your great patience with us tonight. We had a sense of humor about it, and that was greatly appreciated. I'm talking about you, Rebecca.
She was only kidding.
No, she wasn't, but that's what makes it humorous. Okay. All right. We're moving on to new business. 13A, support Starlight Elementary School Culinary Garden and Teaching Kitchen Project. And this is recommended by City Manager Pro Tem Vides, who will speak to this.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor and Council. I have the pleasure to bring an idea in front of you tonight for your consideration and support. It's a wonderful project that's being designed and constructed at the time at Starlight Elementary School. And this, tonight I have, can I move it? Okay, there you go. I have a recommendation in front of you for you to select a donor category and perhaps a naming opportunity to support this project that is being led by Pajaro Valley Unified School District to partially fund the construction of the Emerald's Culinary Garden and Teaching Kitchen at Starlight Elementary School. Some of you may have be familiar with this project, but it really started with the Emerald Legacy Foundation, who funded Pajaro Valley Unified School District, in particular the Starlight, as a site for teaching kitchen and garden. And I understand that this is a very unique project in the sense that there are only 5 projects that are funded in the nation of this type. So Starlight was just very fortunate and not by coincidence. It was just really a testimony of their effort in providing gardening education and transformative education for children and having all those gardens that many of our school kids enjoy in the schools in Pajaro Valley Unified School District. The project is a culinary garden and a teaching kitchen that will be a permanent structure that will be fully equipped to provide 30 students with 1,543 square feet of teaching kitchen and a 7,900 square foot of organic garden and community garden space at the Starlight campus. And this project is currently under construction. The estimated cost of this project is a little bit over $2 million in today's cost, and is partially funded by the Emerald Legacy Foundation, PVUSD board, and the generous donations of many community members that are matching the funding contribution for this wonderful project. I am not going to go in detail over these, but I just wanted to show you kind of like the overall budget of the project as shared by the district, and give you an idea in how this is being funded. So the PVUSD has a goal of raising $1 million to match the Emerald Legacy donation and the contribution set aside by the board. And I understand that there's great progress being made towards that $1 million contribution, and tonight you have an opportunity to consider helping reach that goal. So for your consideration tonight, I want to share with you that PVUSD has outlined several contribution levels or funding levels for donors of this project. And you can choose tonight, any of these funding levels are available. And there are some of these levels, like the Heroes, Champions, Growers in particular, who have associated naming opportunities available for your consideration. So I want to, the option will be available to you. I just want to kind of share with the council some naming opportunities if that was of the interest of the council. There are naming opportunities in the culinary garden, depending on the funding level that you decide on. If you decide on donating to this project, there are the pepper patch or the perennial garden, the herb garden, harvest center. There's different naming opportunities available that could be that the council could choose from. And also in the teaching kitchen, there's also a couple opportunities that's still available. You can name the pantry after City of Watsonville or the sanitation station. So that actually concludes my presentation. I just want to just remind the council that we're recommending that the City Council adopt a resolution in which you select a donor category and a naming opportunity, if you wish, to authorize the corresponding one-time contribution to the Pajaro Valley Unified School District to partially fund the construction of this project. I want to say that if the council chooses to do these, we could set aside some of our ARPA funding that we have, since it's a one-time donation, and we believe that the contributing to a project like this will be consistent to the set aside funding that you have to support youth and families in our community. And health, absolutely. So that concludes my presentation.
Put my mic on. Thank you very much. Okay, so I'll move to City Council for any clarifying or technical questions. Councilman Dutra and then Councilwoman.
Quick question, and I don't know if you know that or maybe somebody in the audience. How far are they into that $1 million goal of raising?
I understand, and there are people that are more knowledgeable than me, but I understand that there is about $750,000 so far.
Okay, so they're really close to being. They're really
close. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
All right, Councilwoman Garcia.
Yes. Whatever amount of donation we select, it will be coming from the ARP funds. My question is, at each level of donation that you showed us in that first slide, what would be the remaining funds we have available from ARP?
I don't have that information in front of me, but in this particular category, I could tell you, Councilwoman Garcia, that we're still in the planning stages. A lot of our funding is going to be used, for example, with our Summer in the City youth program, with our Future Opportunity to Work program that we're doing in partnership with the Public Works Department. And so that funding has not been touched, and the council initial set aside $1.5 million for this category.
I just wanted to make sure, I think, do we suggest 100,000 or do we suggest 50,000, depending on, what's left over for all the other things we wanted to do?
I understand. It's really up to the will of the council and what you wish to contribute to this project. Some of the considerations is the community impact at large that a project that is in just one school site, and how that benefits the community as a whole. And I have had conversations with the district as to would this project be open to the community at large, and if the council were to decide on a larger contribution, what is the benefit for the community at large, right? Which is probably one of the questions that the council will want to have answer. And, I believe Dr. Rodriguez is available, and she might be able to further inform the council. And then you can decide. I mean, I think the way I would suggest the council deliberates this is just looking at naming the opportunities, and if there is one that kind of appeals to you, then you might want to just kind of start there.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay.
Second question.
All right, so you have a second question?
I have a second
Go
question.
ahead, Councilwoman
Okay.
Garcia.
In the report, I saw that we were going to be able to use the AARP funds because of job training. And so my question is, how do we justify job training for using this fund?
It's really like in that area of youth support and job training. That's the category I'm suggesting where we will sort of subtract this money from. But when you think about the skills that the kids will be learning as they participate in the many skills they will learn by being involved in this project, right? Like from science and math and growing the vegetables in the garden and harvesting those vegetables, going into the kitchen, being able to cook them and prepare them and taste them. So there's a lot of skill development and training that happens, not necessarily job training, but a skill development for our youth that, are going to be learning a substantial amount of
So it's
skills.
basically youth support.
Youth support
rather than at
and
this
skill
time.
development, yes.
Okay, that clarifies it more, because I just don't want ARPA to come back and say, no, you couldn't have used that for this. Yeah, okay, thank you.
Councilman Hurst?
I just wanted to see if staff especially finance, had a recommendation for us when they bring us these wonderful things, or is it just up to the discretion of the council? I'd want to hear from staff as to, I don't want to overspend, I don't want to underspend when it comes to the future.
I appreciate your question.
Are we looking at Cindy?
I don't want to be penny tight or pound.
No,
foolish.
I think it's a good question. And, the question also goes, how does this benefit the city of Watsonville versus just one school? You're on.
So I would actually just kind of repeat what Tamara had just said. It's really up to the council, right? We have allocated $1.35 million into the youth and jobs training category when we split up our ARPA money. And so, it's really up to the will of the council of how much of that you're wanting to give to this program versus some of the other programs that Tamara had mentioned and were considered when you put forward that initial 1.3 million. I have nothing else to add.
Thank you, Cindy. Thank you, Cindy. Thank you. Okay, are there any more clarifying questions? Councilman
Can you
Estrada?
note the sponsorship? So we know.
Thank you, Mayor.
Well, we will.
What's the average shelf life for a facility like this in our community?
It just really depends. It's a hard question to answer. I think, like the way this project is conceived is something that will be long-term and available in our community for many years to come. That being said, it all comes to maintenance and resources and the capacity that any organization has to run programming, right?
Right.
So it's, yeah.
Are you controlling that?
I am controlling
Could you put
it.
it back on that, on the choices? There you go. That's good.
And then, do we have an estimated number of people that will be impacted by
Good question.
per year with the facility?
I would defer that question to Dr. Rodriguez, if I may. Just come over.
The podium is on.
Right. Well, good evening, Mayor Parker.
Good
Council
evening.
members. So Michelle Rodriguez, proud superintendent of PVUSD and District 1, a resident. I'll do my 3 minutes and try to weave in some of the responses. So
Well,
if I
actually,
can have a little more.
actually,
than
I'll
that.
have that in just a moment. But
Okay.
if
You
we're
want
in
me
the
to respond
clarifying
to that?
questions, yeah,
Sure.
right now.
So in short term, so all of our CTE students that are within both the agriculture, the business, and the culinary arts will be passing through there. So that's a total of about 1,500 students, just that alone. We also are expanding our partnership with Life Lab to every single elementary school by the following school year, not this one, but the following. And so that means that every child that is within the PVUSD school district, that's an elementary child, will wind up doing locations and field trips there. So normally they go to what's called the Blooming Garden. They will now be attending our garden instead. And so that is about 6,000 students. And then with our partnership with Teen Kitchen, Food What, and Second Harvest Food Bank, then I would estimate another 2,000 to 3,000 that would participate in both weekend and evening events.
Thank you, Dr. Rodriguez. Those are my questions, Mayor.
Thank you. That gives me a clarification, too. You said 1,500 students. Where and what age levels and where are they coming from?
So every single child now that is a high schooler within PVUSD must complete part of their graduation requirements is that they are part of a CTE programming, so career technical education programming. And so we currently have over 4,000 students in career technical education, but 1,500 of those students are in those pathways that I mentioned that would then be directly impacted and be visiting that location.
And that includes the high schools of Pajaro, Watsonville, Aptos. Does that also include our alternative high school?
Exactly. Yeah.
Okay.
That would include DTI, Renaissance, New School.
Right.
All the above. Actually, New School was one of my most excited about that location.
Okay. Any other clarifying questions? Councilwoman Quiroz Carter. Getting tired.
So, I just have questions on programming. So it sounds like programming will be sort of joint efforts with multiple agencies. Is that, or who is running the programming out of the structure that will be built?
Yeah, thanks. So just going back to something that was mentioned before, so there is only 5 locations in the nation that have this project. We are the only one this side of the Mississippi, so we are the only ones on the West Coast. And how that came about was because of our partnership with Life Lab. So Life Lab is actually the organization that provided all of the curriculum is about that thick, for all the programming of Emerald Lagasse's Kitchens. So there is a comprehensive program that not only deals with the culinary arts, but also science and mathematics as well, that the students will have exposure to. So they'll have 45 minutes worth of exposure every week, every single child at Starlight Elementary. The other children throughout the district, every elementary child will also have that. They will have a teaching instructor as well, a garden instructor as well. They won't necessarily have this facility They'll come to it in the afternoons and the weekends. But what we are able to do, and you saw in the industry grade kitchen, is it has cameras. And so what people we will be able to do is Skype in some of those activities to students simultaneously. So students throughout the district will simultaneously be able to do the curriculum, and that is a national level curriculum. But LifeLab, we have a contract with them, and so we are using part of our one-time monies in order to ensure that we're sustaining that. And then we have what's called the Expanded Learning Opportunities money that we're going to use to sustain it after the initial 3 years of our individual funding.
Okay, any other clarifying questions? Okay, good. Now I'm going to go out to the public.
Oh, sorry. Okay, here, I'll go.
And now you get more minutes. There you go. So I think you did your introductions already, so
thanks so much. So I really feel that this project really aligns with PVUSD's philosophy and the city's philosophy that aligns with whole child, whole family, whole community. So for Whole Child, we focus a lot on the passions, interests, and talents of our students. That really leads from the CTE programming. So we want students starting at the elementary level to really know what is out there and be able to find out what is interest of them, what's their passion, and how can they help contribute to the community that's around them. Whole family, in that we belong in the agricultural community. Our families are the ones that are not only feeding us, but are feeding the communities around us and throughout the nation. And through even the programming, this small programming that we've had so far, we know that our students now are more connected than ever through this work, through our gardening work, to the community in which they live in. And it really values that community. And then whole community. So we have had a total of almost 500 people that have been out through tours. And one thing that they have said to me is we're finally aligning district vision with community aspiration. What the community has been asking for, they're finally receiving. And I know you guys have a listing of all the donors that we've had to date. I really think that it shows their contribution to that. So we have everything from philanthropists, local philanthropists that have supported, to the Public Health Trust, which gave their largest donation in their history to this program of $150,000. They did that because they know that this isn't about a singular school, but this is actually about a district-wide focus where we are refocusing the work. And so I just hope that you all support, and we appreciate your time tonight.
Thank you. Do we have any other speakers?
Good evening. I was going to say afternoon. I'm Jennifer Shocker, and I am one of the school board members. I represent Watsonville, and I'm excited about this project. Starlight School is a community school. We have many community members that utilize the school, that utilize the different programs that are available. Second Harvest, for one, Live Like Cocoa Foundation. It's a great community feel there. And one thing that's been mentioned about job training, youth will be getting job training through career technical education. These students are going through these programs and learning job skills as well as life skills. And so that provides them with a career to continue. We also have families that will be able to utilize the center. We have a great relationship with the city of Watsonville. If we look at the Mello Center, right, we've opened our schools, our playgrounds for different communities. This could be something with a great partnership. We have the ability to do education for families about diabetes education, nutrition education. We also have the ability to do health education. Fitness for Life is one of PVUSD programs that teaches kids how to be healthy, how to do physical fitness, and all of that ties in to a community kitchen. How to cook for yourself, how to cook for your family, what are healthy foods, the importance of growing your own food, knowing where your food comes from, organic foods. We talked about food waste here earlier. The kitchens, we're doing composting at our school sites, teaching kids how to reduce their carbon footprint on the environment. So all of this plays into a school district as well as the city. So we hope that you can find it in your hearts to help support this wonderful project that has the ability to help our whole community. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Welcome.
Hi there, Kim DeSerpa, president of Pajaro Valley Unified School District. Really nice to be on this side of the mic for a change. Thank you to Mayor Parker and to the rest of the board for entertaining this item tonight. I have had kids that have gone through Pajaro Valley. Natalie Manning and I were comadres at Valencia Elementary. We had a beautiful school garden there, one of the first partnerships in the whole county with the Life Lab. And we used to do beautiful gardening there and take kids up to UCSC campus. And we really appreciated having that program. This is a feel-good project. It generates excitement in kids and in the community. Dr. Rodriguez talked about benefits of having Teen Kitchen, Food What, Second Harvest Food Bank, providing parent engagement and teaching on the weekends and at night. I'm a social worker. Teen Kitchen feeds people that are sick, that have cancer, and other debilitating health issues. And I just think it's a good project to support. And I'm sorry, I'm hyperventilating a little bit. We have a problem with childhood obesity and diabetes, and I think this project will help with prevention. And so I appreciate your support tonight for this project. The last thing I'll say is that we have raised $763,000 in contributions. We need $237,000 to reach $1 million. So I just thought I'd point that out. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Welcome, Steve.
Well, you might wonder what could possibly have Steve Trio have any reason to contribute to this? Well, number one, I am a former PVUSD employee, counselor at Rolling Hills Middle School. This was a topic 20 years ago, folks. This is not new. My very last assignment in San Jose was at Corey Special Needs School for Young Adults. I had a greenhouse and we grew food the last 3 years before I retired in 2013. It works. It would be very nice to see this. We're fortunately not going to have a wannabe fake First Lady, Melania Trump, destroy the garden the way she did at the White House, which was Michelle Obama's creation. I would suspect it's going to last a long time. And Ms. DeSerpa just said we're, $237,000 short. I would suggest you rename it the Pajaro Valley Pantry and the Watsonville Heart of the Garden and fund those two projects. Everything Michelle said is absolutely right on. She's absolutely correct, as are the other speakers. They're absolutely correct. These are well-educated, intelligent educators. They know what they're talking about, and they're absolutely correct. All the research shows that they're right. So, even though you're not all educators, believe it or not, you kind of are because you're city council members. We need to dive into this head first, folks. We need to spend some money to make this work. And let's undermine all the junk food restaurants in this community by getting kids to figure out that French fries aren't a vegetable, and to actually eat healthy food and put the crap down and eat healthy food so they don't have diabetes like I do, type 2, and they don't have obesity and all the problems attached to eating endless amounts of garbage. Thank you.
Thank you, Steve. Is there anyone else in the public? Okay, before I come back for a motion, we're going to take a short break. We need to have a little conflict of interest conversation with our attorney, and we'll be right back.
Be out.
My Uncle Amin told me many moons ago, life is but a day in school. So we're going to have to continue this item to a future agenda while we investigate conflicts. And that's all I'm going to say about it. But thank you, everyone, for coming and speaking on it. And we'll let you know what agenda it turns up on. Thank you very much.
Mayor,
Mayor, can I ask you a clarifying question for all of us? We're 4 here, or 5.
Yeah.
That do not have
So,
a conflict. I
Mayor Pro
believe.
Tem, that question was asked.
You slow it down. I'm right here next to you. You don't have to,
Oh, I'm
you don't
sorry.
have
I'm
to-
doing my teacher voice.
Yeah, well, that's what I don't want you to do.
Okay, 10:30, that's your time. I remember. I'll remember this. So, hey.
Yeah, I remember this.
So, yes, I know. So here's the thing. We have potentially a conflict that our attorney has advised us that we cannot move forward with this because the conflict may be greater than just an individual or individuals. It may be with the city itself and the school district. And so at this time, we are
Well, then-
moving it forward so there
Then,
won't be any illegal
The attorney,
voting.
then you're not doing your job because we're already here and you're saying this.
Okay, so this is how it works.
Is that your decision?
My recommendation is that the council continue the item so that we can determine if the council is able, if the conflict that could be present, which I don't know if it's present, I need to research it, if the conflict would prevent the city from entering into this contract at all. It's a different type of conflict than the most common conflict, which would just allow the city to move forward with the contract if certain council members recuse themselves. And I apologize that you feel that way. I actually think I'm doing a pretty good job tonight. I didn't know about this potential conflict, and we can certainly talk with staff about having more controls in place, but I didn't know about this potential conflict. I just found out 5
Okay,
minutes
so
ago.
moving forward, that's what we're going to do. We'll move this to a future agenda after that's been investigated to protect everyone involved. All the entities, city, the Paro Valley Unified School District, and all the city council. And then we thank you very much for attending and for giving us that information. And thank you, City Manager Pro Tem, for providing a report. All right, we're going to be moving on to 13B, accepting behavioral health justice intervention services, BHJIS project grant in the amount of $481,327 for the implementation of the trauma-informed multidisciplinary critical incident response team. And this is recommended by Police Chief Zamora, and welcome.
Thank you, Mayor, Council. Jorge Zamora with the Police Department. I'm the Police Chief. Buenas noches. Before I get started, I want to acknowledge the extremely hard work of our detectives, our officers, and professional staff at the Police Department. A few days ago, we had a homicide here in town where a young man was killed. And our staff has been working very, very hard and almost nonstop. They were able to arrest 2 of the individuals connected to the homicide today. And while I'm very proud of the work that they've done, my heart also goes out to the family of Feliciano Martinez Barea. And my heart also goes out to the parents of the individuals that were arrested in connection to this homicide. So I would ask that if you have children, or if you can imagine somebody that you care deeply for, and you get a knock on the door by a police officer that says, this individual, this person that you deeply care for has just been arrested for murder. How do you deal with that? How do you deal with being told that your family member was just killed? And that is what brings the multidisciplinary team. That's what brought us together. So, to give you some background, During the summer of 2021, our community experienced several incidents of violent crimes and traumatic events. These incidents included homicides, femicides, suicides, vehicle fatalities, and infant deaths, just to name a few. These tragic life situations deliver a tremendous amount of trauma to our families. When trauma is not treated properly, it has a potential to manifest behaviors such as depression, anxiety, addiction to drugs and alcohol, and unfortunately, many times, criminal behavior. I've seen this happen throughout my years as a police officer, and I've experienced it growing up in my own family. These problems continue to rise in our community. They are challenging to address, and they require constant maintenance. It also requires collective thought and action with our community partners. Violence is a public health condition that requires a multidisciplinary approach. The public health model requires input, participation, and collaboration from diverse sectors, including health, education, social services, justice, and the community at large. What we aim to deliver is a system of care, a safety net really, that supports individuals and families that need it the most. And I assure you, there are many families in our community that experience trauma and do not have the proper support system. I would bet money that most of us in this room, if something tragic happens, we have a strong support system. So the current need. The purpose of this MDT is to address trauma and to provide linkages to services as needed to those individuals and families impacted by trauma. Collaborators will provide services that are integrated, comprehensive, culturally responsive, trauma-informed, and evidence-based. Our system partners, I cannot say enough about them. These organizations have stepped up every single time tragedy hits this community. So our partners in this effort is PVPSA, CAB, Monarch Services, and Applied Survey Research. Implementation. The multidisciplinary coordinator will oversee and lead this team. The coordinator will provide prompt referrals to the MDT for supportive, trauma-informed assessments, linkage, and care for individuals and families. Our system partners, they will provide an equitable system of intervention and care. You know, about 8 months ago, when we started to meet with our local nonprofits and other leaders in the creation of this MDT concept, there was a lot of questions, and one of those questions was funding. We were able to, well, in December of 2021, we applied and we were awarded a grant for $481,000 to assist with the implementation, to include collaboration planning, capacity building, strategic program development, and implementation of this MDT. The grant term is from February 15th, 2020 through February 14th, 2023. The Behavioral Health Justice Intervention Services Grant awarded the City of Watsonville a total amount of $481,327. The wonderful thing about this grant is that it aligns very well with the Council's strategic plan of community engagement and well-being and strengthening community partnerships. When it comes to public safety, it marries up well with community policing. This also aligns with the ad hoc committee recommendations on policing and social equity. Those recommendations: 1, mental health and police involvement; recommendation 7, development of partnerships and collaboration opportunities; recommendation 8, community engagement And number 9, social equity. So what staff is recommending is 3 things. That the council consider approving the following. 1, accepting the Behavioral Health Justice Intervention Services grant for the amount of $481,327 for the period of February 15th, 2022 through February 14th, 2023. 2, to contract for consultant services between the City of Watsonville and the Pajaro Valley Prevention and Student Assistance Program in the amount of $160,327 for the period of February 15th, 2022 through February 14th, 2023. And lastly, to contract for consult services between the City of Watsonville and the Community Action Board of Santa Cruz in the amount of $150,000 for the period of February 15th, 2022 through February 14th, 2023. In conclusion, I will say that police officers are met with incidents or traumatic incidents on a regular basis, more than they'd like to talk about, more than anybody likes to see. While officers are compassionate with the people impacted by tragic life events, we recognize that survivors cannot begin to deal with these issues solely by talking with the police officer. The implementation of the MDT will allow an officer to provide a warm handoff to the multidisciplinary team coordinator so that these individuals, these families, get the help that they need. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chief Zamora. Council, Councilwoman Garcia.
Thank you for bringing this program, much-needed program, to us. I only have 2 questions. I think I heard you mention 2 recommendations from the Policing and Social Equity Ad hoc Committee. Could you expand on those recommendations and how the MDT program relates to them?
Yes. So the recommendation, are you saying for the ad hoc? I'm sorry.
Yeah, you mentioned, I heard you say something about social equity and something else, which were recommendations from the Policing and Social Equity recommendations.
Sure.
And so I'm asking you if you can just give us more information on how this program relates to those recommendations.
Sure. So on the social equity piece, part of what I see occurring, and I've seen occurring through many years, is that there's many touch points with an individual within the larger system that fail the individual. And what ends up happening is if those issues don't get dealt with effectively, then many times those individuals fall to a life of crime when it could have been prevented earlier on. So part of what we are trying to establish here long-term is to identify those issues that are, or those policies or processes that are deficient so that we can change them and people can receive the services that they actually need. When it comes to community engagement, part of this program is to go out to neighborhoods, to go out to community and explain what it is that we're doing and offer these issues or these services to people, and really just make it okay for people to say that they need help. Because there's still a stigma, regardless of what we say and what we care to admit or not admit. There is a stigma against mental health or behavioral health issues. So that also connects to the mental health and the police department. And then developing partnerships and collaborative opportunities. This is just one of those examples of how we continue to do these things. We continue to really collaborate. True collaboration is very tough because there's things that you have to give up, things that you have to check at the door to get to a certain point, to get something done. And I think that for me, it's always been easy to brag about Watsonville and our partnerships because we do it so well here, and we do it sometimes with almost nothing. So to me, that's how it all connects to the ad hoc work, not just on policing, but on social equity.
Okay.
Hope that answers your question.
Yes, it did. Thank you. My second question is, this funding is only for 1 year. If this program is successful, How do you expect to fund it in the future?
Sure. So part of what we are looking to do is to have the ARPA funds really help support this effort.
So there's that possibility of more funding for the future.
Yes.
Thank you.
All right, any other clarifying questions from council? Okay, is there anyone from the public that wishes to comment upon this? Seeing no comments from the public, this also has 3 motions to be done separately, to be done in unison.
It's fine to do these as one, Mayor.
As one, okay. So I'll turn to council. Councilman Hurst had his hand up.
We don't have any public comment.
No, I asked for public comment and there was no public comment.
Thank you. Well, I'll move all 3 staff recommendations and the resolutions, and I want to thank Chief Zamora for putting a real human face on this issue.
Yeah,
Thank
that's
you.
good.
I'll second that.
So we have a motion, a united motion of all 3, and a second from,
Comments?
yes.
Thank you. I just want to say thank you for your hard work. I don't know who is writing the grant team, but I mean, fabulous work. This is like almost $500,000 going towards, programming for issues that we've been seeing really become, more prevalent in our community, especially after COVID. And I want to say thank you to whoever worked on that. So.
Yeah, that would be Lola in the back, Patty,
thought
Erica
so,
Padilla
Lola.
Chavez.
Thank
all
you.
the partners really were the ones who did all this work.
Thank
He is
you.
really good. So we can never lose Lola. Thank you.
Yeah, Erica Padilla Chavez was actually the one who found the grant.
Okay, awesome. Thank you.
Okay. Any other comments? All right. Roll call, please.
Dutra,
Aye.
Estrada,
Aye.
Garcia,
Yes.
Hurst,
Aye.
Montesino,
Yes.
Quiroz Carter,
Aye.
and Parker.
Yes.
The motion carries.
Thank you all.
Thank you. Thank you for coming. Thank you for your report. And thank you for the wonderful people you employ. All right, we're moving on to 13C, Executive Team Compensation and Benefits Plan. Staff report will be by City Manager Pro Tem Vides.
Okay. Good evening, Mayor and council members again. Tamara Vides. I'll just wait a moment for my PowerPoint.
Yes, we'll go back to it. I think.
Next meeting is pretty full.
Continue it to a future meeting.
Okay.
Right? When is she?
The work is done, it's just.
Okay. I mean, we'll do it now. If it's 20 minutes, then they've got.
No, but I can do it from here, but,
Can't you do the display live broadcast? And then you can see, no, whenever that's shown up there, otherwise it's us.
I can see it from here on the side of my eye. But I don't know, can you see? Oh, no, you cannot
No,
see
we
it.
can't see anything.
Oh, I wonder why. There you go. Thank you, Erwin. Right, so I would like to first start with providing a little bit of background why this item is coming tonight for your consideration. And I'm proposing a rebanding of the salaries of the executive team to address some immediate issues in the executive team related to attraction, retention, and compaction and equity among the salary of director group. To do this work, I've looked around in comparable cities and look at how other cities compensate members of the executive team. I am now proposing these many changes or elements established in the current or the existing compensation plan that was established in 2021-2023. Is simply asking the council to address a rebanding and one element that will help address competitiveness in the salary or compensation of executive team in Watsonville. I am proposing a rebanding of the salary for your consideration. Our directors will be grouped now into two tiers for salary, and this is done commensurate with the size of the department and work that they're assigned to oversee in the different departments. In other cities, typically department directors are either pay all the same or into two tiers as is suggested here. So Tier A would include the assistant city manager, the police chief, and the public works directors. And the salary is, the top range of the salary is as proposed, $16,964, and that's the top step on the salary range. And Tier B will include all the other directors who share similar roles, responsibilities, and oversee kind of like the same operations for different departments, different areas of expertise, but in essence, just responsible for the same scope, and that Tier B will be $15,772 a month, and that's again top step. I'm also proposing that in order to address the competitiveness of our compensation for members of the executive team, the council considers a contribution of $50 per pay period towards the fair comp of members of the executive team, and that's to be effective in July of this year. And no other benefit are being proposed to change at this time. Everything remains just in place as it was established in the 2021-2023 compensation plan. With that, I recommend that the council adopt a resolution rescinding and replacing the City of Watsonville compensation and benefit plan for members of the executive team.
Okay, thank you very much. Clarifying questions? Mayor Pro Tem Montesino?
I saw, could you move back? So, assistant city manager and deputy city manager.
Yes.
We don't have both.
So Natalie Manning is our deputy city manager.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Oh, thought it was HR.
Yeah, that's all right. Other duties as assigned.
Yeah. All right, thank you. That's all.
Any other, Councilwoman Garcia?
Yes, I have three questions. In terms of the proposed top step increase, which will impact 9 of the 11 executives, it seems that they will be getting a salary increase now, and in July they will get another 2.5 salary increase according to the contract. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. My second question is, the cost of the proposal will be $67,097, I think, for the months of April, May, and June. No, what
For the year.
For the whole year. Okay, that's what I wanted to know. If it's for the whole year, starting from when to when?
So that's the cost of 12 months, the differential in salaries that are changing for 12 months. So, it's immaterial, but it will be from April to April if it happens in April, right?
Gotcha. Okay. And do you believe we are in a crisis with recruitment and retention that we could not delay this decision until July 1st when the other employees will be given a raise?
I believe that, this is not related to the raises that are in the compensation plan as it was established in 2021. Those raises were already programmed, right? For our teams and other bargaining groups have different salary increases that are programmed to happen in the next fiscal year. This rebanding is not necessarily in relation to any salary increases. It's really just coming to the council to be proactive in terms of addressing some issues of retention and attraction of members of the executive team that we are currently dealing with. So the rebanding is not necessarily doesn't have to be seen as a salary increase, but more as a salary adjustment, which we do from time to time when other groups face issues of attraction and retention, just like the ones that we're facing in the executive team at this moment.
But in my very first question, I asked if they were going to get an increase now and another one in July, and you said yes. So there's going to be 2 salary increases.
Correct. One is the adjustment of the salary, which is what I'm proposing tonight. And the July is the salary increases that are programmed. So
Right,
slightly
exactly.
different, but both.
Okay. That concludes my questions.
Any other questions, clarifying questions? Councilwoman Quiroz Carter?
Yeah, I guess I'm just wondering when the next period for the negotiations for this would be, and just, I'm also a little bit, I'm just need some clarification around the urgency to do the rebanding now, and what would the implications be if we waited? So I'm just wanting clarification around that.
Before you answer, can I ask the attorney to clarify something for us? Or, our negotiations expert. We have negotiations with labor and different units, but our executive team is not in the same category.
That's right. Most of your city employees are in labor unions, and so they have labor contracts, memoranda of understanding with the city. They're organized into unions, OE3, SEIU, mid-management. The executive team is not. The executive team it's comprised of at-will employees who are not, they don't have the protections of a union. They are not in a union. They do not have an MOU with the city. They don't even really have a contract, even though that's sort of what it's referred to. Their benefits are set by resolution by the city council. And so there's no real contract. The contracts for the unions, the employees who are in unions, are up at various times throughout the year. But these folks don't really have a contract that is up in the same way that
So there's no real
the labor
time
unions are.
frame to that. in that sense.
The council can make changes to executive compensation at any time. It's at the council's pleasure.
All right, and then I just wanted to clarify that. I think that was one question, but the rest of it.
Yeah, this is being done in one of two ways. One, proactively, because it really addresses, Watson's ability to retain and continue to attract and be competitive at the level of the executive team. And then, secondly, it's coming to address issues that I discussed with the council in terms of retention of members of the executive team. So it is, in my opinion, important that the council considers this at this time and allows for the rebanding of the salaries of the members of the executive team, as proposed.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, for understanding my
question and clarifying.
Councilman Dutra?
Thank you. When was the last time some sort of adjustment like this was made for the management team?
For this team,
For this team?
comprehensively, like is done right now. And I'm not sure, but I don't.
Like
I
a
don't.
decade or like, because every year or every so many years we're renegotiating the contracts for the unions. So I was just wondering are we also addressing this team at that time? Have we? I can't remember, so I just want to ask the question.
So I think it's important to really separate, just the two issues. One is like contract or what you negotiate with different units on a yearly basis or every 2 years, 3 years, depending on what contract the council and the bargaining group decides on. From time to time, and that is not driven by any specific guideline, the city is able to adjust salary of a group that you're experiencing, maybe compaction or attraction or retention issues. Sometimes we go out and recruit 2 or 3 times for a position, and we know that we are really experiencing an attraction issue. So then we address it by looking at it and kind of like adjusting the salaries to continue to remain competitive in a labor market. And in today's current labor market, where there are many, many openings in other cities, many of which are around us that have not been able to be filled in a couple of years, it's important that we look at these and remain competitive again.
I guess I have one more question. Did we not just do this for the whole Parks Department to make that competitive outside of, that wasn't negotiated inside of a contract, right? Or by a union? We actually proactively went out and assessed the entire department, and they all got raises to bring them up to, I guess, parity or...
That's exactly, and that was, many things, right? Like internal compaction, equity issues, when you look at other positions within the organization. And yes, you are correct. Like we recently, in April of last year, we actually took the entire part department, all classifications, and sort of like did a revamping of all salaries for that group. We've done it with others, mechanics and water group, and we're currently looking at other groups that may benefit from having an active look. Being proactive is I guess what we're trying to do with this proposal.
Some of these same proactive steps happen within the regular negotiations for when contracts are up. And then some of them would happen outside of that as well?
Correct. That could happen too.
Right? Okay. So are there any other clarifying questions? Okay. So I'll go out to the public. Does the public have any comments? Seeing that there are no comments from the public, I return to council for a motion.
I'd like to put a motion, but for this to move forward, but I also want to acknowledge, the employee emails that I know a bunch of us, everyone got. I know it's, we're dealing with attraction and retention issues all through the organization, and I've had assurances from, now your title, I thought it was HR now. Deputy City Manager. And we're working towards, when we negotiate to fix some of those inequities or compassion, but they're always working, I guess, on these issues, which it's always difficult to do. So that's my motion.
Okay, is there a second to that motion? Is there a second to that motion?
I'll second.
Councilman Hurst. Okay, comments. I'm going to make a quick comment and then you can go. I'm in agreement with Mayor Pro Tem Montesino, and I want to assure the public and our employees that we are always looking for solutions to move forward. We have not been in that position in the past. quite a few years. And somebody's got to go first, and this just happens to be first. So we're moving forward and looking at these exact issues across the board. And that's all I'll say for council, because we haven't made those decisions yet. Councilman Dutra.
Thank you. I just want to say that I remember last year when I was mayor and trying to work with Nick, and had a lot of things. I wanted people let's clean up our parks, and we did not have the employees, and so the fact that we proactively went out and assessed the entire parks division, so that we can make it more attractive for people to want to work here in the city of Watsonville, was something that I supported at the time, because retention is a real issue. Attracting people to come work for our community is a real issue, and this is not just a one-time issue that's popping up in front of us that we're dealing with today. We have been dealing with reassessing different divisions and departments and classifications for years outside of it being negotiated. So I am supportive of this, because I think in order for us to keep strong, smart people who love our community, to keep them here, we have to make sure that we are being competitive with other municipalities and other organizations, so that we don't lose them. So I am supportive. Thank you.
Councilwoman Garcia.
Yes, I'm going to be voting no on this motion. The primary reason is that in terms of being fair to all employees, the executive team is going to be receiving 2 raises this year. Now, I support wholeheartedly the rebanding, because I know in the 8 years that I've been here, I've seen that our staff, our executive team, works over and beyond. And myself, being an executive for the education for 20 years, I know that very last bullet that says, and as duties as assigned. And I know you get a lot of duties assigned that are over and beyond. So I know how hard you work. However, in terms of fairness, our other employees also work over and beyond. They work very, very hard too. And so I can't support giving raises, 2 raises in 1 year. And so I'll be voting no.
Councilwoman Vanessa Quiroz-Carter.
Thank you, Mayor. Excuse me. I also will not be supporting this. I do see the need for retention, competitiveness, and I also really want to support the rebanding, and I will support it at a future time. I understand the need to adjust the salaries, to increase the salaries. I wholeheartedly support that, and I see the need for it. However, I do not understand the urgency for it at this moment. And I want to say that retention and competitiveness cannot just be at the top. So I will not be supporting this at this time, but I would like to support it at a future time. Thank you.
Any other comments? Can I go with Councilman Estrada and then Councilman Hurst? No, it's okay.
No,
Councilman
go ahead.
Estrada.
Thank you, Mayor. This is difficult, I think I'm of the opinion that both the executive team and our employees deserve raises, and we can't do both. And so, I do believe the executive team does. They've gone above and beyond, especially in the last couple of years with COVID. I've had the opportunity to work with many of you side by side, so I know how committed you are. But, I just, it's hard to read the emails that Eduardo was mentioning. It's hard not to connect and feel empathetic for our employees. So, I will be supporting the motion, but I would, even though I know we do a lot, I still want us to find more ways to for employees to be able to move up in positions, to win more money, to earn a higher wage, to get training, to get certifications that will lead to higher incomes. And even at the lowest, at the entry level, we've mentioned this a few times, but we can't compete. We can't compete with some other businesses, and so I have faith that we will be addressing that piece by piece. And so, but just to let the public know that the difficulty in this issue. So, thank you.
Hurst.
I too will be supporting this resolution, and I reflect upon all my years at the bargaining table with the teachers and how sometimes I was not always supportive of management and their salary increases, but I came to see at one time that when their boat rose in the organization, that my boat rose as well. And so I think that this is overdue. As far as timing-wise, this is something that should have been done some time ago, and it's time to bite the bullet in that respect and help raise everyone's boat. And I believe this will assist the organization and the community in ways that we might not even know at this time and date.
Thank you. I'm going to support this motion for a lot of reasons. Those emails that were mentioned, there's some erroneous viewpoints, and that's problematic. It was very emotional, so I can be very empathetic to it. But the intent of this city council is to make sure, and not just on this issue, but to make sure that our employees are happy in what they do. So it's not just one group of employees, it's all employees. But we have some positive funding for a little while, and the projections are good, and we want to be able to take advantage of that for all of our employees. But at this point, you can't do everything at once. You take it by steps. And that's what we're merely doing. And we just chose this group to start with. And we'll continue with another group, and we'll move through this, and we'll solve compaction issues and try to straighten it out, because some of these problems have literally been going on for decades in Watsonville. So that's a more complicated issue than just that they're getting 2 raises, because I remember when I was, as a school district, they'd say, teacher gets raises. Well, the cost of living increase was 5% and I got 3%. That's not a raise. And so, semantics gets emotional. But merely we are trying to solve a problem that's been with us for over 3 decades. So, in no other comments? Yes, sir?
I just want a clarifying question. When we did parks, it wasn't just management that got a raise, right? It was all levels of employees.
All classifications.
Okay. Just want to make sure.
And I think other departments, they're trying to solve that too.
It's all levels. We're not
Yes.
just, okay.
Yeah.
Right. And, okay, so no other comments, then, and we've already asked for, so we'll go to roll call.
Dutra,
Aye.
Estrada, Garcia,
No.
Hurst,
Aye.
Montesino,
Yes.
Quiroz Carter,
No.
and Parker.
Yes.
The motion carries.
Okay. All right, we had an agenda item that was in earlier before we went to closed session. That was 2C, study session on proposed modifications to Watsonville Municipal Code, Chapter 8-6, signs. And this is recommended by Community Development Director Miriam, who is sitting over at this dais. And we have the sign ordinance study session worksheet.
That's right, so you can take notes.
Okay.
Keep track. Thank you. I'm going to try and condense this as much as I can. But as we're going through, what I'm going to do in the presentation is kind of go through several items that you have on your little score in your scoring sheets. If you want to take notes on that, and then after discussion, we can go back and go one by one through them, and you can kind of give me direction. Hopefully, we've all got a little bit of brain power left at this hour. So thank you for taking the time tonight. So staff is recommending direction from council on modifications to the sign ordinance. In this presentation, I'm going to go through pertinent sections of the sign ordinance, outline a couple of the changes that are required to comply with the First Amendment, and then changes that staff would recommend to modernize, provide clear direction, and more flexibility in the sign ordinance for the city. And again, at the conclusion of the presentation, after you have discussion and close the public hearing, we can come back and go through the recommendations. So just to start, the sign ordinance implements the city's policies and objectives to maintain and improve the aesthetic environment of the city, so as to improve the quality of life and the economic value of the city. So the goal of modifying the sign ordinance is first and foremost to end up with a legally defensible document. Our sign ordinance was originally adopted in 1967, and there are many sections that were never updated. Since we are opening it up to clean it up, we were thinking that, hey, let's take a look at some of the other parts of the sign ordinance and see what we could change as well. So when we are considering making these bigger changes to the sign ordinance, there's three things to keep in mind. Number one, our goal is to support local business. Number two, we want to prevent blight and visual clutter in the city. And number three, we need to think about our capacity to enforce the regulations. And this is especially going to be pertinent for temporary signage. That sometimes can be the bane of our code officers' existences. So virtually every city has their own sign ordinance, and the effect of these regulations really reflects on how the city looks. Carmel, which is on the lower right, has a very strict sign ordinance, and the result is a very restrained, orderly streetscape. Conversely, other cities, more suburban, like Des Moines, Iowa, have a much less restrictive ordinance, and you can definitely see the clear difference between the two streetscapes. So the question for us is, how do we want Watsonville to look? So back in 1967, many cities enacted sign regulations as a way to cut back on visual clutter, but the ordinances at the time were pretty liberal. Many portions of our ordinance remain very liberal, and as time has passed, many cities have made modifications to their sign ordinances, and when they do that, they tend to pull back in, reduce the heights of signs, reduce the sign area, limiting allowed locations. There are many sections of the sign ordinance, again, that have not been updated in, that's almost 80 years now, even though there have been court rulings that require additional objectivity and First Amendment free speech allowances in sign regulations. So I was going to go a little bit into the history of the Reed versus the Town of Gilbert decision, but I'm going to just skip through it. But there was a U.S. Supreme Court case called Reed versus the Town of Gilbert on the regulation of signs, particularly regarding what is acceptable regarding regulating different types of signs, like religious signs versus political signs, et cetera, et cetera. The short story here is that if you have to read the sign to enforce the code, then it's content-based. And if it's content-based, then you have First Amendment free speech legal issues. So the current Watsonville sign ordinance doesn't call out content specifically. It definitely does treat signs differently based on what kind of sign it is. And this, which was also in your short staff report, gives an overview of the areas of the sign ordinance that that do need to be fixed to comply with the Reed versus Gilbert decision. So in addition to those legally required changes, we would like direction from council to either to modify other sections of the sign ordinance, such as monument and freestanding signs, temporary signs, electronic message boards, as well as the overall permit process. So to start, monument signs. Monument signs are a type of freestanding sign with a solid base with single or multi-tenant signage. Other types of freestanding signs are taller pylon signs similar to the Hampton Road sign, the Hampton Inn sign on Lee Road, and similar to the pylon sign on the left of your screen. So in Watsonville, we don't even have a definition for a monument sign. So that's one thing that we definitely want to change. But there are several considerations in regulating these signs. First, how many should we allow per parcel? Should more than one monument sign be allowed in a shopping center? Should one be allowed per street frontage, like other jurisdictions, as you can see on the screen? Our current ordinance, as you can see, is quite liberal in the area of signage. We allow up to 200 square feet of signage, sign face on either side, whereas other jurisdictions, City of Santa Cruz goes to 150, but you can see Capitola and Salinas are much less. Let's see. So 200 square feet is like 10 feet by 20 feet. So that's a pretty big area. In addition, in Watsonville, because we do not have definitions or straight standards for monument signs, they technically can be 35 feet in height, which doesn't make a lot of sense. It does for pylon signs, but not monument signs. All right, temporary signs. City has one standard for all temporary signs. We currently don't allow sandwich board or sidewalk signs. So as temporary signs, they can be up for 30 days in a calendar year, and they can be 30 square feet in size. Other cities provide more leniency, allowing signs to be displayed for 60 days. Again, regarding enforcement, temporary signs tend to become or be the biggest problem, given that temporary banners and other signage are much less expensive, easier to put up than permanent signs. And then we go to sidewalk signs. Should we allow them? Should we allow them on private property? There are cities that have specific regulations allowing sidewalk and sandwich board signs, both in the public right-of-way as well as on private property. Regulations limit the location, the clearance for sidewalk width, separation from other sidewalk signs, as well as design. And again, staff would be concerned that we would have the capacity to enforce sidewalk signs if they were permitted. Electronic message board signs. I believe we have, I think, 2 in the city, out at Walgreens on Freedom, and then the church on Green Valley, and then we have a couple of the time temperature signs. Oh yeah, our auto center sign. I always think of that as like the unicorn.
Like Starlight have one too.
Oh, that's right, Starlight. But we don't permit those, so.
Oh, we don't.
Yeah, so I can't see it. Just kidding. So the city historically has really not been supportive of installation of electronic message board signs. However, we do have the option to consider permitting them in some capacity. Possible ways to regulate message board signs would be to limit their size, illumination, the speed at which the message could change, as well as spacing between electronic signs to reduce, again, clutter on the streetscape and distraction for drivers. All right, moving to the permit process. Right now, our sign permits generally are just administratively approved. We don't allow for specific modifications in the sign ordinance. And so one thing we'd like to consider is for certain types of signs or master sign programs or shopping center signage, pylon signs, monument signs, or modifications to the sign ordinance, that we create a public hearing process with the Planning Commission for these types of special circumstances. One jurisdiction that has this is, all right, if you want modifications to your signs, such as increase in sign, increase in height area, or something different with temporary signs, like you want it longer, or something like that, they can go to the Planning Commission and kind of get a modification or a variation to the standards, but then it would have to go to public hearing for approval. All right, to conclude, we're requesting that City Council direct staff to modify the sign ordinance. Alternatively, Council could direct staff to only make the modifications required to comply with Reed versus Gilbert, or Council could direct staff not to undertake any modifications at this time. Once Council has asked clarifying questions and taken public comment, I've got some follow-up slides so we can go through so that you can give me specific direction on the items. And that concludes my presentation for now.
All right, thank you for that. So I guess we'll take questions from council. One second, I just want to clarify process. Questions from council. I'll ask for the public if anybody wants to comment. And then you're going to walk us through this? Okay. Councilwoman Garcia.
I only have one question, and my question is artwork on buildings considered signs?
Artwork on buildings, if it does not include any advertising, does not fall under the sign ordinance. That would be part of the public art program.
Okay, thank you.
But if it says the name of the company?
It says the name of the company, it's a sign.
Okay. Any other clarifying questions before we go through our worksheet? Okay, turning to the public. And it looks like there is no public comment on this, so I turn back to Director Ms. Miriam.
Okay, let's start here. First up, council direction. Should we update the sign ordinance? Okay, should we do more than make just the basic legally required changes?
Well, on that note, you know, we have a mishmash of everything. Even if we make a lot of changes, how are we going to get everyone to comply? You know.
Well, that is one of the questions
yeah,
down
I mean,
at the bottom.
it's, like, you know, we also want to be sensitive to, you know, because there's like too many, you know. If you go just around one block, you can see like, oh, these guys have one way.
So yeah, when you adopt a sign ordinance, it doesn't mean that everyone that has signs that don't comply have to immediately take them down. They're essentially, what would happen is that changes are going to happen to the streetscape and to buildings and to the city over time. So as businesses change hands, as signs change, then they would comply with the current regulations. It's the same thing if we changed regulations about, I don't know, houses can only be 2 bedrooms, then, we wouldn't make everyone with a 3-bedroom or 4-bedroom house take out their bedrooms.
So someone can call and say, hey, he's not compliant.
Yeah. If there's someone that does not have a permit and they've put up a sign and it does not comply, then they would have to comply with the sign ordinance. But if someone has a legal sign that's up, we are not going to make them take it down.
Okay, so, we're not technically voting, we're advising at this point.
Correct.
So can we do a thumbs up or thumbs down as we go through this so we can kind of see how we're doing?
Sure.
So let's talk about the first one. Should we update the sign ordinance? Thumbs up or thumbs down?
Okay.
All right, gives you some good guidance there. Should we only make the legally required change, and could you put that back up on the screen?
Let's see. I don't know if I have that question.
You had it was up at the beginning, something to the effect. What was required?
Hold on. We're getting
You're going the wrong way.
Almost.
There's
This one?
the Gilbert one. Does advise us, but what should we only make legally required changes? So the legally required changes, other than the Gilbert one, do we have anything? Do you have a slide on that? What are the legally required changes?
It's everything on your screen here.
Right here, all this.
It's a lot.
Revised language, what constitutes obscene? Strike language, limitations on size for political signs. Revised language. Okay. And the word only here is what you're talking about.
Yes. So essentially, we could go through and only make the changes required to ensure that our sign ordinance is legally defensible.
But that may not solve the problems that we're having.
Right. Or, since we're opening up this sign ordinance, we might look at a couple other things.
So I'll ask the council, should we only make legally required changes?
All right.
All right.
Can I ask a question?
Sure.
So what comes to mind is the downtown district.
Mm-hmm.
So what are we thinking about, signage also through there, or?
Yes,
this
we
gonna
will,
be
yes.
The guiding post, because, there's a difference between walking in downtown and, because you showed like a couple slides where you showed 2 pictures of signage. One is, East Lake Shopping Center.
Yeah, like the Python or the monument signs, yes.
But some of them, like, it's like downtown, you really
That's a
do
good
wanna
question.
have
Different signs can be required in different areas?
Yes, they can. And our downtown our downtown specific plan will have sign regulations. In fact, currently we do have downtown sign guidelines as
That will
well.
fall within the parameters of what is legally defensible?
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you.
So then monument signs, can we look at the monument? Oh, you have it.
Yeah.
How many per parcel and frontage? Do you have that? You did a comparison chart. There you go.
Oop.
Escape.
There we
it
go.
is.
Yeah.
So these are monument signs. These aren't pythons, right? These are monument signs.
Right. These are monument signs, so these would be generally your shopping center
Salinas
signage.
offers 2 per site, but they're 50 square feet, whereas ours are 200 square feet, but we only offer 1 per site. And they can be up to 35 feet.
They're a little tall.
How tall are pythons?
They're pylons are the taller ones. Those could be the one out on Lee Road for the Hampton Inn project. That's 35 feet.
Okay, but monument signs, for the most part,
Are usually they're around like 12 feet is kind of your standard.
they're all over the place on this one.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
I have a feeling that City of Santa Cruz has a similar aged ordinance to ours.
Comment?
Yeah.
I think it should depend on the property because, every property is different. Is there a way that we can, integrate that kind of a language in this? Because you look at something like smaller properties, may only work with one, and then you look, I'm thinking of currently the one where the Kaiser is in, and that's a big, and it wraps around on two major streets, so they have two signs. One's not as big on this side, but it's still probably a good, decent size as compared to the one in front. So, I think it just really, personally, depends.
And this doesn't, and that's a good point, this doesn't have setbacks, how far back the businesses are from the frontage.
Correct.
Right.
Correct.
And do you have any comparisons on that?
There was something I was looking at that another city had in their ordinance. It actually had a section that addressed what it called low visibility frontages. So
Good.
that is
Yes.
something that we'd also like to look at. So, one thing we could do with, if we're looking at the number allowed, we could definitely look at one per frontage so that, if like Kaiser or other shopping centers that have two streets, so that they would be able to have, representation on each street frontage. But there might be something we could do to kind of tie in. We can do research on how to kind of calibrate the size of the sign based on the size of the parcel or the amount of frontage. But we can work on that.
Okay, so the low visibility frontages, I like that idea. Because I think that we have some old-fashioned real estate here that was built differently, right, than what we do now. And then, as same thing that Jimmy was talking about, where there's two streets on that. So now we just have to talk about 12 feet. We go up to 35 feet.
Yes.
As long as it's stop of life, because that's tall. That's not 35 or 12. It's hard, taller than 12.
Isn't it 35?
Oh,
What's
it's
the one
a
at-
Staff at Life?
East Lake Shopping Center.
East Lake Shopping Center, I would say that's probably maybe 15 feet.
The Target one
really?
for sure is
Yeah, the
35.
Target, I was gonna say
That
the
is for
Target.
sure 35.
Yeah.
That's huge.
Target?
Yeah, that's a pylon, isn't it?
That's 35.
It's got
Yeah.
legs.
Well, it looks like the one that you pictured in here.
Yeah,
Yeah, legs.
legs.
Okay, so for direction on monument signs, the low visibility frontages having two separate frontage, right? So especially if you're at corners, that you have that. The only thing is, do we change, it can go up to 35 feet. The sign area can be 200 square feet, which is the largest of all of those. Can you tell us in Watsonville, where is there a 200 square foot, 35 foot monument sign?
Lee Road, the Hampton Inn.
Oh, the Hampton Inn. Okay. That's the only one.
Well, that's 35 feet tall.
Yeah. There's some in between 12 and 35 then.
There are, yeah. I was
Okay.
thinking on Freedom Boulevard. And just to let you know, I've got pylon signs after this one. So if you want to just look at the height of a monument sign, not a pylon sign with this one, that's maybe less than
So would your
35.
recommendation would be like 12 to 20 feet for a monument sign?
For a monument sign, yeah, I would say much, much lower.
How does council feel about that?
Unless it's on the freeway, can we make exceptions?
Oh, absolutely.
Or they can have a
think
pylon
along a
if it's-
freeway, I think that's where a pylon sign would be.
Okay. Oh, I see
Yeah.
what you're saying. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the next one. So thumbs up or thumbs down on this? 12 to 20? Okay. And low visibility frontages and multiple frontage.
Yes. Okay, let me get back.
Was that helpful?
Yes, thank you. We're moving right along. Okay, look at this. Okay, pylon signs. One of the questions I did want to ask, do we want to allow them near the freeway, kind of on Beach and Lee only, and then have monument signs throughout the city?
It's an interesting question. East Lake Shopping Center. We're limiting it to 20 feet, 200 square feet versus having one big pylon sign there. I'm just trying to think, how do you address the low visibility frontage kind of issue with all those businesses that go all the way back?
Right.
You know, if you have this kind of sign where individuals, and it's big enough so you can read what it is, then that's good. But would it make it look like the Vegas Strip?
Right, and I think, but I think with the East Lake Shopping Center, they want to keep that charm, you know, of what it
Yeah,
looks like.
but that's the balance,
Yeah.
right? Because they really do want to have, I mean, these people are trying to make a go of their businesses, and they can't get foot traffic in there, and people don't know that the businesses are there because it's so set back. So, oh, Lord.
Yeah, you know,
Can we, on monument, can we look at multiple monument signs? So, depending on the parcel size?
we could, but again, you know, you got to consider the clutter.
Yeah, so big pylon, two monuments.
This is what the Target sign looks like, though. I mean, I don't know if you guys have ever looked at it. It's that tall
Yeah.
and has all that. It looks like that.
Yeah, the Target shopping center is enormous. It's a large, very large
The only reason I
multi-parcel.
know that is because when you're in the McDonald's drive-through and you're sitting there, you look up and you're looking at it.
He's giving it up.
So, I
McDonald's
know.
drive-through. Okay.
I don't care.
Okay,
right.
so on the monument signs, can we explore multiple, depending on, that could be some research, multiple depending on parcel size?
Or maybe instead of having one 200 square foot sign face,
You could have two 100s,
something smaller.
and instead of, you know, at 20 feet, they're both 12 to 15. Yeah, I think that's a reasonable request, and it keeps the charm and the old world charm of the East Lake Shopping Center and other places. Pylon signs, so freeway only. We have one at Target.
Yes.
So it's really kind of based on the size of
Right.
the parcel lot. And do you have anything on that?
Well, one thing we could do is, all right, let's say you have a shopping center and your acreage is, I don't know, 5-6 acres, then you could do a pylon, and then we can require planning commission approval.
So say ye, thumbs up or thumbs down? If it's 5 to 6 acres, then a python can be had away from the freeway in town, but it has to be a 5 to 6 acre development.
Where's that going to happen?
I don't know.
Okay.
One day.
You know, one day when we just expand.
Yeah, that's right.
No, well, you also have to think of existing shopping centers replacing their signage, and then redevelopment as well. I'd have to look it up.
How big is the Kmart shopping center one? That's over 5 acres, right?
Yeah.
Okay,
Have to look it
so
up. But, you know, we'll come back, we'll like
Can you look at
noodle
that?
on this, work on it, and
Okay.
yeah, we'll, yeah. Okay.
then if you want to move to temporary signs and sidewalk signs.
All right, temporary signs. Any interest in allowing temporary signs for 60 days instead of 30?
Yes. What is considered a temporary sign?
A temporary sign would be like a banner, like
Oh, we're having a big sale.
opening soon,
Closing.
going out of business. Yes.
Okay. Yes. So 30 to 60, thumbs up or thumbs down? Okay,
Okay.
good.
And then on sidewalk signs, yay or nay?
Private property, let's take them separately. So on private property, I would say yes. I'm fine with, you know.
Okay.
And we have obscenity laws to protect us from other things, right? Okay. And then, but what about on the public sidewalk? They have an issue with that because people walk, people are in wheelchairs, people are in walkers, you know.
That is definitely more of, it gets a lot more complicated when you have sidewalk signs on public right-of-way. In the downtown, we have a snafu because that's Caltrans on Main Street, so we can't permit any signs
Okay.
there.
it's not happening
but
downtown.
then we have indemnification, and we have to make sure that
Right,
that
because
there's
somebody could
sidewalk
trip or
clearance.
fall on it, and then, yeah. Okay. Okay. So let's talk about on public sidewalks, sidewalk signs, thumbs up or thumbs down? Go down. Yeah, I just think it's a liability issue with.
Agreed.
People should have the freedom to walk on the sidewalk, and it's hard enough repairing the sidewalk to make sure that's going well. Okay, electronic.
Oh, wait, one more.
Okay, go ahead.
Do we want to allow sidewalk signs temporarily or on a permanent basis?
Okay, so now we're only talking about private.
Private property, do we want to allow it for 60 days?
I'd
or
say
do we-
permanent. I'm good with that. Permanent sidewalk, no, permanent private property.
Sidewalk signs.
Sidewalk signs. You know, like that little sign in front of you, but on a private property.
We gave them some already.
But
yeah, but not just for a period of 30 to 60 days, but they can keep it at permanent, like a sushi place can say, this is what we're having, or, you know, a restaurant can say, or a coffee place, come on in, this is our special today, that kind of thing. But it has to be private.
All right, I'm seeing, I think, a majority of thumbs up. Okay.
Yep. Take a deep breath, gentlemen.
I know. We're almost there, guys. You're doing much better than I thought for this hour. Okay.
Electronic message boards.
Yes. All right. Number 1, do we want to allow them?
Well, we have some.
But
That
we
doesn't
can
mean we
change
have
our rules. Yeah,
Yes.
we can change the rules.
The only thing about electronic, like for example, the auto one on Arthur Road, it stopped working.
Oh, that'll be fixed soon.
Yeah, but it stops working, it's
hasn't
kind of
been working
spastic.
for a long, long time.
I know.
Okay, so problems with it. They could go wrong.
Yes.
They could be a distraction to drivers.
Correct.
You'd have to, there's got to be some timing issues with how fast it can be because that would be a real distraction to drivers. So.
If they go out, will there be a time period that they have to be broken for?
Yes.
Okay, so.
Colored in to the city?
Yes.
Okay.
I say no. I don't think we need any more electronic signage.
Do we want electronic message signs?
Everybody can vote. Lowe's going yes.
So this one's,
I'm
it's
going
a
no.
split vote. Okay, wait,
Everybody's got to vote. Come on, Jimmy.
Oh, I'm gonna be the one doing it. Oh God, I'm sorry. No electric signs.
I think it's a
council.
no.
It's a no.
It's too late for me to be able to count, so, okay.
It's a no.
All right.
Last one?
Last one, permit process. Should we allow modifications?
Not our final decision, guys. So
I have a quick question.
yes, sir.
Yeah.
Electronic signage, that's just for businesses, right?
If you're a public school on school-owned property, we don't give you permits. Well, the school goes through the state architect. They don't go through the city.
That sounds reasonable. Okay.
All right. So should we allow modifications to the sign ordinance?
What does that mean?
Yeah.
What does that mean? Should we allow a modification process for
Yes.
signage?
Yes, for signage. So this would, as I said, in other jurisdictions, they will take signs that are asking, it's kind of like a variance, but it's like, okay, we need larger signs, or we want it a little bit taller, or we want to have our temporary sign up for 90 days instead of 60 days, that kind of thing. I see one thumb up.
So, like
I'm going to vote no on that. I mean, I think once we've modified this and allowed some range of height and width, and so there's some variability on it, that they should live within that. Otherwise, it's going to be the Wild West.
Mayor, my thinking, if I may, is that there needs to be some flexibility, because there may be like businesses that are hidden or something that where it's not going to comply with, the parameters that we've set forth. And in that case, I think it's fair to have modifications for businesses to be able to propose, and then we can take it to planning and they can say yay or nay. That's my thinking.
Okay, and so that's the next question there. So did we get a vote on that? So is that a
Not
yes?
yet.
I actually like that.
Okay, so
what you
that's a
said.
Okay,
yes.
1, 2, 3, 4. All right, I see 4 thumbs up, so.
So should we take it to planning and let planning make that decision, or should we be making that decision?
I think planning, yeah. Can
Well,
I
let's
two-
get some
two
experienced
thumbs up on
planning
that?
commissioners in there.
Lucky
who
planning
are
commissioners.
workshopped on this.
Yes.
And know the sign code. Take them out for a ride.
Okay, then I've just got 3 more questions. Should modifications be allowed to the type of sign?
What does that
What does
mean?
that mean?
Okay, let's say, I'm trying to think. All right, let's say in the downtown, we allow, and I'm just making this up, we allow projecting signs, but that would come out kind of sideways from a building. But we don't allow them anywhere else. But somebody in another part of the city really wants to have that because of the way the building is, or something else. They could go to the planning commission and say, hey, I want this type of sign, even though it's not allowed in this location. 2 thumbs up, 3 thumbs up, 1 thumb down, 2 thumbs down.
Quit
Come
voting last
on.
then, and get your
We're
vote up
so
early, then you won't be the
close.
last
Oh
one.
no, Lowell threw it. Okay, I think that was 4.
Was on some
Well, you see, part of it is there should be some flexibility to it, but if there's too much flexibility, you got no rules on it.
Right. Well, the one thing is we will have some findings that will have to be made to make sure that.
Okay, so this is our final decisions. These are directions.
All right.
You'll research, see what's not
How
compatible.
about lit signs? Signs that light up. Are you gonna address that?
Internally illuminated signs.
Yes.
I did not think of that, but
good question.
Would you like to talk about internally illuminated cabinet signs?
Well, I think we should, because if someone wants to put internally lit signs, we should have our ordinance address that.
Oh, my God.
Yes.
We're tired.
Yes,
So-
our ordinance already addresses that. That's not something necessarily we're looking at taking out. They're just not allowed in our downtown core.
That's it. Everywhere else they are.
But there's setbacks on them?
No.
Colors, have to be a certain?
Just size.
Okay.
And
Okay.
are banners considered signs?
They're temporary signs.
That's the 30 to 60 day.
Yes.
And so the one that we operate here in the city of Watsonville, how many
Over
days
Main
do we keep
Street.
that banner up?
There's actually a section in our ordinance that addresses that particular sign.
Oh, so specific. Oh.
It's
Like any
special.
holiday signs
Yeah.
and things like
Some of them are
that.
like
Event
a long
signs.
time.
And that does need to be updated per
Okay.
Reed versus Gilbert a little bit, but okay. Temporary sign requirements. Do we want to allow modifications if someone needs it up longer, or if they want it bigger than 30 square feet?
I don't know. On temporary, I don't think so.
I got 1 thumbs up, 1 thumbs down. Down, 3 down. We need just one more.
Come from my thumb.
Okay.
What was this for?
Temporary sign requirements extension.
Okay. Okay.
And remember, you're not making final decisions. This is just to kind of get a sense.
Yeah, just a sense. Don't worry, we're not locked into this forever and ever. All right. I'm just going to say. Sign area and height. Do we want to
Say that again?
sign area and height?
For what? Which one?
Variation for the maximum permitted sign area, height.
The last one.
You're talking about a percentage increase?
Yeah.
Mhm.
Up to.
I would say that depends on the research that you do.
Okay.
And that can be answered with the load visibility, Susie.
Yeah.
All right, so you got thumbs up on that.
Thank you. We did it. And it's
All
still
right.
today.
Are there any emergency items added to the agenda? No, there are not. Are there any requests of scheduling future agenda items? Councilman Hurst?
Some months ago, I had requested that we have a discussion and a possible resolution on this transportation initiative you've probably heard about. I think they call it D. And, you know, I gave a lot of Ds out as a teacher, and I think we ought to be able to weigh in on this and have a discussion and possible resolution in opposing Measure D. What do you think?
I'll leave that to staff for now. Make note, please.
Can we get that on next agenda?
And make a note and discuss that. Right?
We'll make a motion. We're going to request it for next agenda?
We can't vote on something that is not agendized tonight. But for council information, we have RTC coming next council meeting for a presentation on all things Watsonville related to this project.
What is related to Watsonville?
Correct.
Okay.
So that's coming.
Yeah,
That might be an appropriate day to
discuss it.
Consider it for a future agenda, yes.
So we're still looking for requests and scheduling future agenda items? Councilwoman Kuros Carter?
Yes, may I ask staff to have a presentation on the situation at the Salvation Army in regards to what's going on there for a future agenda item? Thank you.
Okay, all right. Councilman Estrada?
Thank you, Mayor. No, from LAFCO to do a presentation. You know, we haven't seen them in a while or at all here, you know, and I think hearing from what LAFCO's up to would be.
Okay, that would be a nice scheduled future one, yes? Okay. Good. So we're, anything else? Okay. Do we have a report out of closed session?
Still evening. Good evening, Mayor and council members. Closed session was held on the items on the agenda and no reportable action was taken.
Thank you. All right, this meeting is adjourned. Thank you, everyone, for your attention.
Ooh, 1 minute before midnight. Good job.